the surgical fruit in American comics. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 551, The Sword Sisters, Part 1. Although Kayaba Akihiko survived this time, he still posted the World Seed online, allowing anyone to download and use it for free. This type of fully immersive game is invaluable, especially for gaming companies. Without this World Seed, other companies would likely face bankruptcy and relocation. But with the World Seed, things are different. Everyone starts from the same point, so the only thing left is the production capabilities of each company. Even if the authorities wanted to ban it now, it's too late. Everyone has downloaded it. The World Seed itself isn't very large, and practically anyone with a computer can download it. Of course, building a game using this seed isn't so easy. Factors like modeling, plot, and server availability mean that only the wealthy can afford to build a fully immersive game using this seed. While this is a boon for the companies, the implications for the national level are unclear. After all, Kayaba Akihiko has a criminal record. Who knows if distributing the World Seed for free is a problem? The authorities are right to assume so, as Kayaba Akihiko holds ultimate authority over the World Seed. And now, Shen Fei also holds that authority. In this situation, the game company is still a good candidate, but the nation needs to consider many issues. For example, if a network using the World Seed architecture were to discover it lacks supreme authority, it could seriously impact national security. You're asking about their identities. Sorry, I don't know. I only know them in the game, not their real-life circumstances. You should know that Shen Fei was also summoned by officials. The official inquiring question was Kikuoka Sujiro, a member of the special team formed to investigate the S.H.I.E.L.D incident. Commonly known as the Virtual Division, the full name is the Second Team of the Advanced Communications Network Promotion Section, Integrated Communications Infrastructure Bureau, Ministry of Internal Affairs and Communications. After initially questioning Shen Fei about general S.H.I.E.L.D issues, they then proceeded to inquire about the identities of his 3 shadow clones. This was a lingering issue Shen Fei hadn't considered clearly. His own identity, supported by his real-world shadow clones, was perfectly established. Even without hospitalization, no one would have suspected him. After all, he was wealthy, and even at home, wealthy people would be well cared for. Wasn't Kayaba Akihiko also not hospitalized? Shen Fei, however, hadn't considered Nagato and the other 3 shadow clones. He now regrets it. It wasn't because of the official investigation. No matter how powerful the authorities were, they couldn't find the 3 who didn't exist, but rather because of the upcoming Naruto full immersion game. Fortunately, Shen Fei's shadow clones had only used the names of Nagato, Itachi, and Sasuke, not their faces, a blessing in disguise. Unfortunately, we checked every player, and no one knew who these 3 were, Kikuoka Sujiro said with a wry smile. The official investigation ultimately revealed that Nagato and the other 3 didn't exist in reality, so they immediately focused on investigating them. The results were disappointing. Many people in the game knew about the 3, after all, they had saved many people, including Yuna, who died in the original story and later caused the serial controversy. However, while the shadow clone saved Yuna, it didn't spark a heroic rescue story. As Yuna had a childhood sweetheart. The 3 people existed, but could not be found in reality. Officials immediately suspected they might be related to Kayaba Akihiko. Shen Fei, being in the same guild as the 3 and the president, was naturally summoned for an interview. I'm not sure about that. In that death game, few people talk about reality, even Shen Fei and Asuna didn't discuss reality. Anyway, thank you very much for your contribution to the game, Teacher Sasha and those children. Thank you very much, I just did what I should do. Regarding S.H.I.E.L.D, if you think of anything worth noting, please contact us. The problems caused by Kayaba Akihiko are huge, Kikuoka Sujiro said, standing up. I will. Shen Fei also stood up. By the way, congratulations on the successful public beta of Fairy Dance, but the flying in it seems a bit too difficult, Kikuoka Sujiro said with a smile as he was about to leave. More practice will be fine, but I didn't expect you to be able to go stealth. After all, this is an investigation, so I can't be completely clueless. I didn't know Kayaba Akihiko would do something like this in S.H.I.E.L.D, but I have to say, he's a genius. That's true. Kiritani Kazuto, I'll call you Kirito. What are your thoughts on the Akatsuki organization? After leaving Shen Fei, Kikuoka Sujiro invited Kirito to a cafe in Ginza. While Kirito's family wasn't as wealthy as Asuna and Shen Fei's, it was still considered wealthy by most people. Of course, for personal reasons, Kirito rarely asked for money. His current parents weren't his biological parents. They died in a car accident when he was a child, and he was adopted by his current parents. His current parents seemed like brothers. As a child, Kirito was a very intelligent person. Not only was he a good student, he was also very talented in kendo and had a good relationship with his younger sister, Kirito Nisuguha. However, after learning about his life story by chance, Kirito began to escape and started playing games. Naturally, he gave up kendo. But even though he gave up, his foundation was still there. I don't know much about them, but they are very powerful. In the beginning, they were very active. Later, probably because there were too few people, they rarely participated in the game. What kind of person is the president of Akatsuki? A very powerful person. If it weren't for him in the beginning, I'm afraid more people would have died in this game. As for other things, I don't know. In the game, basically no one asks about the real situation, is that so? Thank you very much for the information, Mom and Dad. In Fairy Dance, Shen Fei was practicing flying with Asuna. Asuna had good talent and quickly mastered the flying skills. As for Yui, she didn't need to practice at all. As an intelligent life born in S.H.I.E.L.D, Yui also had permissions in the game developed by the World Seed. Simply put, she was a Grams. The three of them were naturally located in the hanging gardens atop the World Tree in Fairy Dance. After careful consideration, Asuna chose the Water Sprite, the Berserker, among the many fairy races. Unsurprisingly, she would reappear. Despite possessing advanced privileges, Shen Fei had no intention of cheating. After all, that would make the game less fun. With the release of the World Seed, a surge of full dive games quickly emerged online, along with a buzz surrounding S.H.I.E.L.D. As time passed, fewer people discussed the topic. Though this was also due to official guidance. While other companies were busy developing new stealth games, Shen Fei was naturally busy too. He had a wealth of creative ideas, and any he knew, when applied to stealth games, was a brilliant idea. For example, games like Resident Evil, Battle Royale, and Attack on Titan could all be perfectly ported. The tournament in GGO was essentially a Battle Royale game. Before entering the Fairy Dance, Shen Fei found an opportunity to meet Asuna's family. With his current qualifications and virtual identity, he perfectly met Asuna's mother's expectations and was far superior to Sugo Nobuyuki. Consequently, Asuna's elite education was temporarily suspended. To make up for the period of elite education Asuna had missed, Yuki Kyoko enrolled her in remedial classes shortly after her appearance. If it weren't for the official requirement that all students released from the South game be concentrated in a temporary school, Yuki Kyoko would have likely devoted her entire day to remedial classes. This nearly brought a fight to Asuna's brother, and even her father was displeased. In the past, Yuki Kyoko would have been no match for her, but now, Sugo Nobuyuki had become Yuki Kyoko's biggest thorn. Shen Fei's presence prevented further conflict between the two sides. Kamishiro Rinko, there's someone you want to meet. As the S.H.I.E.L.D incident was winding down and she was preparing to temporarily leave Tokyo, Shen Fei approached her. I'm busy, she flatly declined. She was a prodigy, especially since she and Kayaba Akihiko had once been in a relationship. This had attracted numerous offers from companies, including government officials. After all, as Kayaba Akihiko's girlfriend, she knew a bit about his research. However, she was in no mood for action, so she naturally declined all offers. This person is someone you know. Don't regret it if you don't meet him. You know the location, Shen Fei said with a mysterious smile. He then mentioned a student she knew well, where she had once worked. After a brief pause, she finally agreed to go with Shen Fei to meet her acquaintance. Hiko, in the basement of the research institute, Kamishiro Rinko was stunned as she saw the familiar figure before her, the figure who should have been dead. Rinko, I'm so sorry, a familiar voice made Kayaba Akihiko turn around immediately, but it was a stranger face. Even though it was unfamiliar, Rinko Kamishiro knew the voice well. You two can chat for a while. Seeing the two quietly staring at each other, Shen Fei had no interest in being a third wheel. He left immediately, leaving the two with his own space. Kano K-pop, Zetsukin, after returning to his villa, Shen Fei pulled up the information of a pair of twin sisters. One of them was the later famous Zetsukin, the creator of the 11-hit Holy Mother's Chant. In Fairy Dance, Shen Fei had implemented an original skill system. His 8-direction sweep could be considered a skill, but even that only offered 8 hits, while Holy Mother's Chant offered 11 hits. Of course, Shen Fei could create 20 or 30 hits if he wanted. If you were to use a dual-wielding style, that number could be increased. But don't forget, Zetsukin is just an ordinary person. With an 11-hit Holy Mother's Chant, there's probably no other rival in the entire game, except perhaps Kirito. Of course, that's in the original story. After leaving the game, Shen Fei didn't allow Kayaba Akihiko to contribute to Naruto's development, and Kayaba Akihiko wasn't in the mood to deal with it for the time being. His first action after leaving the game was to perfect the stealth medical system. This system already existed, having been anonymously donated by Kamishiro Rinko shortly after the start of the Sazeth game. It is now in use in medical institutions. The Zetsukin sisters, also known as Kano Komatsu, were the first to experiment with it. While the stealth medical system didn't have much effect on the Kano Komatsu sisters' illnesses, it allowed them to experience the joy of living in their final moments. This medical system didn't work for the Kano Komatsu sisters because they had AIDS, a terminal illness in this world. However, it does have significant benefits for other ailments, especially those with disabilities. For example, those with amputated limbs can get prosthetics, and those with hearing impairments can get hearing aids. But what about eye problems? Current technology, even in the Marvel Universe, doesn't offer a solution. However, the medical system developed by Kayaba Akihiko could solve this problem, allowing them to see the world. It also works for hearing loss and amputated limbs. The previous stealth medical system only allowed people to have intact bodies, see and hear, within a virtual game. However, with further development, it could leverage camera data to allow those with vision problems to see the world firsthand. This might be difficult for others, but Kayaba Akihiko had no problem. Even if Shen Fei had the means to save lives, they were vastly inferior to technology. After all, he was only one person with limited abilities, while mass-produced technology could save countless lives. It's ridiculous that something like AIDS could happen from a blood transfusion. I want to know who was responsible back then. The accident involving the Kano Kapok sisters caused a huge stir at the time, but unfortunately, the investigation was largely inconclusive and ultimately came to nothing. The Kano Kapok sisters were just ordinary people. Even if they were unwilling to accept such a result, they could do nothing about it. But now that Shen Fei knew about it, it was just bad luck for someone. I'll leave it to you. Determine whether it was intentional or not. Even though the incident had occurred years ago, Red Queen's investigation had uncovered the hospital's director, doctors, nurses, and other relevant personnel, and naturally handed the case over to the Shadow Clone. If it was unintentional, it was fine, but if it was intentional, there would be consequences. In fact, such incidents have occurred numerous times in the Marvel Universe. The reason is simple: profit. Blood, once freely donated, has become a source of profit under the manipulation of certain individuals. High-quality blood is secretly sold, and then, for a small price, untested, precious blood is purchased. It's not just blood, but organs as well. The so-called organ transplant queues are nothing but a joke to the average person. Similarly, some donated organs are secretly sold for profit, and then purchased on the black market for unsecured organs. Shen Fei vaguely remembered a mayor's daughter in the United States who contracted a terminal illness because of this incident. This shows just how madly some people go for profit. After all, this is the mayor. As for where those unsecured organs on the black market came from, Shen Fei hadn't known at first. Later, Spencer and others from the Behavioral Analysis Department investigated the matter and discovered that they primarily came from funeral homes. It was funeral home staff who removed organs from the deceased and sold them cheaply on the black market. As expected, for some people, the pursuit of profit would trample upon all human morality and laws, with no bottom line. If he didn't encounter them, it would be fine. But if he did, Shen Fei would not let them go. Chapter 552, The Sword Sisters, Part 2. He even got promoted. I'm really at a loss for words. An investigation revealed that the logistics manager responsible for the Jujian sisters' mishap had been promoted, while the original attending physician and nurse had paid a heavy price for their mistakes. Despite the Shadow Clone's investigation, the doctors and nurses had nothing to do with the incident. The main problem lay with the logistics manager, who had embezzled supplies for profit. In this case, the nurse was innocent, she simply took blood from the warehouse. Blood transfusions are usually required in emergencies, and in such situations, there's no time to check the blood's condition. After all, every supply entering the hospital is supposedly inspected by a dedicated team. This time, Shen Fei didn't kill the man directly. He simply distributed a series of incriminating evidence to the relevant authorities and online. This evidence was enough to send him to prison for life. Unless he was a genius like Kaiba Akihiko or extremely wealthy, it was impossible for him to receive preferential treatment in prison. Next are their wicked relatives. The mother of the Kamar-Taj sisters was a resilient woman. Initially, upon learning they had contracted the disease, the Kamar-Taj family considered suicide. Then, their mother decided to fight the disease. In the original novel, the Kamar-Taj family ultimately died of the disease. But this time, Shen Fei showed up and, of course, wouldn't let the twins die. He also planned to inflict punishment on those relatives who wished the twins dead so they could seize their inheritance. He wouldn't resort to violence, just lawyers. He also informed the company they worked for about the situation and remained indifferent. While Shen Fei could understand, he couldn't resist the idea that they were so desperate for their lives that they asked them to commit suicide, lest they harm others while still alive. Initially, when Kamar-Taj was still healthy, she could still attend school. However, with each transfer, Kamar-Taj's condition quickly leaked out, and it was to her relatives that the leaks came. Shen Fei would teach such people a lesson. Dr. Kurathoshi, are they them? After completing the acquisition of the Medical Research Institute where the Jujian sisters worked, Shen Fei went to the lab to check on the twin sisters. The Jujian sisters were currently using Metacubed, a first-generation test product. This was the only way to reduce their medical expenses. Without their parents, the sisters simply couldn't afford the high costs. Dr. Kurathoshi, who was treating the sisters, was unsure whether this decision was right or wrong. The upside was that it allowed the Jujian sisters a moment of happiness in their final moments, but the downside was that beneath this happiness lay despair. Without these happy times, perhaps they would have felt better. There's a saying that goes, if I hadn't seen the light, I might have been able to endure darkness, but after seeing it, how could I endure it? Fortunately, both Kamar-Taj and her sister were remarkably resilient. Then let's talk to them. Treating the Jujian sisters was naturally easy for Shen Fei, but to avoid shocking the world, he couldn't cure them too quickly. With Dr. Kurathoshi around, and the Jujian sisters having nothing to lose, they quickly agreed to Shen Fei's treatment plan. Although twins, the Jujian sisters contracted the disease at about the same time, their physical conditions differed significantly. Kamar-Taj's sister's condition was far more severe, and if she hadn't met Shen Fei, she might not have lived much longer. Can we really get better? The real Kamar-Taj was vastly different from the Jujian in the game. Due to her illness, she was practically skin and bones. Upon hearing that there was a chance of recovery, she was thrilled. Her barrier, Kano-Aiko, was equally thrilled. Of course, it will take quite some time, but I can promise you'll be fine. With his advanced research on HIV, Shen Fei was now able to significantly alleviate his HIV symptoms by relying solely on commercially available medications, rather than specialized medications like the T-virus. However, a complete cure still requires those things, but Shen Fei is already researching a cure through commercially available medications. By then, a Nobel Prize is a sure thing, and he could win such awards in multiple worlds. From now on, you won't be in full stealth anymore. Due to their illness, Kamar-Taj and her sister were essentially in game stealth all day, just like the players trapped in S.H.I.E.L.D before them. Of course, the sisters were forced to do this. In the real world, their illnesses left them extremely weak, confined to their hospital beds and in constant pain. Entering the game was actually a good thing for them. How are they? Asuna, who knew about the Jujian sisters, asked with concern upon seeing Shen Fei enter the fairy dance. Don't worry about me taking action. But in order to avoid attracting attention, I have to let them down for now. It just so happens that they will be online soon, so go get to know them. Kamar-Taj and her sister are in the same guild, called the Sleeping Knights, but the strongest one in it is not Yuki, who is later called the Absolute Sword, but her sister. Since it is a game, after getting to know each other, it is natural to kill monsters. Originally, Asuna was holding a magic wand in the back to replenish blood. But after seeing the attack of Yuki and her sister in the front, Asuna immediately put away her magic wand, took out her rapier flashing light, and joined the battle. Under the attack of the four beautiful swordsmen, the boss fell quickly. This battle made the relationship between Asuna and Yuki and the others better, and also made Shen Fei realize that Yuki's sister was stronger than her, and was almost as strong as Asuna now. The fourth woman was a female swordsman named Merida. This sleeping knight has truly been plagued by many hardships. After meeting the sleeping knight, Shen Fei also learned about the members of the sleeping knights from the Kano-Mukian sisters. Only a few of them were normal, while many suffered from terminal illnesses like leukemia and brain cancer. The fact that they even knew each other and stayed in the same guild was a miracle. The one with brain cancer was a woman named Merida, also a S.H.I.E.L.D closed beta player. One of the few active female players in S.H.I.E.L.D, though her fame was considerably less than Asuna's. Even if you can't drive a single hand, you can still drive a flock of sheep. Since they had encountered this, Shen Fei simply gathered all the patients of the sleeping knights into the medical research institute he had previously acquired. It seems the higher-ups are about to initiate Project Yao Guang. The problems of the Absolute Sword Sisters, even with the rest of the sleeping knights, were no problem for Shen Fei. It was Kayaba Akihiko's situation that was the more pressing issue. Using this opportunity, Shen Fei prepared to upgrade the Red Queen. However, during his conversation with Akihiko Kayaba and Rinko Kamishiro, he accidentally learned about the Yao Guang project. The so-called Yao Guang project is about artificial souls. Originally, this matter was kept extremely confidential, but now Shen Fei has acquired the Medical Research Institute, and Akihiko Kayaba and Rinko Kamishiro are both working for him. Kano K-Pok's medical experiments are actually also to provide experimental data for the Yao Guang project. In addition, one of Akihiko Kayaba's classmates, Takeru Higa, contacted Rinko Kamishiro and asked about some things. After Rinko Kamishiro told Akihiko Kayaba, the two of them speculated about this situation. Speaking of it, the world that Alice is in can't really be said to be completely fake. The world that Alice is in is fake to people in the real world like Shen Fei, but to people in that world, it is indeed very real. Later, when Alice came to the real world, it seemed that there was some communication between the two worlds. This suggests that the real world might not be created by some more powerful being, even the place where Shen Fei's past life was. However, Shen Fei stopped thinking about this. He wasn't a philosopher, he wouldn't ponder who he was, where he came from, or where he was going. There's no way to stop this kind of thing. Let's not dwell on it. What about the reconstruction of Aincrad? The Yao Guang project was an official plan. There was no way to stop this kind of thing. If we stopped it once, how could we stop it twice? In that case, it would be better to focus on the next update for Fairy Dance. Even though Aincrad in S.H.I.E.L.D cast a shadow over many people, once it appeared in the game, many people previously trapped in the death game would surely enter again. It's finished. Just waiting for the next update? As a full dive game, it naturally didn't require frequent updates. Only major version updates, such as the addition of the Aincrad map, would be released. But there were some issues with GGO. Now a very similar game has appeared. Rinko Kamishiro is currently responsible for the company's virtual reality game development. This was a rare opportunity, so Shen Fei shared many of his game ideas. Of course, some games, such as horror games, had some limitations due to genre restrictions. Better than ours, Shen Fei wasn't surprised to see games similar to GGO appear on the market. Even Fairy Dance had its own equivalent. Knockoffs and imitations weren't uncommon. Although they're not as good as ours, they offer a way to exchange in-game currency for real money. Isn't that the original GGO? Shen Fei was speechless after hearing Rinko Kamishiro's words. Even though he had developed the GGO game, he hadn't stopped it. The other party's servers were also located in the US, and everything about the company was kept secret. This would undoubtedly attract many people to the game. After all, it was an official exchange channel. Based on the exchange rate between in-game currency and real money, skilled players could earn more money in a month than the average working person. Come to think of it, Shino from the original story must have made a lot of money. Shino was no ordinary player, but a top-tier one. With all the main characters in Laughing Casket dead, Death Gun probably won't show up anymore. Shen Fei quickly put the matter aside. GGO continued to run. The next major event was the internal testing of Naruto. After receiving the ninja data, bloodline limits, and other information provided by Shen Fei, Kayaba Akihiko, alone and with the help of the artificial intelligence system, quickly completed the ninja world. Artificial intelligence was no problem for Kayaba Akihiko. Sao already had 2 AI systems, Yui was only number 1, and there was also a number 2. The creator of this Oasis is quite good. I really want to meet him. While the Oasis game wasn't as good as Kayaba Akihiko's World Seed, it was not without its merits and held great value for Kayaba Akihiko. This person's ideas were similar to yours. In the end, they both scanned their consciousness into the computer. Geniuses always have something in common in games. James Halliday and Kayaba Akihiko were indeed similar in some ways. Both were driven by childhood dreams to achieve their pioneering work. Of course, considering the starting point, James Halliday was far superior to Kayaba Akihiko. But it's a pity that it will be difficult for you to meet each other. Moreover, if the world cannot break out of its restrictions, the fate of mankind will be worrying. In the world of Ready Player One, if you cannot leave the planet, explore space, and find new resources, and eventually the resources are exhausted, war will surely break out. The Herrscher has only delayed the outbreak of the conflict. Of course, no matter how humans fight, even if nuclear bombs fly everywhere, the planet will be fine. Destruction, Kayaba Akihiko did not care about this matter. The final ending of the Inquiry design was destruction. Cheers to seeing you all again, in the coffee and bar shop of S.H.I.E.L.D, Shen Fei, Asuna, Kirito, Yuki, Lisbeth, Silica, Klein, the Mouse Argo and others gathered together. After completing S.H.I.E.L.D, the group basically entered the fairy dance. So, at the suggestion of Klein and others, the group met in the real S.H.I.E.L.D. In addition to these people, Kirito's sister, Suguha Kiriga, also appeared. I really envy you. Klein looked at Kirito who was surrounded by 3 beauties, then looked at Asuna and Lisbeth beside Shen Fei, as well as S.H.I.E.L.'s wife, and sighed with great disappointment. Yet, S.H.I.E.L.D. nodded in agreement, but the next moment a cold voice sounded behind him. You seem to be envious of them. The person who came was naturally S.H.I.E.L.'s wife. Her half-smile made S.H.I.E.L.'s desire to survive immediately rise. How is it possible? I remember, the food is ready, S.H.I.E.L.D. said, and immediately stood up and left quickly. Klein saw S.H.I.E.L.D. running away, and immediately found an excuse to leave. That's your sister, please introduce her to me. After the men and women separated, Klein smiled happily after knowing that Suguha was Kirito's sister. Don't even think about it, Kirito directly and sternly rejected Klein's request. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 553, The Destruction of the 6 Kingdoms, Part 1. Kirito was naturally wary of Klein, who wanted to get close to his sister. Kirito's refusal left Klein slumped over the table, a look of dejection. Neither Kirito nor Shen Fei offered to comfort him, believing he'd gotten used to it and would soon recover. Sure enough, after S.H.I.E.L.D. brought out the food, Klein immediately recovered. The group then discussed the fairy dance update and the reappearance of Ingrid, prompting S.H.I.E.L.'s wife to join him. Of course, this time, it wasn't a death game. This time, not only would existing S.A.O. players enter, but also many new players, extremely curious about the game. Many former players expressed their determination to reach the 100th floor. It was certain that this time, the game would be much faster than before, as there was no need to fear death or adopt a double security formation. I'm saying, isn't that ninja game of yours a little too perverse? You have to cast hand seals to use ninjutsu. Speaking of stealth games, Klein started complaining. It was a ninja game, and it was currently in beta. Shen Fei had given Kirito, his sister, Klein, and the others access to the beta. It's just a beta. I remember you always considered yourself a samurai, right? There's a samurai class in the game. Naruto has the Land of Iron, so naturally there's a samurai class. I just wanted to try my hand at being a ninja. I think it's quite interesting. Kirito naturally joined the beta. True to form, he mastered hand seals quickly. Do you think ordinary people can compare to you? Klein's tone sounded a bit irritating. In Fairy Dance, Kirito was equally impressive, ranking among the top 10 experts in the World Tree Tower. That wouldn't have been a big deal, but thanks to this, Kirito had met many beautiful women in the game, including cat fairies, wind spirits, and so on. Klein, on the other hand, had little female appeal. Shen Fei could only lament that Klein had chosen the wrong person for comparison. Neither his looks nor his skills matched Kirito's, not to mention Kirito's immense popularity with women. Naturally, he served as a foil for Kirito. Red Queen's performance has improved significantly. After Kayaba Akihiko's transformation, Red Queen was significantly more powerful than before, primarily in data processing and related equipment. Even Stark lagged behind Kayaba Akihiko in this regard. It wasn't that Stark wasn't capable, but that he was now completely focused on the Iron Man suit. Within the Marvel Universe, the most prominent figure in quantum research was Dr. Pickham. However, he had been so busy rescuing his wife, trapped in the quantum realm, that he had no time for research on quantum computers. For Shen Fei, Red Queen's upgrades, especially in data processing, meant enhanced control precision for the Iron Man suit. The differences between the Iron Man suits controlled by different systems are significant. Look at the Iron Man suits controlled by Anvanko. During combat, they couldn't even turn, and their own side collided directly. This is due to poor data processing. Then look at the Iron Man suits controlled by Jarvis. In the original story, when fighting Killian, they were completely different. This is the Yeo Guang project. Will Kirito be tricked into working part-time? Will Alice still be born? The basic framework is all based on Kayaba Akihiko's technology. While learning the technology with Kayaba Akihiko and playing games with Asuna, Shen Fei also took a look at the Yeo Guang technology. Combined with his previous knowledge, he gained a deeper understanding of the Yeo Guang. Yeo Guang is designed to create bottom-up artificial intelligence life forms, that is, artificial intelligence that needs to learn slowly from scratch, similar to humans. This is the complete opposite of Yui's case. Yui's was created from the top down, through the influence of a large amount of human emotions. Although Kirito's performance wasn't as impressive this time due to Shen Fei's presence, he still earned Kikuoka's favor and was working for him. Given the situation, even if Kirito wasn't attacked this time, there might still be a chance to trick him into the world of the Yeo Guang project in the future. Shen Fei had no particular concerns about Alice. After all, Alice's birth was largely a coincidence, and the time it would take was too much, and with Yui already there was no point in wasting that time. Furthermore, Shen Fei wasn't optimistic about the Yeo Guang project, considering it had been swarming with spies from the start. Despite his skepticism, Shen Fei still left a mark, perhaps allowing him to intervene when Alice was born. These guys are really fast. The newly formed anchored was quickly breached on the 22nd floor. With Yui keeping watch, Shen Fei and Asuna were immediately notified. Together, they went to the 22nd floor and repurchased the forest cabin. The current anchored isn't much different from the previous death game. After all, both were created by Kayaba Akihiko. This time, Kayaba Akihiko and Kamishiro Rinko entered the game together. To make up for the previous game's shortcomings, the boss of the 100th floor is once again Kayaba Akihiko, though not a real person, but a system-created NPC. "You're leaving," Asuna said softly, sitting beside Shen Fei in the forest cabin, still decorated as before. "Yes, there's nothing going on here for now." After Asuna was officially discharged from the hospital, Shen Fei told her almost everything about his situation. After a 2-day Cold War, the two quickly resumed their previous relationship, thanks to Yui. They agreed to wait until Asuna went to university to discuss everything. After all, she was still a high school student, so in the real world, they didn't have much personal interaction. But in the game, things were different. Asuna, after all, was a person from the everyday world. Even after experiencing the death game, she was completely different from those like Ada who constantly teetered on the brink of death. Of course, Shen Fei also helped Asuna cultivate her chakra skills and gave her a space ring, defensive artifacts, and nano-armor. Through Shenji Bailyan's research, he had refined these artifacts so that they could be activated with just energy. The existence of the space ring shocked Asuna. "Then be careful," she said. She had originally wanted to follow Shen Fei to explore other worlds, but after hearing about their conditions, she decided not to. "Don't worry, I value my life dearly. I'll come back to see you every once in a while, and I'll leave behind a shadow clone." Before leaving, the group held a banquet in the Fairy Dance's Hanging Gardens. The Absolute Sword Sisters also attended. In real life, they'd avoid people, but in the game, that wasn't necessary. The Absolute Sword Sisters were actually able to socialize in real life, but to maintain secrecy, they kept everyone else, except Asuna, to a minimum. AIDS was considered a terrifying threat to most people, and only a few truly cared. Meanwhile, the Jujian sisters also needed to study. Now that they were well, they couldn't ignore practical matters. Of course, Shen Fei only discussed this with Jujian's older sister, Kano Aiko. Although they were twins, Aiko seemed more mature than her younger sister. Kirito, whether due to Sachi or the others, was diligently completing Kikuoka's assignments while also intensively studying. He still attended games, though usually at night. After leaving the Sword Art Online world, Shen Fei went directly to the Naruto world and gave the Naruto stealth game to Nagato and the others, asking them to promote it. "It's my turn. I'll sacrifice 3 Jonin and summon the first Hokage, Senju Hoshirama. I'll activate the magic card, Great Forest, which increases my attack power by 1,000 points. Look at my first Hokage's wood release attack. It's truly 1,000 hands." A game duel was currently underway within the central holographic game system of Rain Village. This was an idea Shen Fei had previously devised, inspired by Yu-Gi-Oh! He created cards representing Naruto characters and completed the game. The two dueling now were Inuzuka Kiba and Nara Shikamaru. Inuzuka Kiba was incredibly excited because he was about to win, and his opponent was Shikamaru, which only made him even happier. With Inuzuka Kiba's current attack power and Nara Shikamaru's health, if his attack landed, Shikamaru would surely lose. Unfortunately, Inuzuka Kiba's joy was premature. Just as his attack was about to strike Shikamaru, Shikamaru calmly revealed a covered card. It was an eye. Activate the magic card Dream. Your attacks this round are negated. Shikamaru's expression was so calm that Inuzuka Kiba had to dejectedly announce the end of the round. My turn. Sacrifice 3 Jonin to summon the 6th Sage. Shikamaru slowly played a card. How did you get this card? Inuzuka Kiba exclaimed, seeing the 6th Sage summoned by Shikamaru. Lucky draw. Shikamaru smiled and launched his attack. It's a given that cards sell like hotcakes. Some people are constantly shelling out cash to get their desired cards. To boost sales, Shen Fei has replicated his previous strategy, splitting a single character into multiple characters. Take Kakashi, for example. There's the Jounin Kakashi, the Sharingan Kakashi, the Hatake Kakashi, and so on. The legendary characters Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama are even more popular. The only one without a card is the 6th Sage. Shikamaru is undoubtedly incredibly lucky. Card draws can be incredibly lucky, like Boruto. He clearly wanted Uchiha Sasuke, but he never got a single one. On the other hand, he gets a card for his father, the 7th Hokage, almost every time he buys one. The 7th Hokage himself is a card that was defeated by an SR, a rare find for many, but Boruto has always despised it. The Land of Silence, the Naruto world was developing quite well at this point. Overall, it was a rare and long-awaited piece. After all, there was no hostility between the ninja villages. Before, even outside of the Great Ninja War, ninja from the 5 great ninja villages would have hesitated to strike if given the chance, but not anymore. However, there were also those who were unwilling to accept the loss of their former glory. These included the 5 great ninja villages, smaller villages, and survivors from the 5 great ninja kingdoms and the Land of Iron. Led by a man named Django from the Land of Silence, they organized a rebellion, but it was quickly suppressed by the impure world reincarnation of Hashirama Senju and Uchiha Madara. It was rare for the ninja world to have such peace, and these two naturally wouldn't allow it to be disrupted. Unlike the old days of the 5 great ninja villages, the various smaller villages and kingdoms were numerous, making access to these villages extremely difficult. Now, they were all under the unified rule of the Akatsuki kingdom, and no village was exempt. The ability of Django from the Land of Silence is still very influential, but unfortunately, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama are simply no match for someone of his level. Nowadays, Madara and Hashirama mainly play card games in their free time, but now that Ninja Online has appeared, they have something to do. On the Hokage side, apart from the Otsutsuki clan who may show up at any time, there are basically no powerful enemies at present. Even Inoki, after seeing the current situation of the ninja world, had to admit that the unification of the ninja world has indeed eased the war situation in the ninja world. After he had nothing to do in Naruto, Shen Fei went to the Kin world and obtained a lot of Zenran from his shadow clone. At the same time, he replenished the shadow clone with some medicinal materials, disbanded the shadow clone, and then separated a brand new shadow clone. This is alchemy. The recovery of the shadow clone gave Shen Fei a certain grasp of alchemy. They're preparing to attack Wei and Zhao simultaneously. The Qin war machine had already been unleashed. Historically, Qin attacked the six kingdoms one at a time, but now, with Shen Fei's assistance, it was preparing to attack both Wei and Zhao together. Wei was primarily led by the Wang clan, while Zhao was primarily led by the Meng clan. Historically, with the exception of Han, which was led by Nie Shi Teng, the other five kingdoms were led by Wang Jian's clan. While the Meng clan was significantly inferior to Wang Jian in military tactics, their various mechanical beasts now more than made up for this shortfall. Furthermore, Zhao's renowned general, Li Mu, had been denied the opportunity to lead his army due to Qin's lavishly bribed tactics against Zhao's ministers. Rumors can melt metal, and the current king of Zhao lacked the ability to distinguish right from wrong, so naturally, he would not prioritize Li Mu, a renowned general. It's flooding Dalian again. You're worthy of being Wang Jian and his son. Even though Qin's equipment is now more powerful than Wei's, Wang Jian and his son did not choose to confront them head-on. Dalian City is the capital of Wei. The city walls have been reinforced for many years and are very strong. Even if there are mechanical beasts attacking the city, there will still be heavy losses. But if it is flooded, it will be different. Achieving the greatest victory at the lowest cost is the quality of a famous general. Only knowing how to confront head-on is not the quality of a famous general. Faced with a sudden attack of Qin, Yan, Qi, and Shu did not send troops to rescue. Chapter 554, The Destruction of the Six Kingdoms, Part 2. The so-called the Six Kingdoms are united. The world belongs to Qin. Originally, Shen Fei had only intended to take the elixir refined by his shadow clone and leave. However, since Yingzhang had launched a war to unify the Central Plains, Shen Fei decided to stay and see. After all, it was the war for the unification of the Qin Empire. Shen Fei felt that Yingzhang launching a war to unify the world now was premature and too greedy. According to his previous assumptions, the six kingdoms could have been conquered gradually. Historically, it was because Yingzhang unified the world too quickly that the people had not yet submitted to him, which led to the fall of the Qin Empire after his death. However, Yingzhang was not like him, so his ideas were naturally different. Yingzhang was the first emperor, the greatest emperor of all time. As long as he lived, the Qin Empire would not fall. With Shen Fei's help, immortality was a bit of an exaggeration, but living for hundreds of years was no problem at all. In this situation, even if the unification was too swift, some problems would not be a problem for Yingzhang. Over the years, with Shen Fei's assistance, the Qin state has been preparing for war and biding its time. With the help of the modernized food supplies he provided, the Qin state has been stockpiling large quantities of grain and also purchasing significant amounts through him. The various supplies Shen Fei purchased, like those from the modern worlds of Under One Person and Marvel, weren't used in the worlds of One Piece and Naruto. Instead, they were primarily destined for the Qin Empire. After all, there are differences in ties. There's even a significant amount of Sea King meat. The Com Belt is teeming with large and even extra-large Sea Kings. A single Shen Fei operation could easily supply Qin's soldiers with enough food for a year, as not every meal required meat. Under these circumstances, it's perfectly natural that Yingzhang harbored an urgent ambition to unify the Central Plains. For the other six states of the Warring States period, even Han Fei, unifying the Central Plains was the end goal. But for Yingzhang now, unifying the Central Plains was merely the beginning. The next step, naturally, was to expand his territory. After learning the entire world map, Yingzhang felt unsatisfied with being the first emperor. He desired to be the first world war. I see, that's how it is. I was indeed a bit one-sided. In reality, Yingzhang's desire to quickly unify the six kingdoms wasn't without its drawbacks. Similarly, Shen Fei's previous plan of slowly conquering the six kingdoms and winning over the people wasn't without its drawbacks. While Shen Fei's plan would greatly strengthen the six kingdoms' control over the occupied territories, it would also likely lead to coalition among the remaining kingdoms, a strategy known as hangzong. While the kings of the six kingdoms were largely self-sufficient, they weren't fools. After all, they had all risen to power through royal struggles and understood the principle of the lips and the teeth are cold. Similarly, not all the ministers of the six kingdoms were idlers. Many possessed considerable talent. However, if the six kingdoms were unified swiftly, the Qin Empire's armies might have reached the gates of their capitals before they could react. War is never solely about the military, it's more about the strife beneath the surface. It's no exaggeration to say that a single word can defeat 10,000 soldiers. Take the current Zhao state. Under the patronage of Qin's Luoyang, Li Mu not only failed to gain command, but the king of Zhao even threatened to kill him. This is clear evidence of this. While Li Mu's overwhelming strength would make a comeback difficult, this inability to achieve victory doesn't mean Qin can't suffer heavy losses. For Qin right now, avoiding further losses is the best strategy. Furthermore, the fact that Yan, Qi, and Chu haven't sent troops to rescue Wei and Zhao is a deliberate stalling tactic by Qin intelligence organizations like Luoyang, who bribe their ministers. For the ministers of each state, even the destruction of their state meant simply a change of king. During the Warring States period, it was common for ministers dissatisfied with their king to defect to other kings. As long as you possessed sufficient talent, you would be given important positions. Even if the king of the time lacked ambition and focused solely on pleasure, as long as you possessed sufficient prestige, he would still accept you, even if he wouldn't. The attitude of ministers during the Warring States period towards the kings of various countries is somewhat similar to how employees in modern society treat their bosses. They could change jobs at any time. Many talented individuals during the Warring States period served in multiple states, such as Shuangyang. He was previously a retainer of the Prime Minister of Wei and was expected to offer advice to the state. However, the king of Wei looked down on him, leading to his subsequent transfer to Qin. Don't mistake Shuangyang for a pure legalist. In fact, he was a versatile talent, capable of both civil and military power. Strictly speaking, the most talented people of this era possessed both civil and military prowess, including Li Si. Li Si was skilled in martial arts, though not to a high degree, but nonetheless, as he was a disciple of Zunzi and a true descendant of Confucianism. Of course, this kind of job hopping is reserved for the talented. Ordinary people don't have it. Just like in modern society, famous CEOs always have no worries about their company, but ordinary employees are different. What a spectacular sight! Shen Fei couldn't help but sigh in emotion as he stood on the high platform, gazing at the neatly arrayed army below, clad in full black armor. Even though he'd experienced war in the Naruto world, there were wars in the One Piece world as well. While both Naruto and One Piece boasted superior military strength compared to the Qin dynasty, judging purely by the visuals, the Qin dynasties was undoubtedly the most impressive. During the Fourth Shinobi World War, the combined forces of the 5 major ninja villages numbered only 80,000 men, and Abrito had 100,000 white Zetsu, for a total of only 180,000. But the Qin dynasty's forces were different. This time, Wang Jian's army against Wei consisted of 200,000 battle-hardened armored soldiers. If you include other units, the total number was nearly 300,000. Similarly, the Meng clan's attack on Zhao had a similar force. 200,000 Golden Fire Cavalry, plus various units like the Pingyang Heavy Armored Troopers, totaling around 300,000. Thanks to Shen Fei's various technologies and innovations, combined with the Gongshu family's mechanical engineering, the number of laborers required for military deployments has been greatly reduced. The use of hydrogen balloons, mechanical horses, and other technologies not only reduces labor but also transportation time. Beyond the mechanical white tiger, the Gongshu family developed the mechanical horse, a simplified version of the mechanical horse. While it lacks offensive power, it's still capable of pulling carriages, akin to the wooden ox and flowing horse. With this model, the Qin army's efficiency is arguably many times greater than that of the Six Kingdoms. Of course, if Shen Fei were to intervene, things would be even simpler. His secret gate could instantly teleport troops to the Six Kingdoms, even into their cities. However, he couldn't participate in such a war. After all, he wouldn't be staying here forever, and Yingzhang needed to expand his global presence. The Qin army needed its own unique warfare model. Master Imperial Master, what are your thoughts on this war? Wang Jian, standing on the high platform with Shen Fei, gazing at the battle-hardened armored soldiers below, said softly. General Wang, you're too polite. I don't understand military tactics. I'm just here to take a look. He was also witnessing history. Even if it wasn't history of the past, it was history of this era. Secretly, Shen Fei had his shadow clones filming the battle. Shen Fei was certainly not completely ignorant of military tactics. He had developed the 36 stratagems and had also written about Sun Tzu's art of war, but those were merely theoretical theories. Zhao Kuo was often said to be a theoretical strategist, but in reality, he was far inferior to him. Grand Master, you're too modest. Everyone in the world knows the 36 stratagems. The 36 stratagems, once leaked, caused a sensation in their day, temporarily eclipsing even Sun Tzu's. Of course, this wasn't to say the 36 stratagems were superior, but rather that they were easy to understand. While they might not produce top-tier commanders, they could train a large number of mid-level military officers, something Sun Tzu's art of war couldn't match, given its profound depth. Even though Qin had kept the 36 stratagems extremely secret, due to the various schools of thought of the time, they were still circulated among the other 6 states. I'm just talking about military strategy on paper. I wouldn't be able to handle it on the battlefield. Wang Jian was actually very troubled by Shen Fei's arrival on the battlefield against Wei. Because of Shen Fei's status, if he really wanted to intervene in the military, he would find it difficult to refuse without going too far. Fortunately, Shen Fei never intervened in military operations and didn't even live in the barracks, only visiting occasionally, which greatly relieved Wang Jian. What a pity. It's too late to organize the world-famous Wei Wuzu now. The king of Wei panicked as the Qin army approached. After realizing that the Qin army was not just coming to conquer some of Wei's territory, but to completely annihilate it, he wanted to reorganize the Wei Wuzu. The problem was, how could a formidable army like the Wei Wuzu be assembled in such a hurry? The armor-piercing art had long since dwindled in talent, and without a large number of armor-piercing disciples, how could the Wei Wuzu be formed? Qin, on the other hand, was assembling an army similar to the Wei Wuzu, emphasizing various external martial arts, such as the Golden Bell Cover, Iron Shirt, and the 13 Taibao armor-piercing art. It's a shame we can't compete with the Wei Wuzu, but it's a blessing for the empire. For Wang Jian, the loss of the Wei Wuzu was both disappointing and gratifying. Disappointment naturally stemmed from not being able to compete with the battle-hardened armor-piercing troops he had personally built. This was probably every general's dream, to have a worthy opponent. Congratulations naturally stemmed from not having such a formidable opponent, which would significantly mitigate his own losses. Being a renowned general demanded extremely high standards, loving his soldiers like his own children, yet being compassionate and not overseeing them. Qin was now the siege force. Even with its vast array of mechanical beasts, the mechanical white tigers and armor-breaking sabers on the ground, and the mechanical vermilion birds and mechanical bats in the air, the casualties were considerable. After all, Wei occupied Dalian, one of the most prominent cities of the Warring States period. Had Shen Fei taken action, he could have easily conquered the city in a single blow. However, since this was a war, he couldn't intervene. Fortunately, Qin's medical and logistics were well established, significantly reducing the mortality rate among the wounded. In reality, the siege was merely a feint. A true assault on Dalian would have been extremely difficult for Wang Jian. Despite the Qin's numerous mechanical beasts, they had some solutions. For example, numerous traps set in the ground could significantly limit the mechanical beast's effectiveness. Therefore, Wang Jian initially ordered the construction of a dike, preparing to flood Dalian. He then deployed numerous soldiers and disciples of the Yin-Yang School's Tubu division, and the dike construction proceeded smoothly. Floods are terrifying. Even in the world of pirates, such a situation would be difficult to resist for anyone other than the top tier. Judging from the situation in Dalian City over the past few days, it's clear that no one anticipated Wang Jian's move. Dalian City is primarily holding its ground, apparently hoping to buy time with its high walls and deep moats. With the supplies stored within, Dalian City should hold out for 2 or 3 years without a single problem. As time passes, Yan, Qi, and Shu might send troops to the rescue, reminiscent of the strategy of besieging Wei to save Zhao. Master Imperial Master, please have dinner. In the evening, Shen Fei returned to a small town about 5 kilometers behind Wang Jian's camp, and a maidservant immediately brought him food. Shen Fei didn't live in the military compound. Wang Jian's military regulations were very strict. Unlike some generals of the 6 kingdoms, who would bring a large number of maids and concubines with them to battle, Wang Jian strictly ordered these irrelevant people to be brought along. Even as the imperial master, he couldn't be lenient on this point. It was military discipline. This maid wasn't brought here by Shen Fei, but a local. Yan Lingji was a bit busy right now, so the maid's duties had been handed over to someone else from the Bai Niao clan. However, Shen Fei didn't have a habit of bringing anyone with him when he traveled, as his whereabouts were unpredictable. Therefore, the maids mostly stayed at the mansion. Shen Fei didn't look at the food in front of him, but instead looked at the maid with a half smile, which made the maid a little embarrassed. With Shen Fei's status, a so-called maid could do whatever he wanted, and he wouldn't have to take responsibility. Someone would naturally take care of everything. Of course, Shen Fei wasn't that kind of person. He had always been chaste, and he had never done anything to Yan Lingji. There was another reason why he was staring at this maid, who had been assigned to dress him up since he arrived in this town. It must be said that although this maid was only temporarily assigned, she was very beautiful. I have to admit, although I had expected it, seeing it in person was still astonishing. It truly lives up to the name, the Black Jade Qilin, known as the Moon Black Wind, the Invisible Life Seeker, and the Inexplicable Transformations. The Black Qilin of the Quicksand organization has always been a mystery. Many people once believed Yan Lingji to be the Black Qilin, but now it's confirmed that Yan Lingji is not the Black Qilin. She doesn't possess such remarkable transformation abilities. The Black Qilin's ability isn't disguise at all, but transformation. Only through this can they seamlessly impersonate the former Shinming. Even the most powerful disguise techniques can't achieve this. It's a technique. Judging from the servant's abilities, the Black Qilin is most likely from the Beiyu, possessing abilities similar to Xianz's, known as Kekai Genkai, inherited from the Jiuli tribe. The Beiyu people are the Jiuli, descendants of Chiao. The Jiuli still retain powers similar to Kekai Genkai. Yan Lingji's flames are innate, though also cultivated. You really are worthy of being the imperial teacher of the Qin dynasty. I don't know how I was exposed. Even after his identity was revealed, the Black Qilin's expression remained very calm. Chapter 555, The Destruction of the Six Kingdoms, Part 2. Black Qilin's martial arts skills aren't anything special, roughly on the level of Gao Jianli. The key is his immense stealth abilities. With only a few exceptions, there's practically no place in the central plains he can't infiltrate. His transformation abilities surpass even the transformation jutsu in Naruto. Transformation jutsu can only mimic the form, not the spirit. Forget transformation jutsu, even Chelsea's imperial tool, the Gaia Foundation, can't compare. In terms of transformation power, the Gaia Foundation surpasses the transformation jutsu. However, this only confuses the average person, who primarily relies on sight to distinguish people. True masters discern a person through their demeanor and other factors. Chelsea once transformed into Gazazi, and was easily recognized by the four Rakshasa ghosts. The reason was simple, Chelsea's strength at the time was too low. Even with the same appearance, their demeanor and words differed significantly due to their strength. While subtle, they were still enough for a master to discern. I have to say, your abilities are truly remarkable. Your transformation is flawless. From your heartbeat to your breathing to the rhythm of your steps, there's not a single flaw. As a top-tier assassin, Black Qilin naturally wouldn't make such a mistake. His transformation was perfectly executed, his mannerisms and actions, right down to the rhythm of his walk, all identical. Without this level of precision, he wouldn't have been able to transform into Shinming and attack Gai Nai. Anyone else, even Gai Nai, wouldn't have noticed Black Qilin's aggression in advance. Unfortunately, Shen Fei was now far superior to Gai Nai. In a crowded area, Shen Fei might not have noticed anything was amiss, but one-on-one, he immediately sensed a slight inconsistency. With his current strength, he couldn't ignore any inconsistencies. Combined with his current observation haki and soul perception, he immediately noticed something was amiss with the maid. Although he lacked conqueror haki, Shen Fei had diligently cultivated his observation haki and armament haki. While he hadn't cultivated abilities like hearing the voices of all things or predicting the future, his sense of danger had been greatly enhanced. But your murderous intent has exposed you. You may think you've hidden it well, but no matter how well you hide it, it's still there. Others might not be able to sense it, but as for me, I can only say you've picked the wrong opponent. Shen Fei said this, looking at the Black Qilin leisurely. He was extremely curious about the Black Qilin. No one knew whether he was a man or a woman, tall or short, or thin. Even his true voice was unknown. After hearing Shen Fei's words, the Black Qilin immediately fell silent. This was the first time someone had sensed his murderous intent while he was in action. Let me ask first, is she okay? Shen Fei continued to ask when the Black Qilin was silent. Is she okay? What's wrong? The Black Qilin said slowly. If anything's wrong, I'm sorry, I'll have to keep you here. If nothing else, for Wei Zhuang and the others' sake, you can leave alive. I never thought you, the imperial preceptor of the Great Qin, would care about the life of a mere maid? Shen Fei's words surprised Black Kirin, but since he wasn't the real one, whether it was genuine or feigned was something only he knew. I can't care what happens to others, but for me, even a maid's life is not something to be trampled upon. In this era, maids and servants could be beaten, killed, and disposed of at will. This wasn't just the modern era, it was practically the same throughout the feudal dynasties. However, Shen Fei's Imperial Preceptor's office had never executed anyone. Even though he had killed many, such arbitrary executions had never occurred. As he spoke, Shen Fei tapped the table in front of him with his right index finger, and an invisible energy force instantly filled the room. In an instant, the entire room lost its color, turning a dark gray, eclipsing the entire Taoist heavenly sect. His words just now were no joke. Shen Fei didn't mind strangers, but if Black Kilin truly killed the maid, he would definitely give her an explanation. The effects of the Taoist Xianzhuang's heaven and earth shocking ability depended on the user's strength. With Shen Fei's current strength, even Gai Na and Wei Zhuang wouldn't be able to break free from it, let alone Black Kilin. She's fine, she's in her room. Sensing the heaven and earth shocking around him, Black Kilin immediately revealed the maid's whereabouts. Very good, you can go, Shen Fei said, removing the heaven and earth shocking ability and letting Black Kilin leave. Wei Zhuang, Zhang Liang, and the others were all men of firm convictions, not easily swayed, so Shen Fei had given up trying to persuade them. After all, with Qin's current strength, none of the 6 kingdoms could resist, let alone their remnants. As he spoke, the Black Kirin's appearance instantly changed, transforming into a figure shrouded in a black cloak. The only visible hand was a scale-like mark. This was why Shen Fei suspected he was from Beiyu. Xianz's left hand had similar marks. Liner, it seems you've failed, Wei Zhuang, his white hair flowing in the wind, hands resting on his shark-toothed sword, suddenly spoke from a hillside outside the town. As he spoke, a dark figure appeared behind him. Were we discovered early? I didn't expect he would still consider our old friendship. Even before the Black Kirin spoke, Wei Zhuang seemed to know what had happened. Master Wei Zhuang, what should we do now? It's too late for Wei Zhao can't hold out much longer. Go to Yan, the Quicksand army, led by Wei Zhuang, had originally intended to take advantage of the stalemate between Wei and Qin to assassinate Wang Jian. Unfortunately, they never found the opportunity, even with a Black Kirin. As a renowned general, Wang Jian was a master himself. In this world, this was a prerequisite for such status. Bai Qi, Wang Jian, and Li Mu were all supremely skilled warriors, their martial arts rivaling those of Gai Na and Wei Zhuang. With a vast army protecting them, assassination was a formidable task. Similarly, Shen Fei, the Imperial Preceptor, was a target, though even more crucial than Wang Jian. The 6 states all understood that Qin's current prosperity was due to the current Imperial Preceptor. If Shen Fei were assassinated in battle, Wang Jian would be equally responsible. Boom! With a dam bursting, the long simmering floodwaters roared like a ferocious beast, carrying with them vast quantities of wood and debris as they rushed towards Dalian City. Dalian City was built on a flat plain, boasting a prime location, fertile soil, and convenient transportation. This was the reason why Wei had originally relocated its capital there. Relocating a capital was a major event in ancient times. Generally, states rarely moved their capitals voluntarily, unless something unforeseen necessitated it. Just like during the Song dynasty, Wei's move to Dalian was one of the few such voluntary moves. When the king of Wei relocated the capital, he had absolutely no idea of such a situation. While Wei's walls and gates were certainly very strong, they were unfortunately not waterproof. Shen Fei sighed softly as he gazed at the flooded city of Dalian. While the flooding of Dalian had greatly reduced Qin's losses, Wei suffered heavy losses, and the casualties were not so much on the military but on the civilian population. However, Shen Fei had no other options for this situation. It was a war of unification, an inevitable outcome. Initially, Shen Fei had been very curious about the flooding of Dalian, but after witnessing the devastation, his interest immediately faded. Because of the flooding, Qin and Wei could not fight until the water level receded. Qin, having been well prepared, was naturally immune, but Wei was a different matter. As the flood hit, the morale of the Wei army crumbled. A few days later, after the water receded, the Qin army launched a siege. By then, the Wei army had lost its will to fight, with only a handful of men putting up a desperate resistance. Facing the overwhelming Qin force, It was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Several sections of the city wall were quickly overrun, but the gates remained intact because one man remained guarding them, even though the Hydra collapsed under the force of the flood. What a formidable general! One man can hold the fort against 10,000. Guarding the gates was none other than Dian Qing, the Pidgeyman. Known for his ironclad formidable skills and invulnerability, Dian Qing faced the surging Qin troops with unstoppable force. His two machetes inflicted countless casualties on the Qin army. Eventually, the Qin army was forced to call upon the mechanical beast Bo-Tu Sanlang to counter him. However, even Bo-Tu Sanlang was powerless against Dian Qing. Having mastered the Pidgeotron technique to the highest level, Dian Qing possessed a formidable frame, impervious to even the top 10 swords on the sword list. In the original novel, Dian Qing single-handedly rammed 13 chariots, remaining unscathed. However, this time, the Qin army didn't employ chariots, but instead deployed mechanical beasts to counter him. Three figures in the Qin dynasty possessed immense strength: Dian Qing, Wuxiang, and Atichu. Of these, Dian Qing undoubtedly reigns supreme. It's a shame such a formidable general is only a captain of 1,000 men. Wang Jian, on horseback, watched Dian Qing battle the mechanical beasts ahead, shaking his head with a hint of regret. Given Dian Qing's prowess, he was at least a general. While Dian Qing looked incredibly formidable, Wang Jian didn't mind. No matter how powerful the enemy was, they were still human, and under the siege of the army, they would inevitably fall. That's too many casualties. Let me take over. While Dian Qing's primary enemy was Bo-Tu Sanlang, he had also inflicted heavy casualties on the surrounding soldiers. In battle, retreat was unacceptable. Even Dian Qing's prowess forced the soldiers to charge forward. Seeing this, and remembering Dian Qing's character, Shen Fei decided to take action. At this moment, Shen Fei and Wang Jian were riding side by side. As he spoke, he waved his left hand, and a long spear appeared in the hands of a personal guard. With a casual swing, he swung the spear's sharp blade horizontally and slashed it down. Dian Qing, a sharp shout shook the battlefield. After Dian Qing cut a Qin soldier in two with a single blow, his eyes couldn't help but look in the direction of the sound. Take it. Seeing Dian Qing's gaze, Shen Fei immediately hurled the long spear, tightly grasped in his right hand, at Dian Qing. The black spear, like black lightning, appeared in front of Dian Qing in an instant. The sudden attack left Dian Qing no time to react. He could only reflexively block the two swords in front of him and use his full armor-wearing skills. Although Dian Qing reacted with remarkable speed, his twin swords blocked Shen Fei's hurled spear. Unfortunately, the disparity in strength meant the spear pierced through Dian Qing's blades, then pierced his battle-hardened, unscathed body. The spear not only pierced him, but its immense force carried him backwards, halting his retreat only with a thud. By then, Dian Qing's body had been pinned to the wall of the Wei City gate. After a brief silence, the Qin army erupted in thunderous cheers and surged towards the gate. Upon seeing Dian Qing's body pinned to the wall, many of the defenders lost their will to fight. Their previous willingness to fight had been due to Dian Qing's performance. Shen Fei, facing a man so utterly unyielding that he was completely untouchable, showed no mercy. After all, he had no personal connection with Dian Qing, unlike Wei Zhuang, Zhang Liang, and the others. This could be considered a way to eliminate Qin's future hidden dangers in advance. Otherwise, given Dian Qing's strength, even if he was exhausted, he would at most be captured alive. Once the war was over, he would at most be used as a laborer, not executed. After all, war is war, and the aftermath is the aftermath. If someone paid a fee, Dian Qing could be redeemed, just like how Dian Qing was redeemed by the Zhu family in the original novel. Many high-ranking anti-Qin forces were actually prisoners of Qin in the early years. For Ying Zheng, it was natural not to know who would be the main force in the anti-Qin movement in the future. However, Shen Fei knew that Dian Qing was only the first. He would also eliminate the others, such as Fen Huolinshan, if he had the chance. He would see what Duke Chunan would say. Even if there were only 3 households in Shu, Qin would still be defeated. It seems the legend of Jing Kei's assassination of Qin is over. According to Ying Zheng's war plan this time, there would be no buffer time given to the state of Yan. This meant Yan Dan naturally had no chance to execute any assassination plan. Furthermore, Jing Kei had been severely injured by Shen Fei, losing an arm, and his strength was undoubtedly greatly reduced. Even if Yan Dan had a plan to assassinate Qin, he might not have used Jing Kai. He's escaped. Chase him. As the Qin army entered Raccoon City, outside the city's east gate, Xing Hun, along with Da Xiao Siming and other yin-yang masters, and a considerable number of Qin troops, pursued the fleeing King of Wei. For the King of Wei, the thought of perishing with his country was simply out of the question. If he had the courage, he would have already implemented reforms in Wei. This time, during the Qin's conquest of the Six Kingdoms, the yin-yang school was also mobilized. From Wei, Xing Hun and Da Xiao Siming followed, while from Zhao, Yu Xin, Xiang Jun, and Xiang Furen followed. While ostensibly fighting for the empire, they were secretly pursuing the 7 constellations of the Azure Dragon. Not long after Wei was occupied, Zhao was also destroyed. Unlike Wei, which was flooded, Zhao's fall was due to many factors. With the help of internal traps and bribed officials, the city gates were quietly opened. This was only one of the reasons. The main reason was that Li Mu was killed by King Zhao. Because of Li Mu's death, the knights of the Hudao did not return to Handan to fight against Qin as planned. King Zhao had no idea how high Li Mu's prestige in the knights of the Hudao was, and made a bad move. P.S. Regarding Marvel, it is mainly based on movies. There are too many settings in the comics, such as Captain Marvel and Scarlet Witch's bloodline, and it is also messy. Chapter 556, The Destruction of the Six Kingdoms, and the Hudao Knights, established by King Wuling of Zhao, have always been a pillar of support for the state of Zhao, a force no less powerful than the Wuzu of Wei. Whether battling Qin or repelling invasions from foreign tribes, they were a vital force. However, even the strongest army will naturally decline if its ruler is incompetent, just as the Wei Wuzu did in Wei. Zhao's Hudao Knights suffered a similar fate. Of course, because the Hudao Knights also needed to combat foreign tribes, they were far less effective than the Wei Wuzu, who existed in name only. The armies of this era were heavily influenced by individuals and families, as evidenced by their designations: the Meng family's Golden Fire Cavalry, the Wang family's 100 Battles Armored Soldiers, the Xiong family's Tenglong Legion, the Thunder Leopard Legion, and the Shadow Tiger Legion. This was a hallmark of the times, and it was difficult to change in a short period of time. Under these circumstances, the military commander naturally held immense authority. In peaceful times, if King Zhao had killed Li Mu, the army would have been in disarray, but nothing major would have happened. However, with a massive Qin invasion now underway, the situation was completely different. The lands of Yan and Zhao are teeming with heroes and righteous men, and the same is true of the army. While they might not rebel, a little delay is enough. Chang Pingjun has defected. Did he sense something was amiss? With the demise of Wei and Zhao, the Meng family's army marched directly toward Yan. Due to their ample logistical resources, they didn't need a long rest. Originally, Ying Zhang's plan for Yan was to unite the Meng and Wang families and quickly destroy him, but a sudden change forced him to change his plans. Chang Pingjun had defected. Although Ying Zhang had learned of Chang Pingjun's actions thanks to Shen Fei's warning, he lacked evidence. Even Ying Zhang couldn't directly take action against Chang Pingjun. After all, Chang Pingjun was the right prime minister of Qin and a native of Chu, possessing considerable influence within Qin. If an attack on Chang Pingjun was unprovoked, it would undoubtedly provoke widespread opposition. Chu was a significant force within Qin. Qin had long-standing marriage alliances with Chu, with several of its successive queens being Chu princesses. Furthermore, Fusu's relationship with Chang Pingjun was a factor. Therefore, Ying Zhang could only gradually marginalize Chang Pingjun. Chang Pingjun was no fool, and naturally felt marginalized. Under these circumstances, he remained in Qin. While Ying Zhang wouldn't proactively attack him, his plans and ambitions would be thwarted. Chang Pingjun was no simple figure. His ambitions were evident from the fact that he didn't intervene in the other states during Qin's conquest of the Six Kingdoms, only attacking Chu when Qin attacked. When Ying Zhang sought to unify the world, he also envisioned taking advantage of the situation. He could exploit Qin's conquest of Han, Wei, Zhao, and Yan, and then deplete Qin's forces and generals. Chu would then have a clear opportunity to unify the world. Judging from its apparent strength, Chu was no less powerful than Qin. Its only disadvantage was the lack of a king of great caliber and vision. In terms of geographical area, Chu was the largest of the 7 warring states, boasting vast territory and abundant resources. This is the reason why the slogan "even if Chu has only 3 households, Qin will be destroyed by Chu," Rather than even if Han has only 3 households, Qin will be destroyed by Han, originated. Similarly, Chu was extremely powerful militarily, possessing the 3 major legions of Tenglong, Li Bao, and Yinhu. In the eyes of Changping Jun, such a Chu, under his command, would be no match for even Ying Zhen. Even at worst, they could still fight Qin to a standstill, dividing the world. Unfortunately, war is never about statistics. In terms of total military strength, Chu was not inferior to Qin, and its 3 legions were also very elite. However, unfortunately, Chu's army had 2 major shortcomings. The first was its outstanding generals. Xiang Yan of the Xiong clan was certainly a famous general, but he was still far behind Wang Jian. The second factor, of course, is soldier morale. Among the 7 warring states, Qin's repeated victories were largely due to the morale of its soldiers. In the 6 kingdoms, even the most powerful soldiers struggled to advance. Without connections, they could only rise to the rank of centurion, or at best, a captain of 1,000 men. That was their limit. Beyond that, generals were out of the question, let alone titles. Qin, on the other hand, offered a 20-tier system of military merit titles, providing a path for ordinary people to rise. While limited by their knowledge and experience, reaching higher ranks was difficult, it was sufficient. Qin's military merit titles, in modern society, would be equivalent to preferential treatment for soldiers, offering exemptions from labor and taxes. More importantly, there were pensions for those killed in battle. Thanks to Shen Fei's proposal, this system is now slowly being implemented. This was simply impossible in the 6 kingdoms. Consider Dian Qing's treatment and the experience of Yan's Big Hammer and the Yan army. These were considered capable individuals, while the less capable, ordinary soldiers were no exception. The 6 kingdoms also had pensions. After all, their leaders weren't all fools. Unfortunately, only a handful of them could actually distribute them. These 2 factors meant that Chu was no match for Qin in the original novel, and even less so now. Not to mention the impact of Shen Fei, the Qin army, having saved 200,000 elite troops, was even more powerful than in the original novel. According to Sun Tzu's Art of War, Chu currently possessed the right time and place, but not the right people. Even though Changping Jun secretly secured the loyalty of the Xiong clan and others, and even had the 3 major armies willing to follow his command, he was not the king of Chu. There were undoubtedly those within Chu who were loyal to the current king. The former king was a highly astute figure, otherwise he wouldn't have become king of Chu. Unfortunately, years of indulgence had corrupted him, leaving him unaware that his nation's most powerful army had pledged allegiance to someone else. General Wang, see you later. As Wang Jian led the Wang family's 100 battle-armored soldiers toward the Chu border, Shen Fei headed toward Jian. The battle between Qin and Chu was unlikely to be decided quickly, and Wang Jian would not initiate an attack on Chu, merely defending against it. He would wait for Yan's fall before joining forces with the Meng family's Golden Fire cavalry before launching an offensive. The Xiong clan's Tenglong Corps, like the Golden Fire cavalry, were cavalry, placing the 100 battle-armored soldiers at a disadvantage. Rest assured, residents of the city, you may return home. The Empire promises not to infringe upon civilians who refuse to resist. We have established relief stations throughout the city. If you are short of food, you can go there and receive free food. The laws of the Empire are hereby proclaimed as follows. After the war, Dalian, a city in Wei, was governed by Qin. Naturally, its residents were indifferent. They dared not resist, but welcoming the Qin was out of the question. This situation was perfectly normal for occupied areas, and only time could slowly change it. However, Shen Fei offered a few suggestions based on the situation. After all, he had watched many war movies and TV series back in the day, so he had some knowledge of propaganda. Radio and television stations didn't exist in this world, but the Gongshu family could manufacture loudspeakers. The next step was to have people shouting messages all day long. However, literacy was low in that era, making leaflet tactics difficult to implement. Regardless of the hatred the former Wei civilians in the city harbored for Qin, they were starving, and the relief centers were still crowded. The free food wasn't exactly good, and the quantity was limited. It was just enough to keep people from starving. Having enough food wasn't impossible, they could get by. After Dalian City was flooded, there was a lot of work to be done, and all that needed labor. This was known as work for relief. Han, Zhao, and Wei were currently adopting this model. I guessed wrong. It seems there's still a chance Jin Kai could assassinate Qin, After arriving at a Meng family's Golden Fire cavalry camp, Shen Fei heard unexpected news. Jing Kai of Yan would surrender to Qin, carrying Yan Dan's head and a map of Yan. Wars require a reason, and one of the reasons the Qin army attacked Yan this time was that Yan Dan had escaped from Shenyang as a hostage, and Ying Zheng now wanted his head. Under these circumstances, Yan Dan might want to carry out his assassination plan, but it was a desperate measure. After all, they couldn't win on the front line, and even the Maha's mechanical beasts were suppressed by the Gongshu family. Such a surrender would be very different from a direct Qin occupation. It would be similar to surrendering in a war between princes. While much would be lost, the majority of their strength would be preserved. The current Qin, including Changping-jun, shared the same idea. After Qin unified the country, they would continue with a feudal system. At most, they would divide the 6 states of Shandong into smaller vassal states, similar to the Zhou dynasty's feudal system, which was said to have around 800 vassal states. The prefecture county system was unthinkable today, including Han Fei. Even Han Fei, despite his considerable talent, was still limited by the thinking of his time. This was perhaps the only area in which Li Si surpassed Han Fei. Han Fei's royal lineage was a factor. Yan Dan, let me show you what shrimp and pig heart mean. Send me a message and distribute flyers. Upon receiving this message, Shen Fei immediately laughed and ordered Meng Yuan to begin action. He also contacted Shen Yang via Den Den Mushi. After leaving behind his shadow clones, Shen Fei had established a Den Den Mushi system in Qin, though it was currently restricted to a select few. This was likely one reason for Changping-jun's betrayal. I didn't expect Yan Dan to be such a person. Meng Yuan's face lit up with anger after reading the contents of the flyers. The content of the flyers and messages Shen Fei had chosen to send was, of course, that Yan Dan had assassinated the previous leader of the Maha school, the 6-fingered Black Knight, in order to gain control of the Maoist school. Yan Dan's prestige and reputation within the state of Yan were excellent, but once this news got out, it would have dealt a fatal blow to his reputation. A similar scene unfolded in the state of Chu, but with Changping-jun as the protagonist. Word spread that the Xiong clan and others had pledged their allegiance to Changping-jun, and that Changping-jun planned to overthrow the current king of Chu and become his new ruler. Chaos ensued in Chu. While some speculated that this might be a Qin conspiracy, the threat posed by Qin far outweighed the threat posed by Changping-jun. Poor Changping-jun had only just arrived in Shaojin, the capital of Chu, when he was forced to flee. His excuse for fleeing from Qin was one of great benevolence and righteousness. He could not bear to see his homeland destroyed, and therefore betrayed Qin. This earned him widespread praise from various schools of thought. Naturally, no one mentioned the 200,000 Qin troops killed by Changping-jun, but now that his inner thoughts were exposed, they became a different story. Instead of being benevolent and righteous, he harbored sinister intentions. Qin had plunged Chu into civil strife without a single soldier. Afterward, Shen Fei, idly speculating, began to wonder if Ying Zheng had deliberately let Changping-jun go. After all, the weight of Changping-jun was clearly less significant than the civil strife in Chu. At the Crown Prince's mansion in Jichen, the capital of Yan, Yan Dan was discussing Qin's demands with a group of officials. The king of Yan naturally agreed to Qin's demands, even though some ministers suggested they might be Qin's pretext. For the king of Yan, this was a lifeline. Just as Yan Dan pinned his hopes on assassinating Ying Zheng, so too did the king of Yan. Even if he failed, the loss would be nothing more than the death of a disliked son. At this time, you're still hoping for Ying Zheng's mercy. What a bunch of rubbish. It was Wei Zhuang, of course, who unsparingly condemned the king of Yan and his ministers as worthless. At this time, there were 2 groups of people in the room, the leaders of the Maoist school, and Li Shi's group. Wei Zhuang contacted Wei Zhuang after arriving in Yan state. Yan Dan wanted to open his mouth to refute, but after opening his mouth, he found that there was no way to refute. The current general of Yan state was Yan Yi. When it came to flattery, Yan Yi was an expert, but when it came to marching and fighting, he was a waste. Ji Wei, the general of Han state, dared to attack the royal family of Han state and killed Long Quinjet and Amping-jun. However, as the general, Yan Yi faced Yan Chunjin and knelt down directly. Your Highness, something happened. As he spoke, Daozu hurried in, carrying a colorful flyer. It was a picture on the top half, with text on the bottom. The picture's content was simple: Yan Dan assassinated the 6-fingered Black Knight with his mo money. Upon seeing this, Yan Dan's face contorted, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. This was an era when reputation was paramount. Yan Dan had become the crown prince of Yan state based on his reputation, and now it was all destroyed. The key point was that Yan Dan had no explanation, because the flyer's content was clear. The six-fingered Black Knight was a martial arts master. The 5 elders of the Yin-Yang school had tried to stop him, but now he had suddenly disappeared, so who could have killed him? But that wasn't the end. The next part was the exciting part. Yan Dan used his wife to kill the six-fingered Black Knight. It was recorded in full, including how Yan Dan deliberately leaked the information, hinting at his own princess to take action, and then shifting the blame entirely onto her. The contents of the flyer also left the Maoist leaders speechless. They didn't know what to say. Yan Dan had told them about the six-fingered Black Knight's death, but he had only said that the princess was an undercover agent of the Yin-Yang clan and that she was the one who did it. Because she was Princess Gao Yu's mother, Yan Dan couldn't have killed her. In other words, Yan Dan was unaware of the incident, but now it seemed that he knew about it and was the mastermind behind it. Chapter 557, Qin Shi Huang, Part 1. The Maoist school is one of the 100 schools of thought, emphasizing chivalry. Yan Dan had previously portrayed himself as a chivalrous figure, but this flyer blatantly exposed his inner darkness. Under these circumstances, while many within the Maoist school might trust Yan Dan, many would also doubt him, inevitably plunging the school into chaos. Meanwhile, back in the flowing sands, Wei Zhuang's expression was remarkably calm, his thoughts completely undecipherable. However, Qi Lian, standing behind him, and Bai Feng, leaning against a nearby window, gazed at Yan Dan with astonishment. Such tactics. It seems our great Qin Imperial Master has arrived, Wei Zhuang said slowly, looking at the frightened and furious Yan Dan. The flyer and loudspeaker tactic was first mastered by Shen Fei, especially the loudspeaker, which had already emerged during the fall of the Kingdom of Han. It simply involved someone shouting out a pre-written message, a simple task for the Qin state. This era wasn't exactly a time of advertising bombardment, so Korean civilians weren't particularly uneasy about the outcry. Of course, that was all. Due to the current circumstances, even if something were exposed, some would turn a blind eye and a deaf ear for the sake of the greater good. Everything was done for the greater good, like Yan Dan's position as a Maoist leader. Under normal circumstances, even if Dongjin Yanfei had killed the six-fingered Black Knight, Yan Dan wouldn't have achieved Maoist supremacy, even if he hadn't known about it. However, under the threat of Qin, Yan Dan had no choice but to accept the task. Just like Wei Zhuang in the original novel, who initially assisted Qin against the Maoist mechanical city but quickly switched sides, Shen Fei's arguments proved futile. Yan Dan, Wei Zhuang, and the others were men of unwavering conviction, not easily swayed. Even someone as intelligent as Han Fei couldn't abandon Korea, let alone others. Shen Fei's leaflets and outcries were primarily for the future, not the present. At this stage, the best way to deal with the six nations is to suppress them with force. Victory through verbal persuasion is impossible, similar to the 5 great ninja villages in Naruto. These lackeys of Qin dare to slander the great master. They truly deserve to die, even if the contents of the flyer were likely true. To prevent the Maoist sect from splitting, they had to believe it was slander, a Qin conspiracy to murder the crown prince of Yan. Qi Lian of Liaxia, while somewhat disdainful of Yan Dan, didn't say much. The current Qi Lian was no longer the Princess Honglian of the past. We have matters to attend to. We'll leave. The sudden arrival of the flyer interrupted the meeting between the Maoist sect and Liaxia. The Maoist sect needed to quickly appease its disciples to prevent further escalation. However, just as Dao Zhi and the other Maoist leaders were about to gather to discuss their next steps, Zhu Nu and Gao Jianli exchanged a glance and left. What happened to them? Dao Zhi watched the two hurriedly departing figures, his eyes inevitably glancing at Master Ban and Master Su. Master Ban and Master Su ignored Dao Zhi, looking at each other and sighing deeply. Dao Zhi didn't understand what was going on, but they knew full well that Zhu Nu and Gao Jianli had joined the Maoist school because the six-fingered Black Knight had saved them from being surrounded by the Yan army. Previously, they had blamed the six-fingered Black Knight's death on Dongjin Yanfei, and given the Maoist ideals, they had accepted it. But now it was revealed to be Yan Dan's conspiracy, and after exploiting Dongjin Yanfei, he had placed all the blame on the two men. This was completely different. The same incident, different motives, led to different outcomes. Even murder could be self-defense. Let's get out of here. Zhu Nu and Gao Jian only arrived directly here from a peak in the back mountains. After gazing out for a long moment, Zhu Nu suddenly spoke. For Zhu Nu, the Mahis school held a very important place in her heart. Her past experiences had made her wary of everyone. Gao Jianli was the only one who had ever touched her heart, and then it was the Mahis school. But now, the Mahis school, too, was rife with betrayal. Zhu Nu couldn't accept Yan Dan's actions. It wasn't the six-fingered Black Knight's death, but Yan Dan's use of Dongjin Yanfei. Anyone else might have felt okay with it, but it was a shame. Zhu Nu was a woman, and once a deeply insecure one. This made it easy for Zhu Nu to relate. While the status of women in this era wasn't as low as in later feudal societies, it wasn't high either. Dongjin Yanfei's status within the Yin-Yang clan was a huge chasm. Even so, wasn't she still used as bait by Donghuangtai? In this era, status created a vast chasm. Had Han Fei and Zi Nu not been destroyed by the Han dynasty, their relationship would have been incredibly difficult. Although Shen Fei sided with Dongjin Yanfei on the flyer, few people paid much attention. This was Shen Fei's biggest irritation, and it was also what he disliked most about Yan Dan. His displeasure naturally led to Yan Dan's downfall. Consequently, the frontline callers constantly exposed Yan Dan's shortcomings. Isn't this our crown prince? Your Highness is truly a master of tactics. In front of the Yan Palace, Yan Yi, the great general of Yan, who had always turned away upon seeing Yan Dan, now stood face to face with him. Although Yan Yi kowtowed to the various royal families of Yan, there was one person he never kowtowed to, Yan Dan, his sworn enemy. Yan Yi had always been inferior to Yan Dan, but today, he could finally hold his head high. It must be said that Yan Yi was a terrible teammate. At this critical moment, he wasn't concerned with whether Yan would be destroyed, but rather with this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to strike a blow against Yan Dan. In the past, Yan Dan would have immediately retaliated against Yan Yi's provocation, but today, Yan Dan had no way to retaliate. Thanks to the flyers, the entire Jichin nobles now knew about the six-fingered Black Knight. Giving Yan Yi a cold glare, Yan Dan immediately walked past him, and Yan Yi followed him into the palace. With the Qin army approaching, the king of Yan was in a state of panic, debating what to do. Zhu Nu and Xiao Gao have left, what, at a Mahis stronghold outside Jichin, Dao Zhi, Jin Ke, and the others were stunned after discovering the letters left by Zhu Nu and Gao Jianli. A long silence followed. This outcome was completely unexpected for Shen Fei. He had intended this to annoy Yan Dan. Perhaps ordinary Mahis disciples would be swayed, but the higher-ups certainly wouldn't. This situation was entirely due to Shen Fei's butterfly effect. Under the flapping of his wings, many things have changed dramatically. For example, Gao Jianli and Jin Ke, who had a deep relationship in the original novel, now have little affection, though not as profound as in the original. Miss Rong has left too. What's going on? Dao Zhi's soft muttering echoed from the room after a long pause. Duan Murong and Nian Duan, two prominent medical figures, had been invited to Shenyang by Gai Nai. Naturally, Nian Duan and Duan Murong didn't want to leave, but facing Gai Nai, they had no choice. Gai Nai was naturally not one for violence, but a gentleman can be deceived by his own tactics. Gai Nai's ideals, shared by Yingzheng and Han Fei, were to strive for world peace, which is why he joined the Qin state as a member of the Zhuangjia School of Diplomacy. After Shen Fei described to Gai Nai the potential for further development of the medical profession, Gai Nai was immediately attracted. Duan Murong seemed to dislike Gai Nai for this, but that was at the beginning. Now, their relationship is quite good. Nian Duan and Duan Murong, brought to Shenyang by Gai Nai, were initially reluctant to cooperate with the Qin state. However, upon discovering Qin's strong support for the development of medicine, and even Shen Fei, the imperial preceptor, promising to develop it into a prominent school on par with Confucianism, Taoism, and agriculture, they immediately agreed. As descendants of the various schools of thought, their primary desire was to promote their own school. Medicine was at the bottom of the hierarchy, with Nian Duan and Duan Murong being the only prominent figures. Nian Duan naturally wouldn't miss such an opportunity. Even though she hated the Qin state, for the sake of the medical profession's development, she had no choice but to side with the Qin state. Shen Fei, of course, kept his promise. With Yingzheng's support, the medical profession flourished in Qin state in a very short period of time. Especially after the introduction of medical personnel into the army, The status of the medical profession rose significantly. "Ah, Dozhi," muttered to himself, causing Master Ben and others in the room to sigh in unison. The Maoist philosophy of universal love and non-aggression has always been to protect the weak and prevent the strong from bullying the weak, just as when Mozi was alive, the Chu state attacked the Song state with an army of 400,000, only to be stopped by Mozi alone. Unfortunately, even though the Maoist school had always paid a huge price for smaller states like Song, it failed to prevent the big fish from devouring the small ones. In the end, only the 7 kingdoms of the warring states remained. After years of immense sacrifice, the result was inevitable. Like the other schools of thought, the Maoist school inevitably split. 1/3 remained in Qin, becoming the Qin Mo sect, while 2/3 became the present-day Maoist school. After the Six-Fingered Black Knight ascended to power, he rarely intervened in wars between the various vassal states. After all, only the 7 warring states remained. He had no desire to intervene in Qin's war against the Six-Fingered Black Knight. However, to protect Yan Dan needed the power of the Maoist school, more precisely, the power of the mechanical azure dragon, one of the Maoist school's 4 spiritual beasts. It could be argued that if the mechanical azure dragon truly intervened in the war, Qin would be powerless in this era. Mechanical azure dragon, Yan Dan isn't using it right now. Is it because he doesn't want to, or can't? No. Given Yan Dan's character, if he could, he wouldn't mind using it against Qin. So, why can't he? Is it a power issue? While Yan Dan was preoccupied with Shen Fei's flyers, Shen Fei was preoccupied with a mechanical azure dragon. The azure dragon structure is so powerful it's certainly not the same as the white tiger and vermilion birds. If it could unleash its power at will, the Six-Fingered Black Knight would certainly not use it. However, Yan Dan would certainly use it to unify the world. A messenger has appeared with Yan Dan's head and a map of Yan's state. I want to see who intends to assassinate Qin. Upon hearing that the king of Yan had sent Yan Dan's head, Shen Fei immediately went to Meng Wu's tent. While Meng Dian was powerful at the moment, it was still his father, Meng Wu, who commanded the Golden Fire Cavalry. I never thought it would be him again. Upon seeing that the messenger was Jing Kai, Shen Fei smiled helplessly. Jing Kai's 18 shocking swords were incredibly powerful, said to be no less powerful than Gai Nai's 100-step flying sword. They were more than enough to assassinate Ying Zheng. The person behind Jing Kai was Qin Wuang. This wasn't the Qin Wuang of history. This Qin Wuang of this world was a master, even more powerful than Gao Jianli. Meng Wu didn't pay much attention to the head of Yan Dan that was delivered to him. After all, it was just a head, and he could just say it was fake. Nice sword. Shen Fei glanced at Jing Kai, then his sword. Before he could react, the sword was in his hand. Shen Fei's action made Jing Kai and Qin Wuang's faces change, but as they moved, a group of guards immediately rushed over. Master Imperial Master, what's this? Meng Wu looked at Shen Fei's actions in confusion. Generally speaking, when 2 countries are at war, they don't execute envoys. Even if Qin needed an excuse, it was ordered by Ying Zheng, not Meng Wu's own initiative. Nothing, just admiring the sword that Feng Huzi praised as a dragon-slaying sword, Shen Fei drew out the broken rainbow. Perhaps because the meteorite was not sufficient to forge the broken rainbow, the blade was much shorter than a normal blade. No wonder it later became the Yuan Hong. What? Capture them! Shen Fei's words made Meng Wu's face change. He immediately ordered the guards to surround Jing Kai and Qin Wuang. Meng Wu knew exactly who the dragon-slaying sword referred to. Jing Kai and Qin Wuang looked at Shen Fei in shock. They had just encountered Feng Huzi before, and now Shen Fei, the great Qin state master, knew about him. This was truly terrifying. The next moment, after seeing the surrounding soldiers, Jing Kai and Qin Wuang immediately prepared to take action. It was impossible to assassinate Ying Zheng and Shanyang now. Moreover, this was the camp of the army. Escape was even more of a dream. The only thing left was to see if they could seize the opportunity to kill Shen Fei, the great Qin state master, and Meng Wu, the Qin state general. However, before Qin Wuang could draw his sword, the two were unable to move. Shen Fei directly attacked and blocked their acupuncture points. Take them away and send them back to Shanyang. After seeing Shen Fei restrain the 2 men, Meng Wu immediately ordered the guards to arrest them. As for how to deal with them, it was up to Ying Zheng. Shen Fei did not stop him. He had already done his best for Jing Kai, having previously broken one of his hands. Since he had also participated in the assassination of Qin, it had nothing to do with him. The Yan state was preparing to assassinate Ying Zheng. This situation angered Meng Wu, who immediately ordered the army to begin crossing the Yishu River and prepare for war. Only 2,000 people, are they here to die? After the army crossed the Yishu River, the war between Qin and Yan officially began. However, seeing that Yan state only sent 2,000 people to fight against Meng Bian's vanguard of 10,000, Shen Fei shook his head helplessly. Meng Bian did not directly mobilize the entire army to destroy the 2,000 Yan state troops. Instead, he took the opportunity to begin his military training. Meng Bian never doubted that he would conquer Yan state. Qin's real tough battle was in Chu state. Chapter 558 Qin Shi Huang, Part 2. Originally, the Meng family had a rival, the Hudao Knights of Zhao, the Golden Fire Cavalry versus the Hudao Knights. However, due to the King of Zhao's drastic actions, the Hudao Knights never had a chance to fight. In this situation, using Yan as a training ground for new recruits was the best option. The difference between a soldier who had survived battle and a recruit who had never seen combat was enormous. Fortunately, Qin now had medical personnel within its borders, and with the addition of modern antibiotics, the Qin soldiers' chances of survival were much higher than before. For Qin, of the 6 states in Shandong, only Chu was its greatest rival, the other 5 were nothing. After all, Chu possessed vast territory and abundant resources. Qi, however, was blocked by the natural barrier of the Yangtze River. Otherwise, Ying Zheng might have waited until Qi was defeated before engaging Chu in a decisive battle. It's a big hammer, but it's quite brave. Naturally, Yan's 2,000 men were no match for Qin's 10,000 men. So, they occupied a high point on a nearby mountain, exploiting the terrain to engage the Qin army while sending back for reinforcements. However, Da Tichu likely never anticipated one thing: a gang, the man he had sent back for assistance, was sent to Meng on the very next day by Yan Yi. This information revealed to Shen Fei that Yan Yi had secretly defected to Qin. With Yan's general secretly defecting to Qin, winning a war like this was impossible. Of course, even if Yan Yi had secretly defected to Qin, it was impossible for him to simply surrender with the Yan soldiers. If Yan Yi dared to do so, he would likely be killed by the rest of the army in an instant. All Yan Yi could do was deliberately send the Yan soldiers to their deaths. For Da Tichu, not only did Yan Yi have a personal vendetta against them, but it was also a token of his allegiance to Qin. With such a high-ranking general tipping off, Meng Bian naturally wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to train his new recruits. A gang, aren't you surprised? Looking at the Yan soldier a gang, Meng Bian immediately began to persuade him to surrender. While Yan had cowards like Yan Yi, they also had loyal and righteous men, most of whom were from the lower classes. The saying goes, many loyal men are butchers, and many unfaithful men are scholars. While this statement is a bit extreme, it's not without truth. Even though Shen Fei had done a lot of work before, with flyers and loudspeakers, he still needed Qin to unify the country if he wanted to reap any rewards. Just like Naruto, he always had to convince his opponent by getting him down. Yan Yi, that traitor, Tsuna's face twisted, his teeth chattering, and even a faint trace of blood seeped out. For Tsuna, his greatest hatred wasn't the Qin army, but Yan Yi, the traitor. Big Hammer is not the man to surrender. Meng Bian's personal visit to Tsuna had a purpose: to persuade Big Hammer and his men on the mountain. In the previous battle between the Qin and Yan soldiers, Big Hammer had shown remarkable valor. It could be said that Big Hammer was the primary reason the Qin army hadn't completely annihilated the 2,000 Yan soldiers. Training is training, but Meng Bian would not deliberately not eliminate the Yan soldiers for the sake of training. Da Tichu, who was born with supernatural powers, was an invincible general on the battlefield. Meng Bian had a heart for talent. After knowing that a gang was Da Tichu's brother, he wanted to use a gang to win over Da Tichu and others. At present, Da Tichu had not yet joined the Maoist school, so he was naturally not the leader of the Maoist school. Da Tichu became the leader of the Maoist school in the years after the fall of the Yan state. However, this also shows how far the Maoist school would decline in the future. With Da Tichu's martial arts, he could actually become one of the 6 leaders of the Maoist school. It must be because of the lack of masters that it became like this. Looking at the 6 future leaders of the Maoist school, Da Tichu, Master Su, Master Ben, Dao Zhi, Zhu Nu, Gao Jianli, etc., Gao Jianli was the most powerful martial artist. Master Ben, Master Su, S.H.I.E.L.D, and others are exceptional talents, so it's understandable that they don't have high martial arts skills. Master Ben studies mechanical engineering, Master Su forges swords, and S.H.I.E.L.D gathers intelligence. Good Qigong skills are enough for them, but for others, lacking high martial arts skills won't do. Consider the previous generation of leaders of the Maha school, Jing Kai, Yan Dan, and Qin Wuang. These were three supreme masters, yet after that, none remained. Then consider the Confucian school, the agricultural school, and the Yin-Yang school. Each school is teeming with masters, especially the agricultural school. The 6 halls, including the deputy hall masters, are essentially all masters, and there are even 6 reclusive elders of the agricultural school. Of course, if you include these reclusive elders, the Mahis school is not without its hidden masters. Unfortunately, these Mahis masters don't belong to Yandan's school, but to Qin Mu's. Yan Mo's Mo clan lacks any hidden elder-level masters. The reason is simple: before the 6-fingered Black Knight ascended to power, the Mo clan constantly intervened in the wars between the 7 warring states, aiding the weaker factions, and the vast majority of their members perished in the conflict. The Farmer clan is different. Their masters refrain from casually intervening in other nations' conflicts. If we compare the masters of the Qin dynasty world to those of the Naruto world, they are inferior at the highest level. After all, the Otsutsuki clan's bloodline is incredibly perverted. However, the masters below that level are incomparable to those of the Naruto world, given their sheer population. Among the various schools of thought, Yanmo lacks no hidden masters. All other schools and sects possess figures at the elder level. Add to that the masters of the major clans and the military, and the number is incalculable. Even figures of the caliber of Dong Huangtai, Kiguzi, and Bi Mingzi exist. Wu Ming is one of them. The battle against Wu Ming by Luo Ang's top-tier assassin demonstrates just how formidable he truly is. On the surface, the Farmers clan possessed the greatest number of experts, given their 6 great elders. In reality, the Confucian clan possessed the most experts. Confucianism consisted of 7 branches, of which the current Zaya Shengxian's Huang was merely one, not counting the main branch of Confucianism, the line of Confucius. Of course, the Kong family's prestige during this era was far less high than it would be in later generations. Gao Jianli and Zhu Nu have left the Mahist clan. This is truly surprising. Through intelligence gathered by Luoyang, Shen Fei learned of events unfolding in Yan State. He was taken aback by the news of these 2 departures. He had assumed that Yandan would be offended at best, and that the Mahists would be forced to continue supporting him for the sake of the greater good. He also learned of Jing Kei's wife and children, Li Ji, and the future protagonist, Jing Xianming, who had escaped to the Mirage Tower and remained trapped there, had been sent to the Wei State by Jing Kei. Strictly speaking, there was actually an 8th state among the 7 warring states, the Wei State. However, due to its small territory, it could only survive in a remote corner. However, it was also a rare place of peace during the warring states period. The territory of the Wei State was very small, only the size of a small county town. The reason it still exists today is entirely due to the protection of the talents that came from the Wei State. Wu Qi, Shang Yang, Lu Buwei, Nai Zheng, Jing Kei and others all came from the Wei State. In the world of the Qin dynasty, there was also a person who accelerated the speed, Gai Nai. This is why Gai Nai and Jing Kei had such a good relationship. Strictly speaking, the 2 could be considered childhood sweethearts. A gang, in front of the 2 armies, Da Tichu and others were in disbelief when they saw a gang walking out of the Qin army. Brother, Yan is doomed. Reinforcements won't arrive. Yan Yi, a gang tearfully recounted how they had fought their way out of the Qin encirclement and returned to Yan to seek aid. In reality, a gang wasn't the only one who survived. Others had also made it out alive, but tragically, they were killed by Yan Yi. Not killed by the Qin army, but by Yan's own people. A gang's faith was shattered. Yan Yi, a gang's words caused Da Tichu to swing his hammer in anger, shattering a large rock nearby. So you betrayed me. Although Da Tichu was furious about Yan Yi, he was also deeply hurt by a gang's betrayal. Brother, a gang said, lowering his head. The next moment, he suddenly attacked Meng Dian, who was riding beside him. Caught off guard, Meng Dian's guards were unable to react, and Meng Dian himself was stunned. But just when Gang's right hand was about to touch the long sword at Meng Dian's waist, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him, grabbed Gang's neck with one hand, and lifted him up from behind. The person who made the move was naturally Shen Fei. "General Meng, you are so careless," Shen Fei, who had his left hand on Gang's neck, slowly said to Meng Dian on the side. "Thank you, Master State Master, for your help." Although Meng Dian would not have made a move even if Shen Fei had not made a move, at most he would have been embarrassed. After all, Meng Dian's martial arts were stronger than Gang's, and secondly, he was wearing the Kang Yun armor. The Kang Yun armor was given to Meng Dian after Wang Zai rebelled and Meng Dian rescued him. With the Kang Yun armor, Meng Dian, not to mention Gang, even Go Jianli's Shui Han sword would only leave a little mark on it. "I didn't expect you to be such a loyal and righteous man." After thanking Shen Fei, Meng Dian couldn't help but look deeply at Gang. He had previously promised Gang a lucrative position, a centurion in the Qin army, a bounty, a title, and so on. These things naturally held little appeal for a disciple of an aristocratic family, but for an ordinary commoner, it was a resounding success. "He's indeed a loyal and righteous man, but it seems Yan doesn't want such loyal and righteous men, and neither does Qin," Shen Fei said, throwing Gang into the air. Simultaneously, 4 black-armored Qin soldiers thrust their long spears at the falling Gang. With the sound of the spears piercing his flesh, Gang instantly lost his life. Gang, seeing this, the big iron hammer swung his hammer recklessly and rushed towards Shen Fei. Meng Dian was about to order his soldiers to attack, but Shen Fei raised his hand to stop him. "It seems you haven't mastered Thor's hammer yet. This technique isn't something an ordinary person can learn. You must have learned it after joining the Maoist school, damn Kingu. I'll avenge Tsuna." With a roar from the hammer, its figure leaped into the air about 10 meters from Shen Fei. The heavy hammer in its hand, with a powerful whistling sound, smashed down on Shen Fei. Even without Thor's hammer, with his innate divine power, the hammer's blow was impossible for the average person to block. The best strategy was to avoid its impact and dodge. "I'm sorry, but you won't have the chance to become one of the Maoist school's leaders this time." Facing the hammer's desperate blow, Shen Fei chuckled softly and gently pointed his left index finger at the hammer above him. As his index finger struck the hammer's figure suddenly froze. The scene presented to the surrounding people was Shen Fei's index finger hitting the hammer. The air around them seemed to quiet for a moment before returning to calm. The next moment, starting from Shen Fei's index finger, white ice quickly froze the hammer. The ice then quickly extended towards Big Hammer's arm and entire body. As Big Hammer stared in surprise, his entire body was frozen. Bang! The frozen Big Hammer fell directly to the ground with a heavy, muffled thud. It seems that Jijia Washuang is gone, but with Jijia Dianking, Jijia Daddy Hammer isn't bad either. Shen Fei didn't kill Daddy Hammer here, he just froze him. Originally, according to Shen Fei's previous thoughts, of course, it would have been easier to kill Big Hammer directly. However, considering Gong Shuzhou's previous thoughts, Shen Fei decided to hand the Big Hammer over to Gong Shuzhou. After Dianking was killed, it was Gong Shuzhou who received his body. In the original novel, Jijia Washuang existed, but now Washuang Ghost is in Baiyu, not in Lisha, so Jijia Washuang is unlikely to appear. After helping the Gongshu family rise to prominence, Shen Fei also learned many of their secrets, including the existence of mechanical robots. Shen Fei naturally disliked the mechanical robots, but he could provide them to the Qin army. The Gongshu family were masters of decryption and imitation. Po Tu San Lang was a replica of the mechanical white tiger, Fei Tian Bat was a replica of the mechanical vermilion bird, and the mechanical robots were replicas of the mechanical robots Mozi used when he intervened to stop the Chu invasion of Song. Although Shen Fei didn't pass on the Divine Machine 100 refinements to the Gongshu family, he did utilize some of the weapon-making techniques from under one person, enabling the Gongshu family to make significant progress in mechanical engineering. With time, surpassing the Maoist school would be a piece of cake. Mechanical engineering was crucial for the Qin Empire's global expansion. Big Brother, seeing the large iron hammer frozen. The other Yan soldiers rushed out recklessly. Meng Dian immediately ordered his troops to attack. After a break from training, the Qin army immediately displayed its formidable fighting prowess, beginning with a black hail of crossbows. Thanks to Shen Fei's expertise, Qin's iron and steel-making technology has advanced rapidly. Bows and arrows are even manufactured on an assembly line, demonstrating a formidable reserve. Lisha actually rescued Jin Kai and Qin Wuang. I hope we don't have to face each other again. No one knew what was happening with the big hammer. After all, Yan Dan had no idea what the big hammer was like, and naturally wouldn't care about an ordinary Yan soldier. A mere 2,000 casualties wouldn't be much of a concern in a war involving over 100,000 soldiers. With the assassins Jing Kai and Qin Wu Yang rescued, Meng Wu and Meng Bian intensified their offensive. With the help of an undercover agent, Yan Yi, a general, they quickly reached the Yan capital, Jichen. During this period, the Mahi's skull was nowhere to be seen on the battlefield. Chapter 559, Qin Shi Wang, Part 2. It looks like the decisive battle will take place in Shu. Seeing no Mahi's disciples on the Yan battlefield, Shen Fei immediately guessed Yan Dan's intentions. For Yan Dan, Yan was his ideal, and naturally, he would never give up. To put it bluntly, even if Qin had achieved peace and prosperity, Yan Dan would never have given up on restoring his state. The same was true for Changping Jun. Han Fei's situation was much better by comparison. If Qin had truly achieved peace and prosperity, Han Fei would have certainly given up on restoring his state. For Yan Dan and Changping Jun, no matter how flattering their words, they couldn't change one fundamental principle: they wanted power. Yan Dan's rebellion against Qin was a reluctance to lose his current position. Of the two, Shen Fei despised Yan Dan the most. Even though Changping Jun was a conspirator, he still cared about unifying the country. Yan Dan, on the other hand, was different. He only cared about Yan. From a broader perspective, Yan Dan had already lost. If we look beyond this, Yan Dan is still quite formidable, a man of both civil and military talents, and possesses remarkable foresight. For example, the Mahist's absence from the battlefield is a wise decision. For Yan Dan, neither the king of Yan nor General Yan Yi trust him. Under these circumstances, sending the Mahist troops would be nothing more than cannon fodder, resulting in heavy casualties not only for the Mahist disciples but also for the Mahist mechanical beasts. Although the Mahist sect possesses the manufacturing method for the mechanical white tiger, lacking logistical support, even after years of continuous production by its disciples, its stock must be limited. Unlike the Qin dynasty, with its unwavering support from Emperor Yingzheng and its assembly line industrial model, the Mahist sect simply cannot match its capabilities. The Mahist sect's mechanical devices are like wood and stone moving on the ground. Bronze speaks, but Gongshu is the one to ask? This statement fully illustrates the Mahist sect's poverty. While seemingly formidable, they lack access to large quantities of bronze, steel, and other materials. Even with such a significant advantage, we still suffered many casualties. That's war. Qin's advantage over Yan was obvious, but even when they reached Jichen, they still suffered heavy casualties, even with the army's medical support. Jichen, Yan's capital, while its walls weren't as strong as Weisdalian, was undoubtedly much stronger than other cities. A frontal assault would inevitably result in heavy casualties. Sieges have always been the most costly in warfare, even with Qin's various arrow towers, mechanical Suzaku, and flying bats. Yan, as the Mahist stronghold, though the king of Yan didn't attach much importance to it, still possessed significant advantages in weaponry, particularly siege crossbows, which were as powerful as those manufactured by the Gongshu clan. The siege crossbow was originally invented by the Gongshu clan, a weapon introduced during the Chu invasion of Song. It was developed to counter the Mahist mechanical beasts. Although it was too heavy and difficult to maneuver, it was undoubtedly extremely effective in defending a city. A mechanical Suzaku could be destroyed with a single strike. Even the mechanical White Tiger and Potu Saburo couldn't withstand a few blows. Although the Qin state now possessed a large number of mechanical beasts, it was not invincible. Otherwise it could have completely swept the world. Human wisdom is infinite. From the appearance of siege crossbows to the present, they have undergone many improvements. Now they are not only used to deal with mechanical beasts, but also to deal with masters in the martial arts world. In the end, Yan Yi, the great general of the Yan state, opened the city gates, welcomed the Qin army into the city, and occupied Jichen. After the Qin army entered the city, except for a few ministers who still resolutely resisted, the other ministers surrendered immediately, and the king of Yan was directly captured. In the War of Annihilation, it was difficult for the royal family to surrender, but it was different for the ministers. The Zhang family of Han state had been the prime minister for 5 generations of the Han state. After the fall of the Han state, they surrendered immediately. Zhang Kadi is still alive and well. Great general, you are truly far-sighted. Of course I am. I'm not one of those stubborn, old men who cling to the past. Also, don't call me great general anymore. On a pitch-black night, in the hall of Yan Yi's home, the former great general of Yan. Yan Yi sat high behind a table in the center of the hall. 4 young men stood beside him, their faces fawning on him. These 4 men were Yan Yi's personal guards. A general would typically choose loyal and capable guards. But Yan Yi was different, he chose those who could flatter him. Yan Yi had undoubtedly played an invaluable role in Qin's swift capture of G-City. Although Meng Yuan disliked him, he still had to praise him publicly and even reward him. This was necessary. Clear rewards and punishments were the foundation of the legalist school. As for Yan Yi's character, it was a minor matter. This was just the beginning, there were more rewards to come. This was like buying a horse's bones for a fortune. As for crossing the river and then burning the bridge, it was impossible. Of course, Yan Yi couldn't possibly hold on to his previous high position, or even join the army. What Yan Yi could save was his wealth, the title of the Qin dynasty, and the Yan States General's mansion, though of course it wouldn't be called that, but the Yan mansion. Yan Yi was already quite satisfied with this. As the general of Yan State, he had amassed a vast fortune over the years. Through bribery and other means, Yan Yi was now considered one of the few wealthy men in Yan State. In terms of greed, Yan Yi was far more ruthless than Ji Wuwei. Ji Wuwei had embezzled military funds from the Han dynasty and even committed embezzlement, primarily to expand his own power. Yan Yi, on the other hand, simply amassed the wealth for himself, then used it for pleasure and debauchery. General, what should we do next? Don't worry, I've already made preparations. When I return from Shenyang, I'll help you make more money. Yan Yi was a complete failure in military matters, but in business, that was his specialty. Now that Yan had fallen, he could simply go to Shenyang and find a new backer. With a large fortune at his disposal, he had plenty of leverage. Congratulations, General. Just as Yan Yi's men were frantically patting his horse, there were sudden sounds of heavy objects falling from outside. The sudden movement immediately silenced Yan Yi and his men. 4 of his men hurriedly grabbed the discarded swords, and Yan Yi did the same. Who is it? Come out, Yan Yi shouted, weapon in hand. As he finished his words, a dark figure suddenly appeared in front of the group. As the figure stepped into the light and saw the newcomer's appearance, Yan Yi gasped, his face darkening. Your Highness, the visitor was none other than Yan Dan, Crown Prince of Yan. While many believed he had fled Jichin, no one expected him to still be here. Ji Dan, I didn't expect you to show up. The Qin state has a bounty of 100,000 taels of gold on you. Upon seeing Yan Dan, one of Yan Yi's men immediately gleamed with greed. Yan Dan's head was extremely valuable, even more so than Gai Nai's in the original novel. Gai Nai's bounty in the original novel also held 100,000, but Yan Dan also offered a promotion of 3 ranks. With that, the man immediately drew his sword and lunged at Yan Dan. But just as he took 3 steps, a flash of cold light flashed through the hall, and the next moment, the man fell to the ground, a stream of blood slowly flowing from his body. Master, I'm ready, Dao Zhi said respectfully to Yan Dan, his right hand's instant flywheel spinning continuously. He didn't even glance at the corpse on the ground. Your Highness, I had no choice. Looking at the fallen corpse and the newly emerged Dao Zhi, Yan Yi's body immediately trembled with fear, and the 3 men standing in front of him did the same. It was no wonder Yan Yi and the others were so frightened. The man lying on the ground was the most skilled martial artist in their group, and yet he was killed without even firing a single blow. It had to be said that Yan Yi, the great general, was truly incompetent. Not only was his own martial arts lacking, but he also failed to recruit a few powerful subordinates. Yan Dan ignored Yan Yi completely. After hearing Dao Zhi's words, he swung his right hand, and a black sword appeared in his hand, the Maoist Momoi sword. Although the Momoi sword was a sword and a token of the Maoist leader, for some reason, it was not listed on the sword rankings. Shen Fei had always considered re-ranking the sword rankings, but after some consideration, he decided to announce it after the Qin dynasty unified the 6 kingdoms. Shen Fei had always had a problem with Feng Huzi's sword rankings. He found the rankings to be haphazard, claiming they were based on the sword's material, casting technique, and so on. There were also instances of Juke's ranking dropping and then rising, and others claiming it was ranked based on the wielder's martial prowess. Gao Jianli's Shuhun sword was ranked 7th. Furthermore, the Shinwen sword's ranking as number 1 was highly problematic. If it had been during the Qin dynasty's unification, no one would have objected to Ying Zhang's sword being ranked first, as it was the emperor's sword. But now, the Shinwen sword was no longer in Ying Zhang's possession, but in the state of Chu. Under the light of the lamp, dozens of black energy streams filled the hall. As these energy streams spread, Yan Yi and the others screamed in agony. A moment later, Yan Yi was the only one to be heard screaming. Yan Dan was furious with Yan Yi. In his heart, Yan Dan believed that if it weren't for Yan Yi, the Yan state would never have perished. While Yan could not defeat Chu, it could have held out longer. Chu had already dispatched its troops, leaving Qin fighting on two fronts. With this in mind, Yan Dan naturally wouldn't let Yan Yi die too easily. His true feelings didn't kill him outright, but only severely wounded him. After Yan Yi collapsed, Yan Dan toppled a nearby lamp with a single sword strike. Soon, the entire Grand General's mansion was engulfed in flames. The blazing flames were quickly discovered, but there was no way to extinguish them. The mansion had been filled with a large amount of flammable materials, a device deployed by S.H.I.E.L.D. How audacious! Meng Dian quickly received the news and arrived. Although he despised Yan Yi, the fact that someone surrendered to Qin was killed so quickly was a slap in the face of the Qin. General Meng, why are you so angry? This is just someone's desperate struggle, Shen Fei said, appearing before the burning Grand General's mansion. With a wave of his right hand, a boundless icy aura erupted, and the engulfed mansion was instantly frozen solid. Through the ice, one could even see the shape of the flames burning within. Yan Dan's fire at the general's mansion was impossible to extinguish under normal circumstances. He had to wait until the entire mansion burned down. This would allow him to burn all the wealth Yan Yi had plundered. Yan Dan preferred to burn it rather than give it to Qin. The same thing happened when the Qin army attacked the palace, but Shen Fei didn't intervene that time. Everyone had similar ideas. The Han Palace had burned, the Wei Palace had burned, the Zhao Palace had burned, and now it was Yan's. If nothing unexpected happened, the Chu Palace would be destroyed, too. Perhaps only the palace of the surrendered Qi Kingdom would be left intact. This great Qin Imperial Master's martial arts are truly unfathomable. High in the sky, Yan Dan and S.H.I.E.L.D, standing on the mechanical Suzaku, looked down at the frozen general's mansion below, their expressions grim. It's incredible that the White Duke can overcome the frost to this extent. It seems this is the reason for the change in the celestial phenomena. In a two-story attic across the street from the general's mansion, two figures were quietly observing the frozen general's mansion. The person speaking was a beautiful woman with long black hair and an elegant appearance. About half a step in front of her was a figure dressed in a black robe, with no visible face. These two were Donghuang Tai and Dongjin Yanfei of the Yin-Yang school. Dongjin Yanfei could be said to be the second most powerful and hidden master of the Yin-Yang school. It was Dongjin's existence that made Shen Fei wonder if the Yin-Yang school had other hidden masters. After all, the Nong clan had 6 hidden elders, and the Yin-Yang school also had hidden ones, such as Yibo, Shanji Yui, Yai, Wangshu, and others. The Xiongnu are marching south again, courting death. After capturing Jichen, most of the other cities in Yan immediately surrendered under the pressure of the Qin army. A few remained steadfast, but they could not hold out for long against the powerful Qin army, and Yan was soon almost completely conquered. However, at this time, intelligence of the Xiongnu's southward advance arrived. Previously, to counter the Qin army, the king of Yan had withdrawn most of the soldiers guarding the border back to the capital, leaving the defenses vulnerable and giving the Xiongnu an opportunity to invade. Qin's war for unification gave foreign tribes the illusion of an opportunity, and tribes like the Quanrong, Yuzhi, and Wusun began attacking the central plains. Unfortunately, they were unaware that Yingzhang had not yet deployed the Yangtze garrison guarding the border. Coupled with the advancement of Qin's military equipment, the foreign tribes, who thought they could seize the opportunity to plunder, suffered heavy losses. The reason why the Hudao Knights of Zhao refused to obey the king of Zhao's orders was strictly due to foreign influence. To Li Mu, the Qin threat was far less than that of foreign forces. This, one of the 4 great generals of the Warring States period, was not truly dead. Under the threat of the Hudao Knights, foreign tribes also gained nothing. Instead, the Xiongnu and Donghu of Yan state suffered heavy losses along the border due to the orders of the king of Yan. After Meng Wu temporarily stabilized Yan state, he immediately ordered Meng Dian to lead 100,000 Golden Fire cavalry north to deal with the Xiongnu, Donghu, and others. Upon hearing this, Shen Fei was immediately enraged. He couldn't help Qin in its war for unification, but it was a different story for these foreign tribes. Fire escape, hail ho extinction. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 560 Iron Blood Alliance. The Sea of Fire, which spread over several kilometers in radius, instantly engulfed a 1,000-man Xiongnu force. Faced with this sudden, blazing flames, the Xiongnu couldn't resist, let alone escape. Moments after their shrill screams, the Xiongnu were completely dead, leaving only a pile of charred remains. Multiple shadow clone technique. Looking at the scorched ground, Shen Fei clasped his hands together, formed a seal, and created 5 shadow clones, sending them to annihilate the Xiongnu, Donghu, and other foreigners who had entered the pass. This would have been difficult for anyone else, as these foreigners were so scattered. However, for Shen Fei, it was nothing, as he had the observation haki to sense them. It's a pity the Yin-Yang clan's Earth tribe doesn't have many experts. Otherwise, they could have built an Earth wall to counter these Yuns. Speaking of which, Earth escape ninjas are their nemesis. Using the Earth flow wall, a solid, tall wall would have been created out of thin air in front of the repetitive Huns. Many would have been crushed to death. Even true cavalry would have suffered heavy losses against such a tactic. Cavalry is no simple matter. Just because a soldier is mounted doesn't mean they are soldiers. True cavalry requires painstaking training, while the Huns are merely mounted soldiers. Just like facing the Earth flow wall, the Huns would undoubtedly have been overwhelmed by a large number of men and horses. However, facing true cavalry, the front rank would have been helpless. However, the situation was different for those in the rear. Whether turning or stopping, true cavalry could do it. Those who couldn't do it weren't truly cavalry. Otherwise, dealing with cavalry would have been too easy. A few tripwires would have wiped them out. Of course, training such cavalry is incredibly expensive. Even among the Golden Fire cavalry, not all were so elite. Fire style, great fire extinguishing, earth style, earth flowing wall, earth style, earth rifting ball, wind style, great breakthrough, with the combined power of his original form and his 5 shadow clones, and the simultaneous unleashing of various ninjutsu, the incoming Xiongnu were quickly annihilated. These Xiongnu, numbering from dozens to hundreds, nearly 1,000, were completely annihilated, leaving not a single survivor. All the looted property and people were saved. The Xiongnu's organization was similar to that of the Central Plains Army, with squad leaders, decapitation leaders, centurions, and 1,000-man leaders. After eliminating the Xiongnu and other foreigners within the jar, Shen Fei immediately headed for the border. Although the Yan soldiers were not very effective, they relied on the border's strategic terrain to keep the foreigners at bay. This terrain was similar to the Qin dynasty's Hangu Pass, a formidable barrier where one man could hold 10,000 at bay, similar to the barrier Mengyan faced against the Macedonian phalanx in the original novel. Looks like we're going on a killing spree. Let's go all out. Inside the checkpoint, a large number of Xiongnu and other foreigners were stationed, apparently intending to use it as a stronghold to facilitate future raids southward. If it were truly captured, the Yan state would be in real danger. Shen Fei couldn't let the Xiongnu and other foreigners occupy this place. Destroying the checkpoint was easy for him, a single punch would suffice. However, rebuilding it would be a hassle. To avoid damaging the checkpoint, large-scale attacks were naturally off the table. This didn't matter to Shen Fei, however. Any expert from this world, even Donghuangtai or Giguzi, wouldn't be able to challenge an army of at least 10,000 men. Gai Nai, facing 300 dragon and tiger cavalrymen, was severely injured. While this was partly due to his need to protect Xianming, it also demonstrated that the experts from this world were no match for the enemy. Even within the ninja world, aside from the Otsutsuki clan's kin, only a handful could fight against the enemy. The rest, trapped in a thick encirclement, would suffer the same fate as the third rakeage. Who is it? The Xiongnu quickly spotted Shen Fei, appearing alone outside the checkpoint. They paid him little attention, considering he was alone. Soon, one of the Xiongnu excitedly drew a bow and aimed at Shen Fei, prompting the others to erupt in laughter. Swish! The next moment, a sharp arrow whistled out, aimed not at Shen Fei's vitals, but at his right arm. It seemed the Xiongnu wasn't planning on killing him immediately. Just as the Xiongnu were cheering their own exceptional archery skills, Their laughter suddenly froze as a feathered arrow pierced the neck of the archer who had fired the same arrow. After a brief silence, the Huns erupted in anger, roaring loudly. Several rushed towards Shen Fei, but as they reached him, they felt a pain in their bodies and lost consciousness. This scene startled the other Huns nearby, but this time, before they could react, Shen Fei attacked. As he wielded his sword, no Hun could stand in his way. The Hanguang sword, the sword Shen Fei now held, had a transparent blade that was invisible to the average person. Only those with a certain level of strength could see the blade. Coupled with Shen Fei's speed, these ordinary Huns naturally couldn't see the blade clearly. As Shen Fei advanced, numerous Huns fell, and more rushed out, using bows and crossbows, but no one could stop him. Wherever he passed, corpses littered the ground. Monster, after nearly 1,000 men fell, the Huns finally felt fear and terror. If Shen Fei had used his magic, 1,000 men would have been a single blow, but that wouldn't have been nearly as shocking. The fear in the Huns naturally made them less reckless in their attack. Kill him! Kill him! The Hun leader, naturally terrified, was especially alarmed at this moment, especially after seeing Shen Fei approaching. He trembled all over and ordered his guards and the other Huns to attack Shen Fei. It's not Tauman. Shen Fei was slightly disappointed to see that the Hun leader wasn't Tauman, but then he regained his composure. Given Qin's current situation, Tauman and Maodan weren't worth mentioning, and there was no need to specifically target them. Just like Liu Ji, he hadn't specifically targeted him, but had assigned Sitowanli to deal with him. It was just a whim. Whether Sitowanli succeeded or failed was irrelevant. In the current situation, even if Liu Ji was a so-called great mage with the power to summon meteorites, it wouldn't change the overall situation. Isn't it just summoning meteorites? He can do that, too. It's finally over. After a brutal battle, seeing they had no way of harming Shen Fei, the Xiongnu finally collapsed and fled in all directions. Shen Fei spared no Xiongnu fleeing toward the central plains. And those heading beyond the Great Wall were not pursued. It wasn't that he wanted to spare them, but the central plains was more important. Otherwise, who knows how much damage these fleeing Xiongnu could cause. 200,000 troops each. After defeating the enemies within the Great Wall, Shen Fei headed directly to the Yinshan grassland, where 200,000 each from the Xiongnu and Donghu were stationed. The Xiongnu and other foreign tribes were numerous, not to mention their own advisors from the Central Plains. They were well informed about the situation there. They could exploit it, but to claim it was a pipe dream. Therefore, neither the Xiongnu nor the Donghu considered stationing large armies within the Great Wall. While stationing within the Great Wall would certainly facilitate the Xiongnu's plundering, the narrow valley passages would leave them with no time to retreat should the Central Plains army approach. For Tauman, conquering the glamorous world of the Central Plains was his lifelong ambition. However, achieving this goal required unifying the entire Xiongnu. The Xiongnu were far more chaotic than those of the spring and autumn and warring states periods in the Central Plains, existing primarily as tribal factions. Tauman was the Xiongnu Chanyu, but this Chanyu only nominally unified the Xiongnu. Over smaller tribes, he held the power of life and death, but over larger tribes, the situation was different. Obedience depended on the availability of sufficient benefits. Begin, now that you're here, don't even think about leaving. Fire style, great fire destruction, fire style, great fire destruction. Arriving beyond the Great Wall, Shen Fei dissipated his previous shadow clone and created 5 more. Then, 3 on each side of the Xiongnu and Donghu, he attacked the Xiongnu and Donghu camps. Originally, Shen Fei had a chance to annihilate the enemy with a single blow, but the large number of Central Plains people captured by the Xiongnu and Donghu forced him to abandon this plan. He knew they wouldn't survive. He then attacked the enemy commander, using a mid-air fire escape technique, sending the enemy camp into a state of chaos. The sudden and powerful attack left the Xiongnu and Donghu stunned. The battle cost the Xiongnu and Donghu approximately 100,000 casualties each. Not all of these were killed by Shen Fei, many were caused by the chaos, attempts to escape, and internecine slaughter. Other casualties were intentional, involving individuals from various ethnic groups outside the Great Wall. While this wasn't a problem when the tide was favorable, it was natural to consider the interests of one's own tribe in the face of defeat, thus weakening the enemy's strength was perfectly natural. This time, Tauman suffered the heaviest losses, and it remained uncertain whether he could retain his position as Chanyu upon his return. Meng Yan, this situation is resolved. Send people over immediately. After defeating the Xiongnu and the Donghu, Shen Fei rescued tens of thousands of captives. These were captured by the Xiongnu and hadn't been brought back to the grasslands in time. Shen Fei had no way to handle the large number of captives, so he had to hand them over to Meng Tian. These tens of thousands of people rescued would later become the foundation of Qin's rule over Yan. Just imagine what kind of treatment they would receive if captured by the barbarians from beyond the Great Wall. If Qin could properly publicize the situation, claiming it was Yan's fault, it would greatly enhance Qin's reputation. Imperial Master, seeing Shen Fei again, Meng Tian was deeply moved. He naturally held Shen Fei in high esteem, the great Qin Imperial Master. The transformation of Qin was entirely due to him. Now, he had displayed such immense strength, single-handedly repelling the barbarians from beyond the Great Wall. This was beyond Meng Tian's imagination, and he felt incredibly grateful that Shen Fei was the Imperial Master. People in this era don't suffer from paranoia. They think the enemy is so powerful they can't control it. For Ying Zheng, Meng Tian, and others, the stronger Shen Fei, the great Qin Imperial Master, the better. Fury suffers from paranoia the most. While Stark also suffers from it, Stark's focus is never on controlling the enemy, but rather on strengthening himself. Therefore, Shen Fei is completely unconcerned with the various Mark series anti-war armor Stark has crafted. Fury, however, is different. After the dissolution of S.H.I.E.L.D, Shen Fei has ignored him. While he secretly controls S.H.I.E.L.D, he can no longer be seen in public. Fury's paranoia reaches such a depth that even Captain Marvel harbors suspicions. For years, Fury has never summoned Captain Marvel back, partly because he considers her a trump card and partly because he fears her return to Earth will change the situation. There's no other way, Captain Marvel is simply too powerful. I'll leave this to you. Something's going on in Xinjiang, and I need to go check it out. As the next patriarch of the Meng family and a future general of the Qin state, Meng Tian was among those who knew about and possessed Den Den Mushi. You've worked hard, Imperial Master, General Meng, you're too polite. I'm just being lazy. It's you, General, who's really working hard. After waving at Meng Tian, Shen Fei departed. A flying thunder god technique appeared in Xinjiang during the Warring States period. Xinjiang was now far more prosperous than it had been during the Han Dynasty. While Xinjiang's geographical location was disadvantageous politically, its commercial advantages were completely reversed, much like the Rain Village in the ninja world. However, that was before. Some in Xinjiang were currently feeling uneasy due to recent unrest. The resurgent former Korean nobles, coupled with the support of certain individuals, had naturally led to the unrest. Fortunately, Mo Ya's quick response prevented the situation from escalating. Xinjiang's position is now extremely important, and the Qin Empire has invested considerable resources there. The main forces of the Six Gates are concentrated here, including Mo Ya and Yingzhou. Most of the members of Bai Niao have now joined the Six Gates. Although the number of gathering immortal pills is limited, not many top masters have been cultivated, but with the abundant supply of Zhenren pills, a considerable number of top masters have been cultivated. This time, Mo Ya and his companions' opponents are mainly Liaxia from Weizhuang, some members of the various schools of thought, and the Iron Blood Alliance, which boasts strength comparable to Luoyang and influence across the Six Kingdoms. Of course, Mo Ya also has supporters, including Luoyang and the Shadow Secret Guard in Xinjiang. The Iron Blood Alliance, this mysterious organization that has long guaranteed major bets, and has guaranteed that even the royal families of the 7 warring states will not break their promises, has finally revealed its mastermind, Chang Pingjun. Yingzheng had Qin and Luoyang, while Chang Pingjun had Chu and the Iron Blood Alliance. The two sides were now evenly matched. Chu's civil unrest had almost been resolved, and the current king of Chu was rumored to have disappeared, with Chang Pingjun officially ascending the throne. It's not hard to guess that the Iron Blood Alliance played a significant role in Chang Pingjun's quick resolution of the Chu king. The Han uprising was clearly intended to disrupt the Qin army's logistics. Qin's logistics primarily flowed through Xinjiang, and if that region was disrupted, the army's logistics would likely be disrupted as well. Chun Nanguang, I didn't expect him to just jump out. Did he sense something was wrong? Chang Pingjun's easy ascension to the throne of Chu was largely due to the contributions of Chu Nanguang, Chu's foremost sage. Chapter 561, Iron Blood Alliance, Part 2. Duke Chunan held a very high position within the state of Chu. His position was comparable to that of Confucius in later times, and he was also highly skilled in astrology. He was the first to coin the phrase, "Even if Chu is reduced to a single household, it will ultimately conquer Qin." Though he appeared elderly and shuffled his way, he was in reality a master on par with Bei Mingzi and Dong Wang Tai. Furthermore, he possessed a truly remarkable artifact, the Yellowstone Heavenly Book, legendary as bestowed by the Nine Heavens mysterious lady. During the battle between Emperor Zuinidan and Qi Yu, he was no match for the warrior like Qi Yu. However, after comprehending the Yellowstone Heavenly Book, he gained immense power and defeated Qi Yu. After Emperor Zuinidan, the Yellowstone Heavenly Book fell into the hands of Zhang Taigong, ushering in the nearly millennium-long rule of the Great Zhou dynasty. Now, the book fell into the hands of Duke Chunan, and later passed to Xianming, and subsequently to Zhang Liang. Shen Fei was deeply interested in the Yellowstone Heavenly Book. He had previously visited the state of Chu and had this in mind. While he might not be able to comprehend anything from the book, it was, after all, a possession of the legendary Lady of the Nine Heavens. Qin Shi would likely be defeated in a war with the Hokage, but if the Lady of the Nine Heavens were included, the situation would be completely different. No matter how powerful the Otsutsuki clan was, they wouldn't stand a chance against the Lady of the Nine Heavens. As he learned more about the Yellowstone Heavenly Book, Shen Fei realized that comprehending it required a certain level of understanding. Emperor Zuinidan and Zhang Taigong both obtained the book, but their insights seemed somewhat different. However, they could learn from it. Even if he couldn't comprehend anything now, the future held a different potential. He had plenty of time to slowly comprehend the book. Who knew he would eventually enter a world of immortal heroes, in which case the book might prove useful. When Shen Fei arrived at Zinshuang City in Yingchuan County, dozens of people were engaged in a life-and-death battle on the eastern outskirts of Zinshuang City. "Is your martial arts improving rapidly?" Wei Zhuang, after forcing Mo Ya back with a single sword strike, did not pursue him, but spoke slowly. "I can only say that I've been lucky. I follow the Grandmaster. By now, the unification of the Empire is an irresistible trend. As a descendant of Giguzi, Master Wei Zhuang should be well aware of this. Why is he trying to stop a chariot with a mantis arm?" Wei Zhuang did not continue to attack, and Mo Ya was glad not to have to. He had come to hold Wei Zhuang back. Even though he was also a top-tier master, Mo Ya's strength was still inferior to Wei Zhuang's, but he could still hold him back without any problem. The battle unfolded here and now, pitting the Six Gates 100 birds against the Flowing Sands and the Iron Blood Alliance. Due to the butterfly effect caused by Shen Fei's appearance, the four heavenly kings of the Flowing Sand were no longer complete. The true core consisted of Wei Zhuang, Qi Lian, Bai Feng, and Black Kirin. The others were recruited later, and Wei Zhuang and the others didn't care much about casualties. As for Qi Lian, Bai Feng, and the others, their safety wasn't a concern. Mo Ya and Ying Jie would naturally hold back against them. In the original novel, Mo Ya was even willing to sacrifice himself for Bai Feng. The 100 birds undoubtedly held the upper hand on the battlefield. With their extensive cultivation of true person pills, they held few supreme masters, but those below them were numerous. Coupled with the support of the 24 formations of the Earth Z, even the Iron Blood Alliance's formidable members were no match. The Qin dynasty had numerous formations, including the 2 yin and yang, the 3 talents, the 4 symbols, the 8 trigrams, and the 24 of the Earth Z. However, among these formations, only the 20 of the Earth Z possessed universal adaptability. The others either require telepathy or the same cultivation techniques. Only the DZ24 formation relies solely on footwork coordination to increase strength. Of course, this formation is certainly not as powerful as the original DZ24 of the Nuang family, but it's more than sufficient for the 6 gates. For so many years, Confucianism has been able to maintain a top 3 position among the various schools of thought, despite being disregarded by the emperor. This demonstrates its profound heritage. The 8 Yi, originally used for rituals, has become a formation within Confucianism, and like the DZ24 of the Nuang family, it can be disassembled. The tide of the times cannot be defied. Nothing in this world is irreconcilable. Do you really think the empire is certain to win this time? Wei Zhuang scanned the battlefield and immediately issued the order to retreat. This was the outskirts of South Korea. Even if the Quicksand and the Iron Blood Alliance didn't have the advantage, they would have to retreat. The garrisons near Zinshuang were already approaching. Then we'll wait and see. Watching Wei Zhuang and the others retreat, Mo Ya didn't intervene. Similar battles had occurred several times in Jinzhen. With Qin and Chu on the brink of a large-scale war, the covert organizations on both sides were extremely active. The Iron Blood Alliance was stirring up trouble in Jinzhen, while Luoyang was similarly stirring up trouble within Chu. Bribery, assassinations, and so on were all a part of the conflict. Both sides clearly understood that a Qin-Chu war would determine the fate of the entire empire. Kill the great Qin imperial master who aided and abetted the tyrant. Shortly after Shen Fei arrived in Jinzhen, Langxi Villa, where he resided, was flooded with Iron Blood Alliance assassins. Surprisingly, the Lishimen were absent. This time, the Iron Blood Alliance clearly had their sights set on Shen Fei. Among those sent to assassinate him were 8 Supreme Masters. Even the weakest among them were among the best in the martial arts world. It was undeniable that Changpingzhen's Iron Blood Alliance was quite powerful, with a number of top-tier masters that even Luoyang's publicly listed 8. No wonder the Iron Blood Alliance can guarantee all the major bets in the 7 nations. So they're the ones behind it. Such a large number of Supreme Masters couldn't possibly appear out of thin air. To find so many experts in the martial arts world, there's only one possible way: masters from the great clans. Just like in Naruto, Konoha's elite Jonin aren't limited to Kakashi, Might Guy, Asuma, and others. Shinobi clans like Hyuga Hayashi, Inuzuka Tsumugi, Aburame Shuai, and Akimichi Choza also possess their share of elite Jonin. The Qin dynasty's great clans, with their hidden masters, were even more numerous than the ninja world itself. After all, the vastly larger territory meant far more clans than the ninja world. The phrase hundreds of schools of thought isn't an exaggeration, it's true. During this era, there were approximately 120 active schools of thought. If you include smaller clans, the number approaches 200. Although it's said that a gentleman doesn't stand under a precarious wall, you're not a precarious wall. The Iron Blood Alliance's massive incursion into Langxi Villa angered Shen Fei. Someone of Shen Fei's current status would have been more apt to stay behind, like Grand Admiral Zongguo, who possessed the strength of a general, but after becoming Grand Admiral, he practically stopped fighting. The 5 elders were even more powerful, and when they did, they did. Ying Zheng, a Supreme Master himself, hadn't made a single move since becoming King of Qin. Shen Fei, after all, was born a commoner, and even with his current strength, some habits remained unchanged. If the Iron Blood Alliance had attacked from another location, Shen Fei might not have taken action, but Langxi Villa was different. Langxi Villa housed a large number of helpless civilians, primarily orphans and widows. They now had an orphanage and several small workshops, providing them with both work and shelter. For modern people, Langxi Villa is simply too large. Adhering to the principle of not wasting space, and given that Shen Fei rarely lives here, it's safe to say that Langxi Villa has become a refugee camp. For people of this era, such a large courtyard would undoubtedly be vacant, just like the luxurious villas of modern tycoons. Under these circumstances, if Shen Fei didn't intervene in the Iron Blood Alliance's attack, it would undoubtedly cause heavy casualties. Be careful, it's the Hanguang sword. After Shen Fei attacked, a top master, just as he was about to warn his companions, felt a pain in his neck and then lost consciousness. You're really courting death. No matter what level of master the Iron Blood Alliance was, they couldn't withstand Shen Fei's sword. This team, which was powerful enough to destroy a powerful sect, soon fell to the Hanguang sword. Poor Changpingzhen had originally dispatched this force, hoping to sabotage the Qin army's logistics or assassinate Wang Jian, the Qin general, just as he had done with Bai Qi. However, before they could even begin, they were all slain by Shen Fei's sword. Although rumors of Shen Fei single-handedly driving out an entire Xiongnu army had spread far and wide, no one believed the rumor. Of course, Changpingzhen and his men simply couldn't believe someone could single-handedly defeat an entire army. The Chu River and Han River have now become the Chu River and Qin River. With the fall of Yan, Qin began to reinforce its forces on the Chu border, this time with Wang Jian as commander, commanding a force of 600,000. Chu's 3 major armies were fully deployed, totaling approximately 800,000 men, bringing the combined forces to nearly 1.5 million. This was Shen Fei's first encounter with such a large-scale battle. Of course, so many soldiers couldn't be deployed on a single battlefield. Wang Jian ordered the Qin army to attack Chu from 3 directions, precisely matching the 3 major armies. My dear ministers, what should we do with the envoys from Qin and Chu? While Qin and Chu were making their own preparations, the king of Qi, across the Yellow River from Qi, gazed expectantly at his ministers. Due to its natural defenses, Qi had suffered only a few disasters in its history. Its coastal location and its natural salt production base made it extremely prosperous. After ascending to power, King Jian of Qi was preoccupied with pleasure, with no intention of expanding his empire. This was, of course, due to lack of sufficient resources. Qi itself was not weak. There's a saying that goes, Wei's Wuzu, Qi's Jiji, which speaks volumes about its strength. However, this strength was primarily individual. In contrast, Qi ranked last among the 7 warring states. While its individuals were strong, its military coordination was weak. Qi's prowess in martial arts was largely due to Confucianism. The presence of the Confucian Xianxianzhuang, Little Sage's village, in Qi led to a much higher literacy rate than in other countries. With more people learning to read, more people practice martial arts. To practice martial arts, one must be literate. Otherwise, even if you're given a martial arts manual and can't recognize the characters, how can you possibly cultivate it? Why are most manuals sourced from various schools of thought? Isn't it because they've been cultivating their skills since childhood? As for independent practitioners, unless they possess the aura of a protagonist, or, like Xianming, have unexpectedly acquired decades of cultivation, it's difficult for them to compete with the various schools of thought. Your Majesty, Qin is a nation of tigers and wolves. Now that Han, Zhao, Wei, and Yan have been annihilated, we must immediately send troops to Chu, a minister quickly spoke up. In fact, Qi had already held several such discussions within the court, specifically regarding whether to send troops to Zhao, Wei, Yan, and so on. However, before they could even complete the discussion, Qin had already annihilated Zhao, Wei, and Yan, leaving the people of Qi terrified. This discussion was sparked by the arrival of envoys from both Qin and Chu and Qi. Qin, adhering to a strategy of befriending distant nations and attacking nearby ones, had maintained friendly relations with Qi for years. Qi's slow response was largely due to the fact that many of the court officials had been bribed by Qin. This is absurd. Chang Pingjun's attempt to usurp the throne is a ruthless act. Qin has maintained friendly relations with Qi for years. As ministers, we should not help either side, one minister immediately objected. That's short-sighted. Don't we know that the lips and teeth are cold when they are gone? If Chu is destroyed, how can Qi be spared? It's best to let them fight to the point of mutual destruction. As the ministers engaged in a flurry of arguments, the court seemed like a chaotic street, with disagreements erupting into arguments that threatened to erupt in violence. With so many opinions, King Jian of Qi felt a headache, unsure which one to follow. In summary, Qi had 3 strategies. The first was to aid Chu. This was the advice of those sober ministers who had consistently advised Qi against establishing diplomatic relations with Qin, believing it was too dangerous. Unfortunately, such ministers were few and far between. The second option, naturally, was to aid Qin, believing that given the long-standing friendship between the two countries, Qin would not attack Qi. Some of the ministers who offered this advice were bribed by Qin, while others were simply foolish. This wasn't their fault. Since the decline of Qi's Jixia Academy and the rise of the Confucian Xianxianzhuang, many in Qi had been influenced by Confucianism. While Confucianism during this era was far from the repulsive Confucianism of later generations, its core principles had taken root in Qi. Qi was originally a powerful state, wealthy, with strong individual combat skills. If it had trained an army, it would have been no less powerful than the Wei Wuzu and Hudao cavalry. However, due to Confucian ideals, no Qi king had adopted this approach. Even if a king had sought reform, he would ultimately have been forced to succumb to the power of Qi's traditions. Confucian scholarship has no market in troubled times. This is why, when Confucius traveled around the world, no powerful nation was willing to accept him. On the contrary, once unification was achieved, Confucian scholarship immediately became highly sought after. However, the price of this popularity was a weakening of the nation's backbone. During the Warring States period, even the state of Yan was unafraid of the Xiongnu. But after the fall of the Qin dynasty, look at the Han dynasty. Although they had the opportunity to conquer the Xiongnu, what a price they paid. Governing with Confucian ideals made it difficult for a state to expand, as they essentially fought defensive battles. As the saying goes, if you defend too long, you will lose. Ultimately, King Jian of Qi did not make a decision, deciding to discuss the matter next time. Given this situation, the Qin and Chu sides might have already won, while this side might still have not yet reached a conclusion. Chapter 562 Changpingjun. King of Qi, you're still so indecisive at this time, what a loser. While Qi was struggling, inside the Chu palace, Changpingjun and Yandan, after receiving intelligence from Qi, were furious. On the surface, Chu and Qin appeared roughly equal in strength, and as the defending state, Chu even had a natural geographical advantage. However, this was only superficial. Changpingjun had risen to power unexpectedly and became king of Chu. Although many within Chu were loyal to him, including members of the three major armies, there were also many who opposed him. The previous king of Chu also had many loyal followers. Under normal circumstances, Changpingjun would have found ways to slowly deal with these people, but at this stage, he simply had no effective means to deal with them, nor did he have the energy to do so. After all, the threat from Qin was imminent. In public, Changpingjun naturally projected a confident air, but this was merely superficial. As Qin's right prime minister, even though his power had been significantly reduced by Yingzheng in later years, he still knew many of Qin's secrets. After all, Changpingjun had close ties to the Qin royal family. His defection caused a huge uproar in Qin, leading to a massive purge, no less severe than Lu Bui's. More importantly, this time, Prince Fusu was implicated. This gave many an opportunity to attack Fusu, and the struggle for the throne never ceased. This was one of Changpingjun's aims. Perhaps similar to Yingzheng's deliberate release of Changpingjun, Yingzheng intended to cause unrest in Chu, while Changpingjun sought to cause unrest in Qin. Unfortunately, Yingzheng's prestige within Qin was so high that Changpingjun's escape caused little disruption, while the chaos in Chu was far greater. Changpingjun, who had always been scheming in secret, lacked Yingzheng's integrity in one respect. Changpingjun's reputation was already high, but after his schemes were exposed, the situation changed dramatically. No one likes a conspirator, and even those forced to cooperate inevitably harbor ulterior motives. Confucianism. Changpingjun and Yandan mentioned Confucianism simultaneously. It wasn't that no one could persuade the king of Qi to send troops at this time, that was if Confucianists stepped in. Unfortunately, Confucianism would not participate in the Qin-Chu war. Even though Yandan and Changpingjun sent numerous people, and even the Confucian Zhang Liang offered assistance, the Confucians refused. For Confucianism, Qi's participation in the war was not on their best interests. On the contrary, it would be in the interests of Confucianism if Qin unified the world. After all, at this time, the goal was not to conquer the world, but to govern it. And when it came to governing the world, which of the various schools of thought was better than Confucianism? Furthermore, even the demise of Qi would not affect Confucianism's interests. Confucianism was unpopular during the spring and autumn period and the Warring States period. Did the Confucian leaders know this? Of course they knew, but they simply couldn't change Confucian ideals. After all, if they did, would it still be Confucianism? Is the Azure Dragon really unusable? Changpingjun asked in a deep voice, after a long silence. He fixed Yandan with a fixed gaze. Changpingjun now had only one chance to win the war, the appearance of the mechanical Azure Dragon. The foremost of the Maoist four spiritual beasts. There's no solution for now, Yandan silently shook his head. If the mechanical Azure Dragon could be deployed, he would have already deployed it on the battlefields of Yan State, thus preventing the destruction of Yan State. The only solution now is to buy time. If the original Changpingjun, after deceiving Qin's 200,000-man army, was confident of destroying Qin and unifying the world, the current Changpingjun had no such ambitions. He simply hoped to leverage Chu's deep defenses to drag Qin into the quagmire of war, forcing it to withdraw. Chu, with its vast territory and abundant resources, possessed a vast depth. Yes, Yandan nodded in agreement. Master Zhang, you're quite in the mood. Upon arriving at the Zhang mansion in Zinsang City, Shen Fei spotted Zhang Katie leisurely fishing by the mansion's pond, accompanied by a beautiful young concubine. It must be said that Zhang Katie truly enjoyed himself. Despite his age, he possessed quite a few concubines, all of whom were young and beautiful. So it's the Imperial Master who's here. My apologies. Zhang Katie immediately put down his fishing rod, stood up, and waved the concubine away. I wonder what advice the Imperial Master has for you, Zhang Katie asked after everyone else had departed. It's not really advice, I'm just giving you a piece of advice. The Empire is about to unify the world, so it's best to put aside your petty thoughts. Otherwise, Shen Fei said, flashing Zhang Keidi a meaningful smile. Forgive me for not understanding what the Imperial Master meant. Zhang Keidi's expression remained unchanged. No, you know full well that Zhang Liang is now very powerful in Xia Shengxin Manor in Shanghai City. Don't say you don't know about this. Do you really think Fu Nian and the others are fools for wanting to use the power of Confucianism to fight against Qin? I bet you're familiar with the sword, Shen Fei said, unsheathing the Hanguang sword. The Hanguang sword once belonged to the Confucian Yanlu, and now it's in Shen Fei's hands. The implications of this are quite thought-provoking. The Confucianists would never reveal that Shen Fei had obtained the Hanguang sword through threats. Seeing the Hanguang sword in Shen Fei's hand, Zhang Keidi fell silent. A great war is about to break out between Qin and Shu. Some people had better behave themselves. Otherwise, don't blame me for executing them without instruction, Shen Fei said, and with a flick of his right hand, a long sword appeared out of thin air at his feet, carrying him into the sky and away from the Zhang mansion. If Zhang Keidi had remained calm before, this moment was completely different. Shen Fei's sudden flight caused his expression to change drastically, and his body to tremble uncontrollably. I wonder if I'll ever have the chance to learn true sword control. After Shen Fei flew away from the Zhang residence on his longsword, he immediately used the Flying Thunder God technique and returned to Liangxiu Villa. His previous skill wasn't sword control, but rather object control. It looked impressive, but it was only used against those who couldn't understand it. It was far from true sword control. He sought out Zhang Keidi now because the Qin-Shu war was about to begin, and he wanted to warn him. The same was true of his counterfeit sword control. Although Zhang Keidi's influence in Korea was now diminished, the Zhang family's hidden power was formidable. They had been prime ministers for 5 generations, a truly established family. While they didn't appear to have many experts, that was only an appearance. The Zhang family did have some hidden experts, but that wasn't the real deal. The key was the Zhang family's intelligence network. In the original novel, when Zhang Liang fought against Ba Linglong, he recovered Cheng and Zhengcheng Jiao's jade ring within a few days and delivered it to Zhang Liang. This level of execution would be shocking even in today's internet-enabled world, let alone this era. Considering the circumstances involved, it's truly terrifying. This is the aristocratic family. The previous Xinjiang riots undoubtedly had the support of the aristocratic families of the former Han dynasty. The Zhang family's stance was evident in Zhang Liang. Shen Fei wasn't afraid of these people causing trouble, but suppressing them would be a hassle if they did. So, the better thing to do was to demonstrate his strength and intimidate Zhang Keidi. After all, for these aristocratic families, their very existence was a matter of utter disregard for integrity. Zhang Keidi was born into a Confucian family, and Shen Fei naturally had a negative impression of Confucianism. A key characteristic of this school of thought is its double standards, strict discipline for others, lenient for oneself. Zhang Keidi had over a dozen concubines, both large and small, all significantly older than him, euphemistically claiming that food, sex, and nature were the norm. Shen Fei naturally admired true Confucian masters. Such individuals were naturally virtuous, but unfortunately, the vast majority of Confucian disciples lacked such proficiency. They were merely half-baked. After Shen Fei's warning, the situation in Xinjiang City improved considerably, proving that Zhang Keidi was indeed operating in secret. However, Shen Fei was no longer paying attention to him. He had already arrived at one of the 3 battlefields between Qin and Shu, where Qin's Golden Fire Cavalry faced off against Shu's Xiong Clan's Tenglong Legion. Both units were cavalry. Chang Pingzhen's original plan had called for a defensive battle, but on the battlefield, plans needed to be carefully considered. As the saying goes, a general is not subject to his sovereign's orders. The Tenglong Legion, primarily cavalry, was not particularly adept at defending cities. Furthermore, with the Qin state's current array of mechanical beasts, even a disparate defense would be difficult, especially with the Qin state deploying a large number of siege engines, such as catapults from the Gongshu clan. Chu Xiongyan, Great Qin Mengdian, on the plains, the Golden Fire Cavalry and the Tenglong Legion, each numbering 200,000 men, faced off. Xiongyan and Mengdian each stepped forward from their respective formations, staring intently at each other. It seems there's no such thing as a one-on-one duel between generals in this era. Sitting on the high ground in the rear, overlooking the battle lines of both armies, Shen Fei suddenly had this thought. Xiongyan, we, the Meng family, want your head, Mengdian shouted to Xiongyan. Meng Bian of the Meng family, haha, it seems the Meng family has no successor. How dare a young boy speak so arrogantly? Xiangyan looked down on Meng Bian, but this was not surprising. The Xiang clan of Chu had always been known for its pride. Just look at Xiang Yu later. At this time, Xiangyan was a great general of Chu. In terms of true status, only Wang Jian of Qin was his equal, and Meng Bian's current status was somewhat lower. I hope you can still smile later, Meng Bian said with a wave of his hand. The Golden Fire Cavalry immediately charged, while Meng Bian himself slowly retreated, protected by his personal guards. Meng Bian was not a general who charged, so naturally he would not lead the charge. Kill. The first contact between the two sides wasn't with the Golden Fire Cavalry and the Tenglong Legion, but with their mechanical beasts. The Maoists had clearly invested heavily in supporting Chu, deploying a significant number of their mechanical white tigers. Maoist mechanical beasts were present on all three battlefields. Ordinary soldiers on both sides tacitly stayed away from the mechanical beasts' range. We can begin. After retreating to the high ground behind, Meng Bian immediately ordered his catapults to begin their attack. Improved by the Gongshu family, these catapults were no longer as cumbersome and difficult to maneuver, their maneuverability greatly enhanced. Simultaneously, the hidden mechanical beasts also began to move. Meng Bian had previously been showing weakness, but now he bared his fangs. Xiangyan truly has nothing but a reputation. Shen Fei knew the outcome of this battle before it even began. Perhaps Xiangyan saw it as a 50-50 odds, and given the commander's strength, there was still a chance of victory. However, Shen Fei saw that he was overthinking it. Not only was Meng Bian's intelligence comparable to his own, but the Qin army also possessed far more mechanical beasts than the Chu army. The Maoists were courting death by competing with the Qin state in the number of mechanical beasts. Coupled with the long-range attacks of the catapults, the Tenglong Legion suffered heavy losses from this multi-pronged attack. He had no choice. Meng Bian, in a rare moment, spoke the truth on Xiangyan's behalf. Xiangyan had indeed been forced to launch this battle on the plains. The reason was that while Chu's defensive strategy of relying on city walls was a good one, it underestimated the strength of Qin. When Yingzhang attacked the four states of Han, Zhao, Wei, and Yan, he had not fully mobilized his forces and had hidden many mechanical beasts. This time, against Chu, he unleashed all his hidden forces. After all, with Chu's demise, the Central Plains was essentially unified. Under the command of the peerless General Wang Jian, coupled with a military force far superior to that of the enemy, the Qin army was unstoppable from the outset of this battle. The city walls were no match for the Qin army's attacks. Long Qi, that outfit really stands out. On the battlefield, one thing stood out, the figure wearing red armor and riding a red horse. This was a stark reminder to the enemy that he was a high-ranking general. The Golden Fire Cavalry naturally recognized this fact, and a large number of soldiers charged forward. Slaying ordinary enemies and officers alike on the battlefield was a completely different kind of military achievement. However, Long Qi wasn't jealous. He wielded his spear like a dragon emerging from the sea, each strike taking the life of a soldier. For a time, he was unstoppable. Feng Huolinshen's invasion is like fire. Farewell. After holding off Long Qi, Shen Fei swung his right hand, and a nearby soldier's spear appeared in his hand. He then infused the spear with powerful Qi, lifted it upwards by dozens of meters, and from above, hurled it towards Long Qi. He had come to this battlefield to find Long Qi. While Qin's current strength wouldn't matter even if Xiang Xiaoyu gathered all the forces of Feng Huolinshen, Shen Fei wanted to see if killing Long Qi would prompt the Chunan Guild to reappear. A spear swirling with black Zenki, like a black meteor, shot through Long Qi's chest from above, after sending a Qin soldier flying. It then pierced Long Qi's body from above, pinning him and the red horse beneath him to the ground. General Long Qi, the sudden change caused the Tenglong Legion's expressions to change drastically, but the Golden Fire Cavalry displayed a smile of joy. Two Golden Fire Cavalrymen seized the opportunity, one on each side, their spears piercing Long Qi's body almost simultaneously, forcing him to swallow his last words. Then the two of them exerted force at the same time to lift up Long Ju's body, and turned around and ran to the rear. The other Golden Fire Cavalry stepped forward to block the soldiers of the Tenglong Legion who wanted to take back Long Ju's body. The body of a general was an important military achievement, and naturally they could not let the enemy take it back. Chapter 563 Lord Changping, Part 2. Time to look elsewhere. As the Tenglong Legion retreated, the Golden Fire Cavalry, after a brief pursuit, retreated. This was Chu territory, after all. Advancing too far would risk falling into an enemy trap. As the battle concluded, a vast number of bodies were left at the scene, the vast majority of them belonging to the silver armor of the Chu Tenglong Legion. In this battle, the Tenglong Legion lost approximately 120,000 men, while the Golden Fire Cavalry lost around 10,000. Thanks to new steel-making techniques, the Golden Fire Cavalry's armor had significantly improved its defenses. Of course, this was only the number of casualties. If the wounded were included, the Golden Fire Cavalry's casualties would number in the tens of thousands. After this battle, Meng Dian's fame would soar, and he might even become one of Qin's supreme generals. After all, in this battle, he had taken the head of the Chu general, Xiangyan. After the battle, Shen Fei bid farewell to Meng Dian and traveled to 2 of the 3 battlefields between Qin and Chu. While Meng Dian defeated the Tenglong Legion, Wang Jian defeated the Chu Shadow Tiger Legion and Thunder Leopard Legion, respectively. All 3 Chu armies suffered heavy losses. Qin's subsequent offensive was unstoppable. A few key cities, which could hold out for several days, were captured in a single day. Many of these cities simply opened their gates and surrendered upon seeing the Qin army's arrival. Time to go to Shaoqin and take care of the Nong family. It's time to deal with them. To avoid further trouble, the Nong family was still embroiled in a battle for the title of heroic leader, and there was also the question of the Shening order, who had killed Bai Qi. Shen Fei even suspected he would soon become the Shening order. Naturally, Shen Fei wasn't afraid of the Shening order, but to avoid further trouble, he could simply eliminate the Nong family now and elevate Bian Yan to the position of heroic leader. As long as they could eliminate the current heads of the Nong clan and the 6 elders who lived in seclusion at the 6 sages of the Yan Emperor's tomb in Days Mountain, Tianyan's strength and wisdom would be more than enough to control the Nong clan. Han Xin, the military genius, if nothing unexpected happens this time, it will be difficult for him to achieve such a great reputation in later generations. As the saying goes, heroes emerge in troubled times. Without such troubled times, heroes find it difficult to rise to prominence. Just like now, Liu Ji and Han Xin, who should have been famous, now have virtually no chance. Without a large-scale war, even Han Xin's mastery of military tactics is useless. While Shen Fei was certainly not the only person who knew of Han Xin's prowess, there was a difference between knowing and demonstrating. In this era, besides Shen Fei, the only person who knew of Han Xin's abilities was Han Xin's teacher, Wei Lai Ozi. This was a reclusive figure in Qin. Originally a native of Wei, he was neglected there and subsequently came to Qin. Wei Lai Ozi was a renowned general on par with Bai Qi and Wang Jian, but he seemed unconcerned with fame, so few knew of his abilities. Han Xin was his disciple. In this era, no prominent figure was born into a commoner family, Chen Xing and Wu Guang, Liu Ji, and certainly not Han Xin. A commoner could barely read, so how could he possibly possess such profound knowledge? Bang! Inside the Chu palace, Chang Pingjun angrily slammed the table in front of him, shattering it. The bamboo slips and books on it immediately scattered to the floor. While Qin's offices primarily used paper, the other 6 kingdoms lacked such convenience, using a mix of both. Besides Qin, Qi was the next most commoner, thanks to the Confucian sage Zhuang. Xiangyan, Chang Pingjun muttered a low, infuriated roar. The complete defeat of the 3 Chu armies, the Qin army's unstoppable advance on Chu territory, infuriated Chang Pingjun to the point of indignation. All his ambitions, ideals, and plans vanished with the defeat of these 3 armies. Chang Pingjun didn't blame himself for the current outcome, but rather Xiangyan's failure to obey his orders. Little did he know, the outcome was entirely his own fault. Not to mention the current Qin, even in the original novel, where he inflicted the loss of 200,000 elite Qin troops, he still lost. Chang Pingjun was indeed a master at plotting, but a conspirator operating from behind the scenes could no longer rely on schemes. Strength was the key. While superficially, the vast Chu state appeared to be as powerful as Qin, this was only superficial. Warfare is never determined by numbers, and Chang Pingjun had completely failed to consider the disparity in combat effectiveness between the 2 sides. If we really talk about armchair military strategy, Chang Pingjun might even be inferior to Zhao Kuo. He's the true master of armchair strategy. Chang Pingjun once considered himself a prodigy, someone even Ying Zhang ignored, believing he was simply unlucky. However, after becoming king of Chu, He realized how difficult it was to hold this position. The Xiang clan of Chu and other states joined Changping-jun, not because of his handsome appearance or his unbridled aggression, but because of their own interests. The Xiang clan was a prominent family in Chu. Without sufficient benefits, why would they abandon the former king of Chu and join Changping-jun, the right prime minister of Qin? The same was true for the farmers. Ying Zheng, don't assume you're guaranteed victory. After venting his anger, Changping-jun finally regained his composure. Failure on the front lines didn't mean Changping-jun had no trump card to turn the tables. As early as his time in Qin, he had already begun laying out his Blue Dragon plan. Now, it was simply a matter of putting the Azure Dragon plan into practice. Even if Zhu Jia and Shen Qi were dead, there would still be someone to complete the plan. Since ancient times, the best way to dismantle an organization was, of course, to cause internal strife. Changping-jun had already made plans for this, with Prince Fusu. In the legalist-based Qin state, the emergence of a Confucian Prince Fusu was intended to cause civil unrest. This was why Li Si later collaborated with Zhao Gao and others to forge an imperial edict against Fusu. For Li Si, the rise of a Confucian emperor was unacceptable. This was a conflict among various schools of thought, far more brutal than the actual fighting on the battlefield. Tianguang, Yan Den, it seems we have no choice but to proceed with the Azure Dragon plan. After deciding on the future plan, Changping-jun immediately summoned Tianguang, the leading knight of the farming clan, along with Yan Dan, the Mahist clan. Greetings, Master Imperial Master, inside a seemingly unremarkable three-story courtyard in Shaoqin City. Shen Fei finally met the modern-day Jing Liu, also known as Yuan Yan. The modern-day female Guan Zhang, the female's huge Liang. Of course, since huge Liang didn't exist during this era, the title female's huge Liang was a figment of Shen Fei's imagination. Judging only by Yuan Yan's superficial appearance, no one could have guessed that she was secretly the ruthless and highly skilled Luoyang Xianzi assassin, Jing Liu. Please sit down. What's the current situation in Chu? What are the plans of Changping-jun? Chu is in chaos. Changping-jun summoned Xiaqui, Yan Den, and several other leaders of various schools of thought. They seem to be planning something called the Azure Dragon Project. The Azure Dragon Project was a massive undertaking, naturally involving not only the Mahist and the agricultural school, but also numerous other aristocratic families, such as one of the 7 branches of Confucianism. Very few people knew the true nature of this plan. Even Yuan Yan, known as the female Guan Zhong of the Nuang clan, only had a small amount of information, and nothing more was known. The Azure Dragon plan? I'll just take the Azure Dragon mechanism away and see how you execute it. Upon hearing that Changping-jun was planning to execute the Azure Dragon plan, Shen Fei couldn't help but become curious. This curiosity wasn't directed at the Azure Dragon mechanism, of course, he knew its location and would later acquire it. However, he was truly intrigued by the so-called map of the 7 kingdoms' underground passages. Don't worry about the Azure Dragon plan. Now that I'm here, it ceases to exist. But are you interested in becoming the Nong clan's chief knight? What does the Grand Master mean? Tian Yan, the Jing Liu, was very different from the Jing Liu of the previous generation, her mother. Tian Yan possessed an extremely high level of intelligence, a true master of both civil and military affairs. You will become the chief of the Nong clan. The empire needs a stable Nong clan, not an unstable one. While the ordinary disciples of the Nong clan come from ordinary families, the upper echelons are different. Power is held by the Tian clan. In the original novel, the Zhu clan, Shenqi, and others opposed the Tian clan. But now that the Zhu clan and Shenqi are dead, the Nong clan has fallen entirely into the hands of the Tian clan. One of the most important reasons the Nong clan supports Changping-jun is that they want the state of Qi. The Tian clan within the Nong clan is originally the Tian clan of Qi, a branch of the Nong clan that failed in their bid for the throne and was forced to flee. Technically, they are considered the royal family of Qi, and they have always wanted to fight back. In the original novel, the Zhu clan is also struggling to hold on. Changping-jun is the only reason the Zhu clan can hold on. Even so, Shenqi is still being outmaneuvered. The chief of the Nong clan is a member of the Tian clan, so naturally they side with their own people. Tian Yan will follow the arrangements of the Grand Master, for natural reasons. However, Luo Ang's plan is not to touch the Nong family for the time being. Tian Yan certainly wanted to become the Nong family's chivalrous leader, but she also had to obey Luo Ang's orders. I will report to His Majesty and have you separated from Luo Ang. From now on, you should ignore Luoyang's orders and focus on being the Nong family's chivalrous leader. Thank you, Grandmaster. Tianyan is willing to obey all your instructions. Shen Fei's words made Tianyan happy. It was very difficult for Luoyang's assassins to escape from Luoyang, unless they died. However, the words of the Grandmaster Shen Fei were just a matter of words. This is the power of authority. Do you know about your mother's affairs? Shen Fei suddenly spoke after a moment of silence. This sentence made Tianyan's previously calm expression change in an instant. As the female Guanzhong, Tianyan was incredibly clever. Over the years, she had already figured out her origins. While she desired revenge, Zhao Gao was no easy task. Not only was Zhao Gao a supreme master himself, but the 6 sword slaves who constantly accompanied him made his demise difficult. Don't worry, you have a chance to seek revenge. With your strength, even taking control of Luoyang is within your reach. Shen Fei wouldn't mind killing Zhao Gao if the opportunity presented itself, just to avoid being an eyesore. To Yingzheng, a mere Zhao Gao was naturally nothing. Now that his lifespan had been significantly extended, his presence ensured the empire would not collapse. This presented a perfect opportunity for Tianyan to seek revenge. Yanri is actually Tianguang. Luoyang is truly fascinating. After learning Yanri's identity from Tianyan, Shen Fei smiled helplessly and shook his head. This infernal affairs situation was confusing, with many acting as double agents, making it difficult to determine their true allegiances. Tianguang was the one who concealed the sun, but he ended up arranging Wu Kuang to go undercover in Luoyang. And the ones who framed Wu Kuang and Shen Qi were Tianmeng, Tianhu, and the others. Thinking of the relationship between these people, even Shen Fei was a little confused about their intentions. According to you, as long as Tianguang, Tianmeng, Tianhu, and the others are dead, you can become the leader of the chivalrous clan. Yes, for Tianyan, Sichuanli and Tianmi were no match. What about the 6 elders of the Nong family? I'll have my own ways to deal with them when the time comes, no need to bother. I'll take them all out for you, so they don't jump out. I remember that Wu Kuang from the Nong family is currently hiding in Luoyang as an assassin. Wu Kuang, he's not dead yet, he was arranged by Tianguang to go undercover in Luoyang. I see, that's how it is. Tianyan nodded thoughtfully. It seems you figured out what's going on. Tell me, it's just a balance of power, just as Changpingjun supported the Zhu family, and the 2 heirs of the Azure Dragon project were Shen Qi and Tianmeng, respectively. Tianguang, the Nong clan's leading knight, might lose his position if he allowed Tianmeng and his group to rise to power. Sure enough, this kind of thing isn't my forte. Shen Fei, initially confused, immediately understood what was going on after hearing Tianyan's explanation. I didn't expect there was a Zumeng tower here. Huang, Lian Ai, Changpingjun is truly a wolf killer, actually placing his own daughter here. During the Qin dynasty, Zumeng Tower, Fixun Pavilion, and Zilangsun were 3 famous places. Of these, Zumeng Tower was the largest, considered a chain within the Chu state. While ostensibly a brothel, it secretly served as a brothel for the Nong clan to gather intelligence and make money. The Nong clan boasted 100,000 disciples, and with so many people, expenses were enormous. They were involved in the 3 most lucrative industries: prostitution, gambling, and drugs. The farming family descended from Shenan, and even the medical profession branched out from them. Getting some drugs was incredibly easy. Of course, in this era, they were just simple hallucinogens, a different concept from later drugs, primarily used for pleasure. If Shenan knew the farming family had fallen into such a state, he'd be furious and crawl out of the ground to annihilate these unfilial sons. Of course, judging by the moral standards of the era, these things were nothing. Even Confucian visits to brothels were considered romantic and elegant, so what about the farming family? Although the Chu state was under massive attack from Qin, and the front line was precarious, there was still no shortage of patrons enjoying a life of drunkenness at Zumenglao. Some sought a final moment of debauchery, while others simply didn't care about having a new ruler and would simply surrender when the Qin army attacked. Chapter 564, Farmer's Owner Changes. The confidence of the aristocratic families? Unfortunately, this time you face a completely different situation. Shen Fei had a clear understanding of the situation in Shaojin, Chu, and especially the attitudes of the aristocratic families, through Tianyan. In an era where a minister could be a minister of Chu one day and Wei the next, switching sides was nothing. As the saying goes, a wise bird chooses the right tree to roost in. Facing the current might of the Qin dynasty, many of the Qin aristocratic families were unequivocally on Yingzhang's side. For them, Qin's unification presented a golden opportunity, the chance to divide the land among the feudal lords. With the exception of a few, the vast majority firmly believed that Qin would inevitably adopt a feudal system like the Zhou dynasty, and that once the empire was unified, it would be time to grant the land to the people. This is Lian. Having arrived in Shu, Shen Fei naturally wanted to meet the renowned Lian. While Lian was comparable in appearance to Zunu and Nan, her temperament surpassed them all. After all, she was the daughter of Changping. If you're interested, sir, Tianyan will send her to Shenyang later. Tianyan, disguised and accompanying Shen Fei, immediately spoke up after noticing his admiring gaze. In this era, giving women away, even as rewards, was a perfectly normal practice. This was especially true for a beautiful woman like Lian, whose noble status and family had been shattered. Her fate was particularly tragic. Just look at the fate of the princesses and ministers' families in the 4 now decimated kingdoms. They were generally rewarded to meritorious officials. In this respect, Princess Honglian, aliasing herself Qilian and following Wei Zhuang, actually had a favorable ending, especially compared to her sisters. There's no need for that. As the daughter of Changping, she has no control over her own destiny in this era. When everything is over, if she wants to leave, let her go. Although Tianyan's suggestion tempted Shen Fei for a moment, after some thought, he decided against it. Women in this era, even those like Dong Junfian of the Yin-Yang school in Tianyan, both accomplished in civil and military affairs, could not control their own destiny. As the daughter of Changping, Lian naturally held a distinguished position. However, strictly speaking, Tianyan's status was no less high. While her mother was only a top-tier assassin within Luoyang, her father was a prominent figure, Wei Wuji, Prince Xinling of Wei, the leader of the 4 princes of the Warring States period and Qin's greatest enemy. With the help of Gigu Zonghen, he once foiled the Qin plan to infiltrate the Wei Wuzu. Tianyan was not only the daughter of Xinling but also Yanlu's apprentice. As the Qin army occupied nearly half of Chu's territory, Chu's resistance waned. Aside from a few loyalists, everyone else surrendered. Wang Jian's army quickly approached the Chu capital, Shaochen. Changping, realizing the situation was hopeless, stood alone on the city gate tower, facing the hundreds of thousands of Qin troops led by Wang Jian. In the later stages of the war, Chu's resistance was less intense. This was partly because the situation was hopeless, and many had given up on resistance. It was also due to Changping's orders to preserve their forces in preparation for the future Blue Dragon plan. Miki. The king has always treated you well, yet you harbor ulterior motives and attempt to assassinate him. What do you have to say now? Wang Jian shouted, gazing at Changping from atop the city wall. Although they were some distance apart, Wang Jian's strength was insufficient to muffle his voice. Ha, your ulterior motives are truly ridiculous. It's just a matter of who wins and who loses. Did Yingzhang really think he was guaranteed victory? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Changping suddenly burst into a frenzied laugh. His laughter instantly echoed throughout Shaochen. From this laughter alone, it was clear that Changping was no less powerful than Wang Jian. Changping's strength and arrangements made it possible for him to escape, but his pride prevented him from doing so. Previously, Changping had always believed himself superior to Yingzhang. If he were in Yingzhang's position, he would never have initially been constrained by Lu Buyi and, later, Lao Ai. He simply lacked a chance to prove himself. Unfortunately, even with that opportunity, he suffered a crushing defeat. Under such circumstances, how could a man as proud as Changping choose to live in humiliation? He preferred a glorious death to a life of hiding and fleeing like a stray dog. Had Changping survived, the Qin state would have pursued him relentlessly, just as Luoyang had pursued Wu Ming and Yanlu, a relentless pursuit, with only death as the ultimate solution. Wu Ming might not have cared for such a life, but Yanlu did. As the last remaining heir of the Zhou dynasty, Wu Ming did not want Yanlu to be treated this way. Furthermore, with the incident involving Tianyan's mother, Wu Ming's death resolved both issues. Unfortunately, even though Wu Ming was willing to sacrifice himself, Luoyang refused to give up. Jingwei Sort and Zhao Xianyan were eventually discovered. In this era, if Luoyang put all its efforts into investigating a single matter, it would be difficult to evade them. Even Yanlu's identity was still a matter of suspicion. Changping's voluntary request for death, besides his arrogance, had another reason: to ensure the execution of the Qinglong plan. If Changping-jun survived, Ying Zheng would not give up. Under the relentless pursuit, the Qinglong plan might be discovered. Only with his death would Ying Zheng abandon the pursuit, allowing the Qinglong plan to remain hidden. Wu Ming's death bought Xianyan's mother and Yan Lu considerable time, otherwise, Xianyan would hardly have grown up. Changping-jun was also trying to buy time. Ying Zheng, the true battle begins now. Even if there are only 3 households left in Chu, it will be Chu that will destroy Qin, Changping-jun said, walking up to the city wall, gazing at the ground below, muttering softly. By this point, Changping-jun was ready to jump, preferring death to the humiliation of life. Ying Zheng was furious with Changping-jun, even more furious than with Lu Buwei and Lao Ai. It's easy to imagine that if Changping-jun were captured alive, Ying Zheng would never let him go. Even if there are only 3 households left in Chu, it will be Chu that will destroy Qin. That's a pretty good saying, but it's a shame there's no chance of it happening. Just as Changping-jun was about to jump from the city wall, a familiar voice suddenly rang out, causing his face to change, and his gaze immediately turned in the direction of the voice. It's you. Seeing the figure in the direction of the voice, Changping-jun's face immediately changed. Yes, it's me, Changping-jun. Long time no see. The person who came was naturally Shen Fei. How could he possibly let Changping-jun die with his ideals in mind? As the saying goes, even if it means death, he must make sure Changping-jun dies with his eyes wide open. Don't be so hasty. Don't you want to know why I said, even if Chu were to fall, Qin would be destroyed? Shen Fei said with a smile as Changping-jun immediately drew his sword and prepared to strike. He then looked at the powerful Zhangqi emanating from Changping-jun's sword and shook his head slightly. Troubled times bring forth heroes, and that's true. Ying Zheng, Han Fei, Changping-jun, and Yan Dan, though from different kingdoms, each possessed the strength of a supreme master. Their eras were precarious. Ying Zheng was initially a hostage, and without martial arts prowess, survival would have been difficult. The same was true for Yan Dan, Changping-jun, and the others. Now, look at Prince Fusu and Hu Hai. While they possess martial arts skills, they're still far from being top masters. Fusu, in particular, has become foolish after studying Confucianism. The common perception is that Confucianism is divided into literary and martial schools, with Fusu belonging to the literary school. Little do they know that this is simply a deception. Did they see Zunzi possessing immensely powerful Zhangqi? Bei Mingzi, Zhiguzi, and Dong Huangtai, these 3 are generally considered the most mysterious of all schools of thought. Little do people know that the same is true of Zunzi. In true martial arts prowess, Zunzi is only slightly inferior to them. I don't know what you're talking about. Shen Fei's words didn't deter Changping-jun. As he spoke, his long sword, wielding a powerful burst of energy, thrust towards Shen Fei. Qinglong plan. With these words, Shen Fei flicked his right finger, and a sharp burst of energy struck the tip of Changping-jun's thrusting sword. With a crisp crack, Changping-jun groaned and involuntarily took several steps back before steadying himself. Who are you? The shock of the words Qinglong plan caused Changping-jun's face to change drastically. Those who knew of this opportunity were people he had believed absolutely impossible to betray, and now Shen Fei, the great Qin state master, knew of it. Do you know why the king suddenly distrusted you? Because I told him that you, Lord Changping, harbored evil intentions. Your original plan was to exploit your position to trap and kill the Qin army when Qin attacked Chu, inflicting heavy losses on Qin. This way, Chu could take advantage of the situation and destroy Qin in one fell swoop. Even if this plan failed, at the very least, we could divide the world with Qin. I have to say, this plan is truly excellent. Shen Fei clapped his hands lightly at this point. In some ways, Lord Changping's plan resembled Hu Liang's theory of the 3 kingdoms period before his emergence. The general you chose to attack Qin was probably Li Xin, right? While he's a capable general, he lacks a strong sense of the overall situation and could easily be manipulated by you. If you had replaced him with Meng Jie or Wang Jian, your plan would have been difficult to execute. Li Xin was also a renowned Qin general, having made great contributions to Qin, but was later severely betrayed by Lord Changping. Of course, now, thanks to Shen Fei, that fate has changed. In the eyes of many generals, this war in which Qin conquered the 6 states was a rare opportunity to gain military merit and obtain a high nobility title. The reason why Li Xin was so easily calculated by Chang Pingjun was because he was calculated by Chang Pingjun with this intention. In order to balance the military power within the empire, Ying Zheng needed to constantly promote generals from humble backgrounds or those with little influence. This was how Wang Jian was promoted in the beginning, but now the situation is different. The Wang family has become an aristocratic family, and its power in the army is no less than that of the Meng family. In the original novel, Li Xin led the troops to attack the state of Chu, which was a compromise under such circumstances. Even now, in this attack on the state of Chu, Li Xin was assigned to one of the 3 battlefields. "Who the hell are you?" Chang Pingjun couldn't believe that all his plans were guessed. He pointed his finger at Shen Fei and asked again. "Don't worry about that. Let's talk about the Azure Dragon project. You plan to use the Maoist school's never-before-revealed mechanical Azure Dragon to assassinate the king. I'm not sure if what I said is correct, but unfortunately, you probably won't be able to succeed. I've already tracked down the Azure Dragon's location, and I'll take it away from you. The Azure Dragon you've placed such high hopes on will one day become the guardian mechanical beast of the Qin dynasty. Isn't that fascinating, Dai?" Just as Shen Fei finished speaking, Chang Pingjun struck again. His plan had been fully realized, leaving him utterly panicked. He now wanted nothing more than to kill Shen Fei to silence him. Snap! As the longsword swung, Chang Pingjun felt a flash of light, a pain in his right wrist, and then in his right cheek. He flew backwards, then fell heavily to the ground on the city wall. "Xianwen, you are not worthy of this sword." Looking at the longsword in his hand, Shen Fei's figure blurred. In his left hand, a scabbard now appeared, the scabbard of the Xianwen sword. But whether Feng Huizi's ranking was inflated or not was unclear. The sword list was now deeply ingrained in everyone's minds, and the number 1 sword, the Heavenly Question Sword, naturally belonged to Qin Shi Huang, the first emperor. "You?" Chang Pingjun, lying on the ground, pressed his left hand to his right cheek, glaring at Shen Fei with anger. As the saying goes, don't hit someone in the face. Chang Pingjun had, after all, been the king of Chu. Now, after being slapped in the face by Shen Fei, his rage surged. Furthermore, Shen Fei had previously revealed his plan, and a large pool of blood spurted from his mouth. The spurt of blood immediately paled Chang Pingjun's face, clearly damaging him to the core, a sign of internal injury from the anger. "Don't rush to die. The king is waiting for you in Shanyang." Seeing the pale Chang Pingjun, Shen Fei immediately appeared at his side and quickly pressed his acupuncture points. This time, during his visit to Chu, Ying Zheng had given him a special instruction, to capture Chang Pingjun alive. This was exactly what Shen Fei had in mind. He didn't want Chang Pingjun to die so easily. After Shen Fei subdued Chang Pingjun, the Qin army began to enter Shaoqin. A battle never took place. Shaoqin simply opened the city gates and surrendered. "If you want to save Chang Pingjun, we're waiting for you." Iron Blood Alliance. On the night the Qin army entered Shaoqin, riots suddenly broke out across Shaoqin, followed by a group of powerful individuals who raided the military camp where Chang Pingjun was being held. It would have been fine if Chang Pingjun had succeeded in committing suicide, but he didn't. Naturally, his loyal followers wouldn't abandon him. Not only the Iron Blood Alliance and the Farming School, but also the Maoist School and other schools of thought appeared. Unfortunately, Wang Jian had anticipated this, and his army quickly surrounded them from the outside. Adding in the Yin-Yang School's experts, they immediately engaged in a fierce battle. Taoist sect, this guy's IOAOZ is courting death. Shen Fei frowned as he watched the Taoist sect disciples in the field. He hadn't seen Zhu Jijian, otherwise he would have immediately attacked and killed Zioaozi. Even if Zioaozi hadn't appeared this time, Shen Fei was determined to kill him the next time he encountered him. The Iron Blood Alliance is quite powerful. So, the Iron Blood Alliance in the original novel may have disappeared after the death of Chang Pingjun. Seeing the Iron Blood Alliance masters trapped in the military siege, Shen Fei overturned his previous assumptions about the Iron Blood Alliance. Through Yan Yanren, he gained a deeper understanding of the Iron Blood Alliance. Chapter 565, Farmer's Owner Changes, Part 2. The Iron Blood Alliance, the word alliance, describes everything about this organization. It's an alliance. While Chang Pingjun is the leader, the other status is not much lower. Members primarily come from various schools of thought and prominent families within the Six Kingdoms. This is the foundation of the Iron Blood Alliance's reputation and prestige, enabling it to preside over fair gambling. The Iron Blood Alliance also boasts a long history, perhaps even older than the Luoyang. Chang Pingjun is merely the current leader of the Iron Blood Alliance. Gambling was prevalent during the spring and autumn period and the Warring States period, with stakes ranging from a few copper coins to entire states and cities. The famous Yanji horse race was, in fact, a bet. Many of the Warring States wars were secretly mediated by the Iron Blood Alliance, with Luoyang and the Iron Blood Alliance engaging in numerous battles. This time, when the Iron Blood Alliance's experts came to rescue Chang Pingjun, they were surrounded by the army, a significant loss for the Iron Blood Alliance. Wang Jian clearly possessed considerable experience in dealing with martial arts masters, perhaps due to his previous experience with Bai Qi, the Marquis of Wuhan, and his own numerous assassination attempts. Despite this, however, several members of the Iron Blood Alliance ultimately managed to break free. A supremely skilled warrior desperate for life is truly difficult to capture. The Iron Blood Alliance's force to rescue Chang Pingjun was formidable. Not to mention the others, the entire Nong clan alone, Tian Guang, Tian Meng, Tian Hu, Tian Zhang, and others, had all stepped in. Tian Guang had been confident in his rescue. As the son of the Luoyang, he had already gathered considerable intelligence beforehand. Furthermore, with the assistance of Guanzhong and Bianyan, known as the Nong clan's foremost advisors, he might have incurred considerable sacrifices, but rescuing Chang Pingjun was certain. Unfortunately, they underestimated Wang Jian. Shen Fei hadn't shared any of the intelligence with Wang Jian. He had initially planned to take action himself, but he didn't realize he wouldn't need to. The four great generals of the Warring States period were well deserved. Don't underestimate Zhao Gao's formidable presence. If you were to face Wang Jian, he'd lose without even realizing it. Meng Bian was far inferior to Wang Jian in this respect. My turn. Watching the fleeing men, Shen Fei immediately chose a direction and gave chase. The man he was chasing was Ji Bu, a master of exceptional Qinggong skills. Ji Bu, the man known for his unwavering loyalty. Of course, the title Unwavering Loyalty came after the fall of the Chu state. Now, as the heir to the Shadow Tiger Legion, Ji Bu naturally couldn't be a chivalrous thief. Ji Bu, what a rush. Where are you going? Having escaped the Qin army's encirclement, he headed directly for Puiyang, naturally aiming to reunite with Lian Yi and the others who had left Shaoqin earlier. Puiyang, later known as Dongjin, was surrounded by farming communities. Deep within the renowned Gaze Mountain, nestled the tombs of the 6 sages of the Yan Emperor. It was also the site of the Dezexiang uprising. Great Qin State Master, Ji Bu, upon catching sight of Shen Fei, immediately turned and fled to the right. Shen Fei's appearance atop the city gate tower had made his appearance known to many in Chu. They were also familiar with Shen Fei's martial arts skills. Others might have tried to defeat the lone Great Qin State Master, but Ji Bu, always calculating, would not make such a mistake. However, just after Ji Bu had galloped a few dozen meters, Shen Fei's words brought Ji Bu to a halt. He turned and fixed his gaze on Shen Fei. In reality, Shen Fei's words consisted of only 2 words, the name Lian Yi. Even though he knew Shen Fei might be testing him, Ji Bu didn't dare to gamble. Lian Yi had remained unharmed because her identity was unknown, naturally, making her less important to the Qin state. However, the words of Shen Fei, the great Qin state master, would undoubtedly draw immense attention. What a devoted man! Seeing Ji Bu stop and confront him, Shen Fei couldn't help but sigh. It had been a spur-of-the-moment idea, but it had proven incredibly effective. Ji Bu, considering you're such a devoted man, if you promise to take Lian Yi, no, me Lian, into seclusion and never rebel against the Empire's rule, I'll let you and me Lian go? Shen Fei had originally planned to kill Ji Bu outright, but suddenly changed his mind. He didn't really believe in the sayings like even if there are only 3 households left in Chu, the Qin will be destroyed by Chu or Fenghuo Linshan. As long as Ying Zhang lived, 10 Fenghuo Linshans wouldn't be able to shake the Empire's rule. His previous move to kill Long Ju wasn't specifically to destroy Fenghuo Linshan, but primarily to prevent Long Ju from leading a massive Chu army in a rebellion and causing significant damage to the Empire. The same was true for Ji Bu. He wasn't some tyrant who believed in fate in the first half of his life and then desperately tried to escape it in the second. He was defeated by his own hands. The idea of killing Ji Bu was the same as Long Ju's. Ji Bu was the 2nd generation of the Shadow Tiger Legion. If he were still alive, he could easily rally the scattered Shadow Tiger Legion with a single call. The same was true for Ying Bu and Hongli Mei. The so-called Fenghuo Linshan wasn't about destiny, but about identity. These 4 individuals' identities could rally a large number of Chu people, so let's try someone else. Looks like it won't work. Don't blame me then. Shen Fei shook his head slightly, observing the shadow tiger sword in Jibu's hand, which was constantly gathering energies. He sensed a strong murderous intent in Jibu's current form. He probably wanted to kill him to protect Mi Lian's secret, even if it meant both of them perishing. As for Shen Fei's words, he simply refused to believe them. Shen Fei didn't intend to continue. He had planned to kill Jibu long ago. The decision to release him was a spur-of-the-moment decision. Since Jibu wasn't cooperating, he had no choice but to proceed with his previous plan, to kill Jibu. The sword is quite beautiful. Jibu's sword, the Shadow Tiger, was also a renowned sword, and one of exceptional beauty, befitting his status as the hidden tiger among flowers. In this era, for a gentleman, or the so-called upper-class aristocracy, possessing a renowned sword was a symbol of noble status. Looking at all the renowned swords, the one that could undoubtedly surpass the Shadow Tiger in terms of ornamentation was probably the Confucian Lynx sword. The Confucian Lynx sword was lavishly adorned with 18 Bihei blood and red hearts. If purely financial considerations were considered, the Lynx sword might be the superior sword. The so-called Bihei blood and red hearts were actually rubies, the finest and most expensive pure natural rubies, polished to precisely the same size. Jibu showed no reaction to Shen Fei's words. Seeing Shen Fei approaching, he immediately attacked. His left hand, hidden behind his back, suddenly moved, and a golden peony flower appeared between Shen Fei and Jibu, then burst into dazzling brilliance. In the stillness of the night, the sudden onset of light caught Shen Fei off guard, inevitably causing him to lose sight. Tactically, Jibu's actions were flawless. Jibu's golden peony wasn't the first to attack by disrupting his sight. Yanri's sun-blocking sword also had a similar effect. Jibu, naturally, was well prepared for the sudden onset of light. The moment the golden peony's light erupted, Jibu, prepared, plunged into it like lightning, his shadow tiger sword silently stabbing Shen Fei in the heart. Not a bad move, Shen Fei said. Confident in his own abilities, Shen Fei paid little attention to Jibu, and his primary focus wasn't on him. At the moment the light erupted, Shen Fei couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Unfortunately, Jibu's tactic succeeded, but the disparity in power was too great. His shadow tiger sword froze upon approaching Shen Fei's chest, unable to advance or retreat. Shen Fei, his left index and middle fingers clamped around the blade. Jibu's tentative attempt to withdraw the shadow tiger sword failed, and as he tried to release it to activate the golden peony, Shen Fei appeared before him as if by teleportation. His right palm struck Jibu's chest, a chilling aura emitting from it. Jibu shuddered uncontrollably and was sent flying backwards over 10 meters. He collapsed to the ground, never to rise again. The yin-yang technique, white dew and frost, failed to freeze Jibu's body. Instead, it infused his internal organs and meridians with boundless cold. Even Shen Fei was powerless to save Jibu now, as he struck without mercy, killing him with a single blow. The yin-yang technique, by Lu Qishuang, after reaching the top, is far more powerful than the Nuang family's Chun Handuan Zhang. The cold energy within Chang Pingjun's youngest daughter was caused by Lu Qishuang. This fellow, Chunan Guang, is truly relentless. Shen Fei had another goal in mind when dealing with Jibu, to see if he could lure out the hidden Chunan Guang. After using his observation haki to detect no one nearby, Shen Fei looked at Jibu, who had completely lost his breath, and then examined the shadow tiger sword in his hand before leaving. Damn it! Why did it turn out like this? Tian Guang and his companions, who had escaped from the Qin army, reunited with Tianmi, Situanli, and others from the Nuang family in a wooden house. Tian Guang, Tian Meng, and the others' expressions were grim. Tian Guang's desire to rescue Chang Pingjun was forced. He hadn't wanted to save him initially. After all, Chang Pingjun had already committed suicide. He only saved him because he was still alive. If Qin learned of the Azure Dragon plan from Chang Pingjun, the 6 kingdoms, including the various schools of thought, would suffer greatly. Chang Pingjun himself would naturally not reveal the secret, but the Yin-Yang family had the ability to read minds. This time, the action of Yuan Guang and others was to save Chang Pingjun if they could, and if they really couldn't save him, then they would kill him. The only solution now is to return to Days Mountain first and think of a way later. If it really doesn't work, maybe we can only alert the elders, cough cough cough, Tianyan said as she coughed lightly a few times, looking like a sickly young lady. There is no time to lose, let's go. Tianguang nodded in agreement after hearing Tianyan's words, and the group immediately packed up and prepared to leave. As long as they reached Days Mountain, it was the territory of the farmers. No matter how powerful the Qin state was, it would be very difficult to influence it. But at this moment, a cold sword light lit up in the wooden house. The sudden change made the faces of the farmers in the wooden house change, and then a muffled groan sounded in the wooden house. Tianxi, you? Seeing Tianxi plunge this sword into Tianmeng's body, the faces of the others present immediately changed. Tianhu immediately drew his tiger soul sword and attacked Tianxi. However, at this moment, Tianzhuang, who is located behind Tianhu to the left, also began to attack, but his target was Tianhu. Tianhu had no idea that Tianzhuang would actually attack him at this time. He could only helplessly sheath the tiger soul sword that was aimed at Tianxi and move to the side as hard as he could, trying to avoid Tianxi's attack. Tianguang roared upon seeing this, and then suddenly grunted as a long sword pierced his chest from behind. If the previous attacks of Tianxi and Tianzhuang had already shocked the group in the wooden house, then at this moment, everyone could not help but feel incredible, because the person who pierced Tianguang's chest was the frail Tianyan. At this moment, Tianyan no longer looked frail. The aura he exuded was no less than that of Tianguang, Tianmeng and others. How is this possible? Tianmi's pipe suddenly slipped from her hand and fell to the ground. Brother Situ, something's wrong. The sudden change forced Liu Ji to approach Situ Wanli. The sudden infighting within the Tian family, coupled with Tianyan's incredible martial arts skills, had stunned the resourceful Liu Ji. He could only approach Situ Wanli, hoping to form an alliance. Yes, Situ Wanli said, drawing his weapons, a copper axe and two swords, and slashing at Liu Ji beside him. Liu Ji was completely unprepared for Situ Wanli and was immediately knocked to the ground. I'm sorry, brother, I had no choice, Situ Wanli said, striking the prostrate Liu Ji once more. Get out of here. Tianguang and Tianmeng were seriously injured. Although Tianhu had been attacked by Tianzhuang, he had already taken action at that moment. With his ki protecting him, and Tianzhuang's martial arts skills far surpassing his own, Tianhu's injuries were minimal. Seeing the changes around him, Tianhu immediately erupted. With a powerful true energy and the roar of the tiger, Tianhu used the most powerful move of the Tiger Soul Sword technique, overturning the entire wooden house with one blow, trying to attract the farmer's disciples guarding outside. But unfortunately, even though there was such a loud noise here, no farmer's disciples came. Don't waste your time, second uncle, I have asked the other farmer's disciples to leave first. Tianyan pulled out the Jingwei sword that pierced Tianguang, and kicked Tianguang towards Tianhu. I didn't expect that we have been wrong for so many years. Who are you? Tianhu caught Tianguang, and then looked at Tianmeng who also leaned over, as well as Tianyan, Tianxi, Tianzhuang, Situ Wanli and others who were surrounding him. Unexpectedly, he did not directly accuse Tianyan and others. She is Jingwei, the top assassin of Luoyang. Although Tianguang was pierced in the vitals, he did not die immediately. Same here, aren't you also Yanri of Luoyang? Chapter 566, Farmer's Owner Changes, and what the hell are you doing? What's going on? Tianyan and Tianguang revealed each other's identities, leaving Tianhu stunned. Not only did Tianyan possess such powerful martial arts, but he was also Luoyang's top-tier assassin, Jingniu. Jingniu's reputation had been widely circulated in the martial arts world over the years, and many dignitaries had fallen at his hands, including many members of the Nong family. The same was true of Yan Ri, whose reputation was even more renowned than Jingniu's, and whose hands had shed the blood of many Nong family disciples. The Nong family wasn't as poor as it appeared, they also had many disciples from aristocratic families. With both of them being Nong family members, it was no wonder Tianhu was bewildered. Not only Tianhu, but Shen Fei himself was also somewhat bewildered by the chaotic situation within the Nong family. The calculations involved were incredibly complex, and even the tactics were played out with a shaded mind. To some extent, this statement was true. The chaotic situation within the Nong clan stems primarily from the sheer number of factions involved, each with its own agenda, compounded by personal grievances. Even members of the imperial faction are vying for power, creating a chaotic situation. Looking back at all the worlds Shen Fei has experienced, the Qin dynasty wasn't the most powerful, but it was the most intelligent. The warring states, known for its sage generals, would be nothing in this world. It's simple, second uncle. I simply want to be the Nong clan's chivalrous leader. Tianyan ignored Bianhu's fury. After witnessing Shen Fei's true strength, he understood completely that the anti-Qin forces now had no chance of a comeback. Tianyan was a highly intelligent individual. Even though Shen Fei's status as imperial master might have kept him quiet, the entire Nong clan's plan was implicated. Without the ability to execute, rashly exposing Tianyan would be counterproductive. Tianyan is an ambitious person, which is something her mother does not have at all, and that is because she is a woman. If she were a man, after Ying Zheng, Han Fei, Chang Pingjun, and Yan Dan, perhaps there would be another Tianyan. In terms of talent and martial arts, in this era, Tianyan is not the only one who stands out, whether it is Gai Nai or Wei Zhuang, but in terms of ambition, not to mention Gai Nai, even Wei Zhuang cannot compare to Tianyan. Shen Fei did not care about Tianyan's ambition. Everyone has ambition. In order to make Tianyan believe that he was not giving random orders, Shen Fei and Tianyan had a competition, showing a strength that Tianyan could not believe. You also want to be the leader of the heroes. Do you think the disciples of the farming family will obey you? After hearing Tianyan's words, Tianhu became even angrier. Naturally, Tianhu also coveted the leader of the heroes. Why not? The Nong clan's leader is an assassin for Luoyang, intent on leading the Nong clan to join them. My father and second uncle perished together with him to stop him. At this time when the Nong clan is facing internal and external troubles, I'm the leader. Do you think anyone in the Nong clan would object? Tianyan said, glancing at Situanli, Tianzhuang, and Tianmi, who were all standing together. It's no wonder that the eldest lady is succeeding the leader, and the Siyu Hall naturally supports her. Situanli was the first to speak out. Guanggang Hall will only obey the eldest lady, Tianzhuang also said. Kiwei Hall greets the eldest lady, Tianmi followed closely. When it comes to adapting to the situation, Tianmi is no slouch. Uncle, you see, as long as you're willing to pledge your loyalty to me, you can succeed the Chiao Hall as its leader. The three hall masters' statements made Tianyan smile confidently at Tianhu. You? Tianyan's words almost made Tianhu unable to hold back, and he swung his sword to attack Tianyan. The reason why he didn't do it directly was because he was stopped by Tianmeng. Although Tianmeng and Tianguang were attacked by surprise, they were only seriously injured at this time, but not completely dead. Let's go back to the Nong family to find the six elders. Tianguang and Tianmeng knew very well how dangerous the current situation was. Once the three of them died here, the Nong family would fall completely into the hands of Tianyan, that is, into the hands of the empire. Tianhu's martial arts skills were not weak, but the people who surrounded them now, not to mention Tianyan, Tianhu couldn't beat Tianxi alone. At this moment, Tianxi was almost known as the best master of the Nong family. Tianmeng and Tianhu were not his opponents, and it was hard to say about Tianguang and Tianyan. Although Tianxi looked silly, simple-minded, and fat, he was extremely talented in martial arts and wielded Ganjiang Moi, which ranked 5th on the sword list. Let's go, second uncle, do you really think you can escape? As Tianyan said this, Situanli, Tianzhuang, and Tianmi immediately surrounded him. Tianyan, you are so brave, do you know the consequences of doing this? Tianguang didn't understand why Tianyan did this. He naturally knew about Tianyan's martial arts, but because he knew it, he believed that Tianyan would not attack him. Tianyan's actions completely disrupted Luo Wang's plan. You don't need to worry about this, Tianyan said, turning his eyes to Tianhu, raised the Jingwei sword, and said, second uncle, this is your last chance, you want me to surrender to you? Dream on. Come on, let me see if you can kill me. Just when the situation was about to break out, suddenly a large number of figures rushed out from the surroundings. These people held torches in their hands and quickly surrounded Tianyan and his group. Bone Demon, Mute Slave, you've arrived just in time. Upon seeing the newcomers, Tianhu's expression immediately brightened. They were disciples of the Nong clan, including his trusted confidant, the Bone Demon, the Mute Slave from the Lishan Hall, and the General Manager Jin from the Gonggang Hall. Due to the butterfly effect of Shen Fei's previous attack, Dian Qing had been killed, and Mei Sanyang had not joined the Nong clan, instead joining the Maoist school. The sudden appearance of a large number of Nong clan disciples caused Situanli, Tianzhuang, Tianmi, and the others to change their expressions. These newcomers didn't have any of their own subordinates, they were mostly from the Lishan Hall and Chiao Hall, with the sole exception of General Manager Jin from the Gongang Hall. Bone Demon, Mute Slave, Tianyan is Jing Nia from Luoyang, Tian who quickly explained the situation and ordered the treatment of Yan Guang and Yan Men. Seeing the Bone Demon and Mute Slave of the Nong clan leaving the group, leading several Nong clan disciples, Sita Wanli and Yan Zhuang exchanged a glance and immediately joined forces. Second Master, I was forced into a corner before, and I didn't mean what I said before. Tianmi, observing the sudden change in the situation, immediately shifted her stance. Tianyan, on the other hand, remained expressionless, as if the surrounding Nong clan disciples didn't exist. Butler Jin, can I trust you? Tianhu, now backed up, suddenly changed his expression. This situation presented him with a golden opportunity. Tian Guang and Yan Meng were practically hopeless, and in this situation, he suddenly became the most powerful person in the Nong clan, just one step away from becoming the leader of the heroes. Although Tianhu appeared impulsive and irritable, he was no fool. In the original novel, facing Tianyan's relentless pressure, he simply gave up his bid for the title of leader. For example, the question Tianhu asked Butler Jin now revealed a certain sophistication in him. Butler Jin was Yan Zhuang's subordinate. Jin is naturally loyal to the Nong clan. Okay, from today on, you are the head of Gongang Hall. Butler Jin's response delighted Tianhu immensely. It seems second uncle has his sights set on the position of Xia Kuang as well. Tianhu's promise immediately betrayed his ambition. It's better for Xia Kuang to fall into my hands than into the hands of a traitor like you. I forgot to tell second uncle that this chief steward Jin is also from Luoyang. Luoyang is a murderer among the demons and monsters. You think I believe you? Tianhu said he didn't believe Tianyan's words, but his actions betrayed his thoughts. Young lady, you seem to know me well. Chief Steward Jin sighed softly as he looked at the wary Tianhu. Of course, the former chief steward of Kiwei Hall. How could I not recognize him, right? Wu Kuang. Ah, the mention of Wu Kuang's name made Yanmi's face turn pale. Who is Wu Kuang? Her former husband, framed by her, should be dead. Unbeknownst to Yanmi, Tianhu, and the others, their faces also changed upon hearing Wu Kuang's name. Young lady, you are truly worthy of being called the female Guanzhong. Yes, I am Wu Kuang. As Chief Steward Jin spoke, he removed the mask on his face, revealing his true identity, the Wu Kuang of yesteryear. It's impossible. You should have been dead. You can't be alive. Tianmi pointed at Wu Kuang, her entire body trembling with fear. It was Xia Kui who saved me. I was framed back then. Xia Kui sensed something was amiss and suspected that the farming family had been infiltrated by Luoyang. He then asked me to hide and infiltrate Luoyang to find the truth. It seems that what happened back then was also the work of young lady. Wu Kuang's words made Tianhu and the others present look strange. They wanted to say something, but in the end, they said nothing. Ha ha ha, Tianyan suddenly laughed out loud, and after a long time, the smile subsided. Uncle Kuang, you seem to have forgotten one thing. That's how old I was back then. Do you think I could have devised such a sophisticated plan? Also, Uncle Kuang, you arrived too late. There's one thing you might not know. Our Lord Xia Kuang has another identity, Yanri, Luoyang's top-ranked assassin. What? How is that possible? Do you think I'll believe you? As soon as Yan Yan finished speaking, Wu Kuang immediately refuted. Why don't you ask them? It wasn't Luoyang at all who framed you two brothers. It was Xia Kuang and my father. Second uncle and Yanmi were both aware of this, even Xia Kuang was. As for the reasons, I don't need to explain them, it's really mind-boggling. Shen Fei, who was hiding on the side, couldn't help but sigh softly when he heard this. Shen Qi and Wu Kuang were a tragedy. Tianmi and Wu Kuang's marriage was a setup in itself, a setup to seize the position of leader of Kiwei Hall. Back then, the Nong clan's 6 halls consisted of 2 factions, each equally powerful, each possessing 3 branches. However, ever since Tianmi assumed the title of head of Kiwei Hall, assuming the identity of Wu Kuang's widow, the Nong clan's influence has shifted towards the Tian clan. A series of schemes within schemes, traps within traps, could easily confuse the unwise. It's like how, in the original novel, Tian Yan, after revealing his identity, battled Zhang Hen. Then, after Wang Li's invasion, they united forces, joined by Han Xin, a member of the Shadow Guard, to fight the 100 battle-armored soldiers. It's truly difficult to tell who's friend or foe. Why are you doing this? Wu Kuang, observing the attitudes of Tianhu and the others, turned even paler than Tianmi had just now. While Wu Kuang's intelligence might not rival that of Tianyan, Zhang Liang, Zhongheng, and the others, he wasn't foolish either. There were some things he simply didn't consider that way. Now, after Tianyan had pointed it out, he couldn't help but imagine the worst-case scenario. Who told you not to join the Tian family back then? The Tian family wants to control the entire Nong family. You and your brothers are obstacles and naturally need to be eliminated. Don't be fooled by her. What happened back then had other reasons. Tian Guang, despite his serious injuries, walked out with the help of 2 Nong family disciples. Let's solve the problem here first. I will give you an explanation later, Tian Guang said, his eyes immediately looking at the pale Tianmi in front of him on the right. In order to give Wu Kuang an explanation, Tianmi had to be sacrificed. Miss, save me. I was forced to do it back then. It was the heroes who forced me to do it. They said that if I didn't do what they said, they would kill me. Tianmi was also very angry. After seeing Tian Guang's gaze, she immediately put all the blame on Tian Guang and Tian Men. She spoke as if she was a weak woman who was completely unable to resist the powerful. This situation made Wu Kuang's eyes sweep towards Tian Guang, Tianhu and others. Wu Kuang naturally harbored feelings for Tianmi. Although he'd harbored only hatred for so many years, as the saying goes, the more hatred he now harbors, the more love he once had. Now, having learned the truth, he was completely at a loss as to what to do. Although Tianyan despised Tianmi, she still had her uses and couldn't let her die. Uncle Kuang, what are you going to do now? No matter what, I'm a disciple of the Nong family. After a long pause, Wu Kuang finally made a decision. Although he was furious at the schemes of Xiaokui and the others and wanted revenge, the Nong family's survival was at stake. Very well, the Nong family will handle their own affairs. We don't need you, a traitor, to worry about it. These at 24 formations, Tianhu said, immediately ordering the surrounding Nong disciples to form the Nong family's supreme formation. The Ds at 24 formations had no upper limit on the number of players. The more players there were, the greater the power. Ayan, don't say second uncle won't give you a chance. Surrender now and I can spare your lives. Second uncle, do you really think I haven't considered this possibility? Aren't you curious about how they showed up at such a coincidence? Someone sent us a message, Wu Kuang said immediately, producing a copper pipe. Ayan, what exactly do you want to do? It's simple. Capture you all in one fell swoop. That way, when I take over as the leader of the heroes, I'll save a lot of trouble. With your current situation, Tianhu said, his eyes scanning the surroundings warily, fearing the sudden appearance of the Imperial Army or Luoyang's assassins. After checking and finding no movement, Tianhu swung his sword and shouted, "Attack!" Whatever Tianyan's plan, capturing her now would be over. Just as the Nong family disciples, receiving Tianhu's order, prepared to activate their formation to attack Tianyan, a powerful cold air suddenly appeared out of nowhere, freezing them before they could react. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 567 Qin Shi Wang, and the chill was so powerful that even masters like Tianhu and Wu Kuang couldn't escape. In an instant, everyone on the field, save for Tianyan and his group, was transformed into lifelike ice sculptures. Who? Tianhu roared, surging through the ice with a powerful burst of true ki. He pointed his tiger soul sword at the frozen spot, brandishing the tiger soul sword. Following closely behind him was Wu Kuang, wielding the chilling cicada sword. Aside from these two, none of the other farmer clan disciples, including the bone demon and the mute slave, were able to break free from the ice sculptures. "Are you looking for me?" a calm voice whispered softly in Tianhu's ear. Its proximity caused his expression to change drastically. The tiger soul sword trembled violently, letting out a tiger roar before slashing behind him with unstoppable force. "Excellent tiger soul sword technique, but where are you striking?" The voice, as always, appeared behind Tianhu. He aimed a decisive blow, but after striking, he realized there was no one there. "Be careful." After Tianhu's attack missed, Wu Kuang on the side drew out the cicada sword and slashed a powerful blue sword energy directly behind Tianhu. Tianhu did not see who appeared behind him, but Wu Kuang, Tianyan and others saw that it was Shen Fei, the great Qin state master. You are really loyal to the Nong family. Shen Fei avoided the blue sword energy slashed by Wu Kuang and instantly appeared in front of Wu Kuang, pressing a palm on his chest. Before his cicada sword could slash over, his figure instantly appeared next to Tianyan. Greetings, Master State Master. Tianyan and Situanli saluted at the same time. After the two of them saluted, Tianzhong and Tianmi also hurriedly saluted. I seem to be the boss of a villain now. Looking at Situanli, Tianzhong and Tianmi, Shen Fei suddenly had such an idea in his mind. But Shen Fei quickly dismissed this thought. He naturally despised the character of Situanli and the others, but who had forced them to surrender? Anyone who refused, no matter how kind, was still an enemy. It was a matter of stance. Wu Kuang had suffered enough, having been set upon his wedding night by a fratricide. Yet, for the greater good, he stood firmly on the side of the peasant family. He was an enemy of the Qin Empire, and Shen Fei would naturally not hold back against such a foe. That palm strike, like the one he had struck Jibu, had penetrated his meridians and internal organs, leaving him practically incurable. You are excellent, for turning from darkness to light. Rest assured, the Empire will not treat you unfairly. To appease Situanli and the others, Shen Fei made a promise, not insignificant. After the Qin dynasty's conquest of the Six Kingdoms, governance became the greatest challenge. This was one of the primary reasons why the Qin dynasty collapsed after only 2 generations. Even Shen Fei, with his supreme martial prowess, could not offer much help in this regard. Only time and institutions could slowly resolve the issue. This was far superior to the ninja world. The Six-Path Sage possessed immense power, yet ultimately contributed nothing to peace within the ninja world. The so-called spreading of chakra to foster bonds and mutual understanding was merely an ideal. Even his own 2 sons were at odds with each other, let alone the others. Master Imperial Master, you are truly awe-inspiring. After paying her respects, Tianmi immediately approached Shen Fei with a charming gait. For Tianmi, if she could catch the side of Shen Fei, the Imperial Master of Qin, her position would be assured. Even Tianyan wouldn't be able to do anything to her. This thought, coupled with her confidence in her appearance, gave Tianmi an air of alluring charm even when she walked. When it came to seducing men, Tianmi was a master. Hadn't she seen Wu Kuang and Tianzhong, both of whom were her captives? Unfortunately, Tianmi had miscalculated this time. It wasn't that Tianmi wasn't beautiful, her looks were among the best in this world. Add to that her alluring demeanor, her sensual presence, and her delicate demeanor, and in some ways, she was even more appealing to the visitor than the likes of Zunu and Nanayu. Shen Qi had seemed to have been somewhat attracted to her back then, and even in Shen Fei's past life, many women had admired Tianmi. For some, same-sex love is true love. It was impossible for Shen Fei to not have a few thoughts upon seeing Tianmi at this moment. After all, she was rare. It was a man's nature, seeing a beautiful woman always makes him take a second look, but that was all. Alright, stop playing pitiful here. Tianmi didn't approach Shen Fei. It wasn't that she didn't want to, but Tianyan had stopped her. Tianyan's cold gaze and the hint of murderous intent made Tianmi afraid to offend him now. Uncle, you're the only one left now. After stopping Tianmi, Tianyan immediately headed towards Tianhu ahead. Wu Kuang, struck by Shen Fei's white dew frost attack, could only glare at Tianmi with fury. The previous blow had left him unable to speak, and he was now relying solely on his powerful Zhangqi to hold on, a last glimmer of hope. You want me to surrender to you? Wishful thinking, Yan. Finally, let me test your strength. Glancing around, Tianhu's expression suddenly calmed, perhaps anticipating his own fate. If Tianyan had stood by the peasants, he might not have minded surrendering. But with the Qin, the situation was different. While the anti-Qin forces were scheming against each other, they had consistently targeted the Qin. Since you've chosen this, let Yan escort you. Tianyan, clearly understanding Tianhu's decision, stopped trying to persuade him, and the powerful Zhangqi on the Jingwei sword began to gather. Come on, Tianhu said as he began to gather Qi on the Tiger Soul sword in his hand. Boom! The two figures flashed at the same time, and the sound of the collision between the Jingwei sword and the Tiger Soul sword suddenly rang out in the air. The powerful Qi of the two set off a powerful wave of air, which instantly shattered the ice sculptures of the farmer's disciples who had been frozen by Shen Fei before. However, neither of them cared about this at the moment, and their eyes were fixed on each other. Suddenly, the two figures began to change their moves almost at the same time. The Jingwei sword and the Tiger Soul sword kept making the sound of the sword blades clashing. In the blink of an eye, the two had fought for more than 10 rounds. It's really worthy of being Tianyan. There is no two suns in the sky, and there are fierce tigers in the field. This refers to the two great masters of the farmer's family, Tianmeng and Tianhu. Tianhu's Tiger Soul sword technique is known for its domineering power, but after meeting Tianyan, his Tiger Soul sword technique had no chance to exert its power. Every sword of Tianyan was aimed at the weak points of the Tiger Soul sword technique. As Luo Ang's top assassin, Tianyan's moves were deadly, with no feints. Even if Tianhu attempted to suppress Tianyan with his powerful Zhenki, it would be futile, as Tianyan even surpassed Tianhu in Zhenki. Reading expressions, Tianyan's ability to read expressions was, to some extent, a weakened form of the Sharingan-like eye technique. Tianyan's ability to suppress Tianhu was largely due to this foresight. After seeing that Tianyan would be safe, Shen Fei paid less attention and instead walked over to Liu Ji, who lay on the ground. Liu Ji had already lost his breath due to the massive loss of blood. Situanli's attack on him showed no mercy. Liu Ji's martial arts skills were not high to begin with, and with Situanli's sneak attack, he naturally had no chance to resist. With Liu Ji's martial arts prowess, he holds such a high position within the Nong clan, and even possesses the Scarlet Sky Sword. It's truly bizarre. In terms of true martial arts prowess, Liu Ji couldn't even match the Mute Slave or the Bone Demon. That aside, the Nong clan didn't judge status by martial arts prowess. But the Scarlet Sky Sword was different. It was a renowned sword on the Sword Master list. However, whatever Liu Ji's status was now meaningless. After acquiring the Scarlet Sky Sword, Shen Fei approached Wu Kuang, who was half crouching on the ground, relying on the sword in his hand. He had now followed in Liu Ji's footsteps. The Chilling Cicada Sword, silent as a cicada, that's a really good name. It's very apt for Wu Kuang's situation at the time. Shen Fei felt a surge of excitement at acquiring these two renowned swords. While the Tiger Soul sword was also within his grasp, it was, after all, a renowned Nong clan sword, and therefore needed to remain with him. Shen Fei's excitement was simply the joy of obtaining these renowned swords. He wasn't going to collect them for personal enjoyment, but rather to return them as rewards to the Six Gates, to be given to the members of the 100 Birds clan. Famous swords, stored away, would only gather dust. Shen Fei was also preparing to take away the Blood Robe Marquis's red and white twin swords, as well as the black and white Zhuangjian, as he no longer needed them. It wasn't that Shen Fei didn't want to collect famous swords, there were only two he wanted to acquire and collect, the Changying sword and the Xiaolian sword, the other two of the three Kongzhou swords, legendary alongside the Hanguang sword. The three Kongzhou swords were of the same lineage. Although we are enemies, the dead are the greatest. Give them a proper burial. After acquiring the two famous swords, Shen Fei immediately ordered Situanli to bury Liu Ji and Wu Kuang with honor. Roar. At that moment, a deafening tiger roar suddenly erupted from the battlefield between Tianhu and Tianyan. A massive tiger had materialized out of thin air behind Tianhu. Tianhu was ready to fight tooth and nail, ready to decide the outcome with a single blow. Tianhu's martial arts were already inferior to Tianyan's, and after suffering the injury from Tianzhuang's previous ambush, he would grow weaker with time. If he didn't fight now, it would be impossible later. Unfortunately, Tianhu took things for granted. Facing Tianhu's Tiger Soul sword technique, Tianyan paused briefly with his Jingni sword before unleashing dozens of powerful sword energies, shattering Tianhu's key form tiger head and piercing his body. Amazing, Tianyan's attack impressed Shen Fei. With just this one strike, he wouldn't be at a disadvantage against Zongheng. It was only because Shen Fei hadn't met Wu Ming, otherwise he would have known that Tianyan's attack originated from Wu Ming. Go back to Days Mountain first. When you're there, notify me. I'll deal with the 6 elders. After seeing Tianhu fall, Shen Fei nodded to Tianyan and vanished in an instant. Tianyan had the Den Mushi he'd given him, making contacting him easy. With Tianguang, Tianmeng, Tianhu, Wu Kuang, and the others already dead, it was too easy for Tianyan to control the farmers. In reality, even if Shen Fei hadn't taken action against the 6 elders of the Nong clan, Tianyan could still have become their leader. However, considering the six elders might be tempted to re-emerge from seclusion due to the Nong clan's heavy losses, perhaps even emulating their previous plan to siege Bai Qi and attack the Qin state, it would be better to proactively attack and eliminate them. The six elders' stance was unlikely to change, and Shen Fei, intent on avenging Bai Qi, killed two birds with one stone. Shadow Secret Guard Han Xin greets the Grand Master. "You are Han Xin." Shen Fei was so anxious to leave because his observation haki detected someone nearby. He hadn't expected it to be Han Xin, but upon realizing it was Han Xin, Shen Fei couldn't help but scrutinize him. His clothing was ordinary, just plain cloth, but the sword slung horizontally across his back was something special. It symbolized the latent dragon, symbolizing the present Han Xin as a latent dragon. He was not Liu Ji, who could be called a latent dragon. "Master, Imperial Master, do you know me?" Shen Fei's tone caused Han Xin's expression to shift slightly. Han Xin had always been very low-key, yet he was a ruthless man who could endure the humiliation of being kicked in the crotch. In some ways, Han Xin and Zhang Qiulin shared a common ground. Of course, Wei Lai Ozi's last disciple, how could I not know him? Shen Fei smiled meaningfully at Han Xin. Han Xin was a man of talent and ambition. Such a person yearned for turbulent times, for only in such times could his talents be fully realized. Han Xin had many identities, and the Shadow Secret Guard was just one of them. "Go tell Zhang Han of the Shadow Secret Guard that I've taken over the Nuang clan. The Nuang clan will soon become an empire. The Shadow Secret Guard no longer needs to focus on this area." Shen Fei then left. Given the current situation, Han Xin couldn't cause any major disturbances. After all, he was only a hidden dragon, not a hidden dragon. Now that Liu Ji's situation was resolved, the only thing left was to deal with the Xiong clan. Even if there were anti-Qin forces in the future, they wouldn't cause any major disturbances. "Greetings, Master, Imperial Master." After leaving Han Xin's place, Shen Fei went directly to Shaojin, where he met Zhao Gao, the leader of the Luoyang faction. "I've taken over matters concerning the Nong family. Tianyan is now my man. Minister of the Imperial Chariots, do you understand?" Shen Fei bluntly stated his purpose to Zhao Gao. Zhao Gao understands. Zhao Gao was now much more honest than in the original novel. After all, Hu Hai had fallen from power, and Wang Li had also become much more obedient. Although he still made some subtle moves, they were much smaller than in the original novel. With the demise of Chu, Qi sent envoys and surrendered directly just as Ying Zhang's army was about to march on Qi. Originally, Qi could have held out for a while, relying on the natural barrier of the Yellow River, as Qin lacked a navy. However, with the intervention of domestic ministers and Confucianists, the situation improved. The reason was simple and very above board. In order to avoid a war in Qi, which would have caused great suffering to the people, the poor Qi had nurtured Confucianism for so many years, but in this time of national crisis, no one contributed. Compared with the agriculturalists and Mahists, they were far inferior. After the surrender of Qi, the era of the seven kingdoms of the warring states officially ended, and the Qin dynasty unified the world. Originally, Ying Zhang should have been called the Son of Heaven, just like the Zhou dynasty, and then he would have been given the title of the Emperor. Unfortunately, Ying Zhang did not choose the title of the Son of Heaven. At the suggestion of Li Si, Ying Zhang called himself the first emperor, combining the virtues of the three sovereigns and the merits of the five emperors, that is, Qin Shi Huang. Chapter 568, Coronation Ceremony, Part 1. The fall of the six states and the unification of the Qin Empire was not the end for the entire Qin Empire. On the contrary, it marked another beginning. The war, far from over, had only intensified. In previous Qin wars against the six states, the enemy was clearly visible, but this time, the enemy lay within the empire itself. Ying Zhang's self-proclaimed first emperor had not caused much uproar, but his subsequent decision to abandon the feudal system and instead implement the prefecture-county system immediately unleashed a turbulent tide of unrest throughout Shenyang. Shen Fei, Mo Yat, and the others, brimming with pride, were forced to return to Shenyang. Even after Shenyang's reforms, the Qin Empire had adopted the prefecture-county system, but that didn't mean the Qin aristocracy would remain content with the status quo. Previously, their complacency was forced, but now it was different. With Qin's unification and its territory expanded dozens of times, these people would not abandon the feudal system, given even the slightest opportunity. Strictly speaking, The Qin state did not lack a feudal system. It did exist, but it only had titles, not fiefs. It was essentially an honorary title, and now they wanted fiefs. Among these aristocratic families, including Yingzhang's own family, the royal family, they had the strongest objections to the county system. After all, if the feudal system were implemented, as members of the royal family, they would definitely be the first batch of princes, just like in the Zhou dynasty, when the vast majority of the princes were members of the Ji clan. It is said that King Wen of Zhou had over 100 sons, including his adopted sons. If all of them were made princes, even half would be over 50. However, only the state of Yan still carries the Zhou dynasty's surname, Ji. The other princes had long since changed masters. Even the state of Qi was the same. Originally, Qi was a fiefdom of Zheng Ziya, but who knew how to make the Tian clan replace Qi? Yingzhang had more than a dozen sons, and with his younger cousins, the number was even greater. These sons hoped to be exiled to become vassal states. While they held high positions within Qin, they held little real power. Xiangyang's reforms had significantly constrained the royal family. The county system allowed only one successor to the throne, and Yingzhang's other sons naturally resented this, especially those whose mothers came from aristocratic families. Even if they themselves did not want to participate in the struggle, neither would their successors. Coupled with the agitation of the nobles of the Six Kingdoms, Xiangyang was in turmoil. The transfer of Mo Yao was precisely to address this situation. The influx of foreigners from the Six Kingdoms posed a significant challenge to public security in Shenyang. Yingzhang was decisive and direct. After Qi surrendered, he began the relocation of the princes and nobles of the Six Kingdoms. It was Yingzhang who, with a single order, compelled the princes and nobles of the Six Kingdoms to leave their homelands and migrate thousands of miles to Shenyang, Qin. Despite their reluctance, these princes and nobles had no choice but to accept the situation, death or migration. These were the only two options offered to them by Emperor Yingzhang. While this was easier said than done, implementing it in practice would take years. The princes and nobles from the Six Kingdoms now gathered in Shenyang were all there to scout out the way. This was only the beginning. Further on, there were the tours of Emperor Yingzhang, who toured 6 times in history. It wasn't because he wanted to, but because he had to. Many criticized his tours as a waste of resources, but little did they know he had his own specific agenda. This was a stark contrast to the later emperors who traveled south to pick up girls. Confucianism has finally emerged. The Dong family, one of the 7 branches of Confucianism, the first to emerge were the great Confucian scholars of Shenyang, citing classic texts to argue that the feudal system was the best way to achieve peace. Once implemented, the emperor could rule with ease. Unfortunately, before they could even submit their memorials to Emperor Yingzhang, Li Si dismissed them. Having studied Confucianism for years, Li Si was well aware of its problems. Did Confucianism claim that the Zhou dynasty lasted for 1,000 years? So, when did the Zhou dynasty prohibit leaving the capital? And how did the Eastern and Western Zhou dynasties and the 5 hegemons of the Spring and Autumn period come about? After a series of sharp remarks, Li Si dismissed these so-called Great Confucians. Li Si was a legalist, so talking about Confucian benevolent governance in his presence was a joke. This wasn't the era where a mere copy of the Analects could rule the world. However, even Li Si couldn't stop all the Confucians. Once Confucianism took hold, its potential power was astonishing, and even Fusu was drawn into it. Because of Qian Pingzhen's betrayal, Fusu's current position in Shenyang was somewhat awkward. It was undeniable that some people harbored ill intentions, but the problem was that Fusu simply didn't see it. Unfortunately, the Qin state is different now. Dong family, you are doomed to be disappointed. The Confucians began to build momentum upon their arrival in Shenyang. They likely viewed the Qin state as a ferocious state devoid of talent. However, with the widespread adoption of paper and the establishment of academies, Qin had already cultivated a wealth of talent, who had become the primary force in countering the Confucianists. The Spring and Autumn and Warring States periods, with 100 schools of thought contending, marked a period of true intellectual liberation. The subsequent dominance of Confucianism effectively imprisoned this liberated thought for nearly 2,000 years. The Confucians were naturally incredibly confident, a fact perfectly natural, given their lifetimes spent studying the Confucian classics. Defeating them in this area proved incredibly difficult. However, what they didn't anticipate was the Academy's unique interpretation of the Confucian classics, data-driven analysis. The events of the Warring States period were presented in graphical form, revealing the results with unparalleled clarity. Finally, faced with this detailed data, an elderly Confucian leader was so enraged that he vomited blood and fainted. The data was quite simple: records of human sacrifice and burials. This record ripped away the sacred aura shrouding Confucianism. Qin had long since banned burials with the dead, but the Six Kingdoms, unlike the other states, continued to practice it, many of whom were Confucianists. Furthermore, Qi's surrender without a fight exposed Confucianism's renowned double standards. Confucians advocate for the hierarchy of superiors and subordinates, and the ruler over the ruler, and the minister over the minister. So why would Qi surrender without a fight? Qi had nurtured Confucianism for over a century. The records also included a tally of Qi's wealth supporting Confucianism and the lavish spending of Confucianists. Previously, the struggles among the various schools of thought had consisted not only of physical combat but also of literary debates involving quotations from classic texts. This time, Shen Fei disrupted this rivalry, revealing the full extent of the Confucian tradition with the gritty figures. Many people knew of Confucian extravagance, but the sheer scale of its lavishness was unimaginable, like a peasant dreaming of an emperor's life, a life of carrying a golden hoe and tilling the land. This time, the figures left a lasting impression. Although Qi's Confucianism was primarily based in the Zhang sect, and was not part of the same Confucian school as the others, they were all Confucianists after all. Strictly speaking, the Zhang sect was relatively good. After all, Funian and Yanlu were both truly upright men. Qi's surrender without a fight immediately put Confucianism at the center of controversy. After all, they had received so many benefits, yet when the nation was in dire straits, no one offered their lives to the Confucianists, instead selling out the country. This was Confucianism. This result immediately made the other philosophers present look at the Confucianists with strange expressions. Before Qi's surrender, most people would have thought there was nothing wrong with it, as the reasons for its surrender were very high-sounding. However, after this unraveling of the story, things became more interesting. Congratulations. This kind of data presentation will probably become mainstream in the future. During the debate, Han Fei, on the third floor of a distant restaurant, toasted Shen Fei with a look of deep emotion, then sighed deeply. Even Han Fei hadn't imagined that life at Zhang could be so extravagant and wasteful. The Confucianists occupied vast tracts of land, had the largest number of tenant farmers, and employed slaves to cultivate the land. As these practices became increasingly exposed, Confucianism's aura waned. During the Warring States period, the various schools of thought were immensely powerful. But now that the Qin Empire had unified the empire, it was natural to crack down on them. With the Mahists and the agricultural school suffering heavy losses, and the agricultural school also in the process of being tamed, the Confucians were naturally next. The Confucians wouldn't rebel, so the only option was to target them through reputational abuse. The Qin Empire now controlled these propaganda channels, making it easy to expose such practices. For example, the Confucian bamboo slips business was portrayed as a monopoly of knowledge, deliberately selling them at exorbitant prices. In comparison, Qin's paper was exceptionally cheap. Those who fear comparison are apt to be blinded by it, and the difference is immediately apparent. This was a well-established rule, and no one would expose it, but Shen Fei was no ordinary man. This strategy against Confucianism wasn't solely Shen Fei's idea. Li Si also contributed significantly. Attacking Confucianism was only the beginning. As the founding emperor, Yingzheng intended to do everything he could. Exposing Confucianism was a prelude to subsequent matters regarding land, tenants, and taxation. Taxing the nobility was paramount. If universal taxation could be achieved, the empire's future would be significantly better. Naturally, this idea was met with overwhelming opposition. Even Xiangyang's reforms hadn't addressed this issue. Collecting taxes from the nobility would be extremely difficult based on what was already being done. However, Shen Fei and Yingzheng had been prepared for this. Everything they were doing was just preparatory work. He had a final trump card in hand. It's not my fault. It's just that some people are too greedy. They really think they are. At this point, Shen Fei sneered and stopped talking. Instead, he changed the subject, looking at Han Fei and asking, Wei Zhuang and the others should have entered Shenyang by now. The coronation ceremony of Yingzheng, who had unified the empire, was a natural occurrence for the anti-Qin forces. Even if they couldn't kill Yingzheng, Disrupting the ceremony would be a welcome sight. Wei Zhuang, Yan Dan, and the others would undoubtedly infiltrate. With so many nobles from the 6 kingdoms now in Shenyang, they'd have plenty of ways to follow suit. I don't know about that. You should know I've run out of ideas now, so I'll let Xenu support you. Han Fei's status meant he couldn't work outside, at least not yet. His daily activities revolved around drinking at Shen Fei's club. Xenu, on the other hand, didn't impose such restrictions. These days, she was the one who earned Han Fei's living, otherwise, Han Fei wouldn't even have enough money for alcohol. Hearing Shen Fei's words, Han Fei's face flickered with embarrassment. Back in Han, he'd initially relied on Xenu's resources and wealth to develop his business. Later, thanks to his wisdom, he'd quickly turned things around. But now, in Qin, that wasn't the case. It wasn't that Han Fei's wisdom had diminished, but rather his status, which prevented him from taking action. Nangong greets His Majesty. As the coronation ceremony drew closer, even Chu's foremost sage, Chu Nangong, appeared in Qin. Shen Fei hadn't seen him in Chu, but instead, he appeared directly in Shenyang, Qin. Nangong, there's no need for formalities. I summoned you today because I heard from the Imperial Master that you possess the Yellowstone Heavenly Book, a divine book bestowed upon Emperor Zuinatun Huangdi by the 9 Heavens mysterious woman and later passed into the hands of Zhang Taigong of the previous dynasty. It's said to be able to change dynasties. I wonder if that's true. Ying Zhang's words sent Chu Nangong shuddering. Even the moon goddess beside him glanced at him, while Gai Nai's expression remained unchanged. Your Majesty, although there are many legends about the Yellowstone Heavenly Book, how could I possibly have seen such a heavenly book? Duke Chunan immediately spoke. So, you mean the Imperial Master is mistaken? Ying Zhang stared at Duke Chunan, his expression unwilling to change. I dare not. Perhaps the Imperial Master simply believed the rumors. That's possible. Then, Duke Nan, have you ever heard of the saying, even if Chu only has 3 households left, Qin will be destroyed by Chu? As Ying Zhang spoke, the halls of Shenyang Palace immediately fell silent. Even the sound of the group's breathing faded. And Duke Chunan's body trembled as if he were about to collapse. Your Majesty, I haven't heard of it. This time, Duke Chunan didn't make excuses. Is that so? Then, Duke Nan, have you ever heard of the Xiong clan? Feng Huo Linshan, Ying Zhang posed another question. The Xiong clan is well known in Chu, but as for Feng Huo Linshan, no one in Chu has heard of them. Lord Nan, aren't you curious? What do Feng Huo Linshan refer to? They say they refer to 4 people who can overthrow our great Qin Empire. This time, no one dared to speak up. Even Yu Shen and Gai Nai hung their heads, as if they hadn't heard anything. Speaking of which, I'm truly curious about those 4 individuals who can bring down our great Qin Empire, Ying Zhang said, rising from the dragon throne. I've also heard that Changpingjun has a Qinglong plan against me and possesses a map of tunnels throughout the 7 kingdoms. I wonder if that's true or not. Without waiting for Chu Nangguang to respond, Ying Zhang turned and left. Gai Nai followed closely behind. Moments later, only Yu Shen and Lord Chunan were left in the hall. Lord Nan, some things are best thought through, Yu Shen said, leaving as well. What's going on? Why, at the Yin Yang clan headquarters, Lord Chu Nangguang arrived to meet Dong Huang Tai, looking a little agitated. There's no reason. The celestial phenomena simply changed. Dong Huang Tai's voice was calm. Since it had already happened, there was no choice but to accept it. After all, they were inferior in strength. This is a good opportunity. If we can cause chaos, we might be able to kill Ying Zhang. Just as Shen Fei had suspected, Yan Dan had also infiltrated Shenyang City. Chapter 569, Coronation Ceremony, Part 2. A lot of philosophers have come, haven't they? That's right. After all, there won't be a warring states period anymore, only the great Qin Empire. In the past, talented people from the various schools of thought, frustrated with their current position, could move to other countries. But now, with no other countries left, there were no longer any opportunities. In this situation, they had no choice but to come to Qin. After all, the great Qin Empire had just been established, starving for talent. At this time, the various schools of thought had almost lost their memory. All the talk about Qin being a land of wolves and tigers, or lacking proper etiquette, had been forgotten. The Confucians Fu Nian and Zhang Lang, and the famous scholar Gongsun Linglong, have all come together. That's quite interesting. I remember Fu Nian's praise for her being extraordinary. I have to say, that's a good word. While Confucianism had its share of problems, it wasn't entirely without flaws, otherwise, it wouldn't have amassed such a powerful influence. While the actions of the other 7 branches of Confucianism are difficult to judge, the lesser sage Zhuangzi fared far better. Zunzi's philosophy, that human nature is inherently evil, completely contradicts the Confucian theory of human nature being good. If the other schools of thought still cooperate and exchange with each other, then Zunzi's school would absolutely not cooperate with them. Their fundamental philosophies are so opposed, how could they possibly cooperate? To be blunt, even if Confucius were still alive, Zunzi and him would have been his opposite. While the other schools of thought had their own philosophies, they all derived their ideas from the theory of human nature. Fu Nian's visit to Shenyang, Qin, was naturally not his own initiative, but an official invitation from the empire. Even if Fu Nian had resisted, he had no choice but to come. Poor Fu Nian, however, had no idea that even before his arrival, Confucianism had already developed a somewhat tarnished reputation, particularly regarding extravagance and waste. It would be up to Fu Nian to defend himself. Shen Fei had a very favorable impression of Fu Nian. He was a true paragon of Confucian morality, unlike some who appeared to be insincere. But after all, he was the head of the Confucian Zia Sheng Xianzhuang, so even if he had a favorable impression, there was nothing he could do. Lord Chunan is truly clever, Fu Su. Shen Fei had long sought the Yellowstone Heavenly Book from Lord Chunan, but he had been unable to find him. Finally, he had come openly and even temporarily stayed at Fu Su's residence, making it difficult for Shen Fei to act. After all, Lord Chunan was renowned, the foremost sage of Chu. In this era, reputation was crucial. Those with high prestige could easily change jobs without much trouble. Especially since Qin had just unified the country, Shen Fei was not overly anxious. He simply felt sorry for Fu Su, who had already been implicated by Changping Jun and now had connections to the Chu people. Of course, Fu Su himself had no particular motives. After all, Lord Chunan's reputation was immense. Add to that the encouragement of the Confucianists in Fu Su's residence and his Confucian upbringing, and it was natural for him to invite Lord Chunan. Fu Su was a good man, but as Ying Zhang's eldest son, a good man couldn't possibly be competent. Now that Ying Zhang could live for over 1,000 years, Fu Su, the eldest son, had no chance of succeeding to the throne. How could a crown prince last more than 1,000 years? I never expected this place to be so prosperous. Upon arriving in Shenyang, both Fu Nian and Zhang Liang were astonished. The prosperity of Shenyang city far exceeded their expectations. They were not unsophisticated. Fu Nian had traveled extensively before becoming the head of Xiaoxingxin Manor. Zhang Liang was even more impressed. Xinjiang City was already prosperous, and Shanghai City was even more prosperous. Shanghai City in Qi was exceptionally famous during the Warring States period. Not only was it home to Xiaoxingxin Manor, it was also a major commercial center. Its unique geographical conditions, coupled with key specialties, made Shanghai City a destination for nearly every successful merchant during the Warring States period. However, whether it was Xinjiang, Shanghai, or Dalian, they were all far inferior to the present-day Shenyang. Shen Fei wasn't a business genius, but in this era, a single idea was enough to launch an entire industry, not to mention the support of Ying Zhang. The biggest change in Shenyang City concerned the basic needs of the common people, namely food, clothing, housing, and transportation. As the saying goes, when you're well-fed, you'll lust. If you can't even fill your stomach, discussing other matters is merely wishful thinking. Food and clothing are the foundation. Seeds from the modern era have freed the Qin people from food shortages, and abundant, inexpensive cloth has enabled them to purchase new clothes. Of course, Shen Fei merely shared his ideas and provided the relevant information. The rest was handled by the empire itself. Shenyang City's largest clothing supplier is now Xinu, who prioritizes luxury goods over the common people. Shen Fei's businesses in Shenyang City mirror this. Shenyang City had also undergone significant changes in terms of transportation and living. Cement made roads smoother, and the advent of rubber tires made carriages more comfortable. However, due to limited production, rubber tires were now a true luxury. With them, who would still want to ride in a bumpy old carriage? Newspaper seller, freshly published Akan Daily. Walking along the street, Fu Nian and Zhang Liang were immediately drawn to the newsboy. Following the Qin dynasty's conquest of the 6 states, the long-awaited Deccan Daily officially launched. Naturally, the newspaper sales were assigned to orphans. In modern society, this would be child labor, but in this era, it was considered a charitable act. Curious, Fu Nian and Zhang Liang stopped the newsboy and bought 2 copies of Deccan Daily. The front-page headline, naturally, was Li Si's article on the virtues of Emperor Qin Shi Huang, a brilliant collection of the merits and demerits of the 3 sovereigns and the 5 emperors. With the unification of the Qin dynasty, Li Si's status naturally rose. From a humble scion, he rose to a position second only to the emperor, surpassing even Han Fei. Given this, Li Si no longer harbored any jealousy towards Han Fei. Looking at the people in the Qin dynasty, Li Si, despite his wealthy family, was a true commoner. Others, even Gai Nai, were members of the Wei nobility. Perhaps the world is truly at peace now, Fu Nian muttered softly after briefly perusing the Deccan Daily. The Deccan Daily's praise of Yingzheng wasn't merely empty flattery, but rather a list of figures showing the casualties from centuries of war among the 7 warring states. Others included various policies, agricultural, and industrial developments. It's undeniable that Yingzheng's prestige was unrivaled during this era. In other eras, achieving these goals would have been incredibly difficult, but under Yingzheng's command, everything was truly realized. You must have something to do. Go ahead. I'll go over there and take a look, Fu Nian said after noticing Zhang Liang staring at the great Qin Daily with a deep gaze and secretly shaking his head. For Fu Nian, having arrived in Shenyang City, he naturally wanted to see the city's largest library. The Confucian Zia Shangxian's Herong's library was no longer exclusive. With the advent of printed books and the Qin dynasty's strict price controls, it was no longer possible for certain aristocratic families to control knowledge. Brother, please. After seeing Fu Nian off, Zhang Liang turned and headed west to Shenyang City, where lay the city's largest entertainment venue, the Sun and Moon Cottage. It offered cabaret performances, luxurious restaurants, and auctions, but they were all just shows. The Sun and Moon Cottage was not a brothel. While operating brothels was quite common in that era, as seen in places like Zilangsun and Zhumanglao, Shen Fei maintained his principles. After all, the very concept of brothels was originally invented by Guanzhong. Ninth young master, you're truly enjoying yourself. Inside the Sun and Moon Cottage, Zhang Liang entered Han Fei's private room on the top floor. He happened to see Han Fei sitting on the balcony, sipping wine and admiring the beautiful view of the courtyard below. A beautiful woman played the zither for him from behind the screen. Zifeng's here. It's been a long time. Seeing Zhang Liang, Han Fei sighed imperceptibly, thinking back to the days when they had proudly founded the Flowing Sands, diligently enforcing the laws of heaven and earth and establishing a new order in this world. But now, things and people have changed. Zhang Liang stared at Han Fei for a long moment, about to say something, then, as if remembering something, glanced toward the screen. Nanjia greets young Master Zhang. At that moment, the beautiful woman emerged from behind the screen. You? Nanjia's appearance surprised Zhang Liang. We have quite a few guests today. Just as Zhang Liang was surprised by Nanjia's appearance, Xinu entered, bringing 2 people with her, Wei Zhuang and Qi Lian. I never thought we could meet again under these circumstances. Let's have a drink together. Han Fei appeared delighted as the other members of the Liaxia clan gathered. Seeing Han Fei so happy, Xinu's slight annoyance vanished. Honestly, Xinu didn't want Wei Zhuang, Zhang Liang, and the others to find Han Fei. After all, their lives were peaceful now. As for Han, the longer they lived in Qin, the more they understood that its restoration was impossible. The combination of the ambitious Yingzheng and the unfathomable imperial preceptor doomed the 6 kingdoms to extinction. You just showed up like that. Zhang Liang was deeply puzzled by Wei Zhuang's public appearance. Sun Moon Cottage was the territory of the Qin imperial preceptor. Although Xinu, Yan Lingji, and the others were in charge, even with Xinu's cover, the presence of Wei Zhuang and the others could not be concealed. If he hadn't known Wei Zhuang couldn't betray him, he would have probably assumed he had defected to Qin. Shen Fei was naturally aware of the presence of Wei Zhuang and the others, but he hadn't considered what to do. Wei Zhuang was Gai Nai's junior, Qi Lian was Han Fei's sister, and Bai Feng was Mo Ya's younger brother. These combined identities made it difficult to attack them. In fact, Shen Fei welcomed their arrival, perhaps using it as an opportunity to dissuade them from their unrealistic ambitions. If Wei Zhuang and Zhang Liang still insisted on restoring their country, Shen Fei wouldn't mind sending them further north, or to an island nation to the east. There, they wouldn't have the opportunity to flourish in the Central Plains. The Qin Empire had just been unified, and much needed to be rebuilt. It would take at least another 10 to 20 years of development. By then, the areas Wei Zhuang and the others had already established would be perfectly suited for rule, saving them the hassle of initial efforts. Don't worry, someone is absolutely confident and doesn't care about us at all. Thinking of Shen Fei's attitude, Wei Zhuang felt a surge of indignation. He was a disciple of Giguzi, whose anger instilled fear in the feudal lords and whose peace brought peace to the world. He was the renowned lord of the quicksand, and yet here he was completely ignored. If he hadn't known he couldn't defeat him, he would have used his shark-toothed sword to comb Shen Fei's hair. How confident! Hearing Wei Zhuang's words, Zhang Liang also felt a surge of anger. The goal they had worked so hard for their entire lives seemed like a mere family affair to others. It would be strange if he didn't feel angry. You've come at the perfect time. I just happen to have a new batch of fine fabric, Xinu said, pulling Qilian and Wang Yu away. Xinu was a very intelligent person. Even if she didn't want Han Fei to take another risk, she understood that reviving Korea was impossible under the current circumstances, but she didn't say it out loud. Zhang Liang and Wei Zhuang also understood the current situation, but their steadfast beliefs were not easily swayed. Even Naruto's rhetoric wouldn't have much effect on such beliefs. This was why Shen Fei stopped trying to persuade them, only reality would force them to give up. Just like the 7th generation Naruto, who had to succumb to reality. In reality, Qilian and Nanayu no longer cared about reviving Korea, they were simply following Wei Zhuang. You guys really don't fear death? Late at night, outside the Imperial Master's mansion, Shen Fei faced 22 men in black with a cold sneer. He had already set up a security barrier for several kilometers around the mansion, and he knew it was there the moment these men entered. Anyone else would have sent their men to fight the enemy, but Shen Fei, to avoid casualties, took action himself. The Imperial Master's mansion had many maids, and he didn't expect these men in black to show them mercy. Want to cause chaos in Shanyang? Alice, Shanyang is now a den of danger. Looking up at the distant flames and the occasional faint sounds of fighting, Shen Fei shook his head slightly. In the past, the Qin state, the various schools of thought, and the anti-Qin forces of the Six Kingdoms could indeed cause considerable chaos in Shanyang. But things are different now. After Shen Fei provided a large number of Zhenren pills, the 6 gates and the shadow guards of Shanyang City are now truly a multitude of experts. While they are still far from being top masters, they are outnumbered. One person can't defeat them, but 10 people can't. This is the home turf of the Qin dynasty. Attack, death squads? It seems I've offended quite a few people. As Shen Fei looked off into the distance, the men in black immediately seized the opportunity to attack, acting with a complete disregard for life of death-defying death squads. Death squads are terrifying, even more terrifying than assassins. They are like human bombs, attacking with utter annihilation, the trump card of the aristocratic families. Shen Fei self-deprecatingly said that he had offended many people, but he didn't know that this was an understatement. In the eyes of those aristocratic families, he was even more hateful than Yin Zhang, because this Qin state master was completely undermining the foundation of the aristocratic families. Chapter 570, Coronation Ceremony, and the reason these aristocratic families were determined to kill Shen Fei at all costs was simple, the issue of taxation. For these aristocratic families, the emperor was irrelevant. As long as their interests were protected, their interests were protected. Centuries of dynasties, millennia of aristocratic families. From the first emperor, Yin Zhang, to successive dynasties, every change of dynasty was secretly orchestrated by the aristocratic families. The fundamental reason the Qin Empire fell in its second generation was the aristocratic families, a phenomenon almost identical to the later Sui dynasty. Taxation was a crucial component of the aristocratic family's fundamental interests. It wasn't that the aristocratic families cared about money. For them, mere taxes were insignificant. What mattered to them was privilege. When taxes were imposed on the aristocratic families, the loss was not just financial, it was the loss of privilege. A harsh government is more ferocious than a tiger, Confucius once said. Yet, Confucians were the largest group exempt from taxation. The state needed money, and if they couldn't collect taxes from the aristocratic families, the burden would have to be passed on to the common people. Why, in modern society, Can farmers be tax-free and yet receive subsidies? The real reason is that everyone must pay taxes, and the wealthier the better. Under these circumstances, the taxes paid by farmers are insignificant. It could be said that Yin Zhang's decision to tax the aristocracy, if successful, would be a reform thousands of years in advance, undoubtedly benefiting the nation immensely. In ancient society, the notion of rich families feasting and drinking while the streets freeze to death was commonplace. This issue was originally a taboo that Yin Zhang wouldn't dare touch, even Xiangyang's reforms wouldn't have dared to touch upon it. If it weren't for Shen Fei's display of absolute strength, Yin Zhang would have taken his time. On the other hand, with his long lifespan, he had plenty of time for gradual reform. Wood release, thorn killing technique. Watching the silent group of assassins charging toward him in a fan-shaped formation from the front, Shen Fei snorted coldly. He clasped his hands together, and the next moment, a vast mass of thorns appeared from the ground, instantly entangling all 22 men in black. Even some who leaped skyward couldn't escape the entanglement. These men, worthy of being called death warriors, uttered not a single cry of pain even as the thorns entangled them. Instead, each one exerted all their might, attempting to break free from their bonds. However, they had underestimated Shen Fei's wood release technique, and the more they struggled, the tighter the bonds tightened. Shen Fei had no words for these death warriors. He glanced coldly around him, then suddenly unleashed his magical power. The powerful thorns instantly ripped through the bodies of the 22 death warriors, transforming them into 22 balls of bloody mist. Not good. Let's go. Those who witnessed the scene from afar couldn't help but gasp in shock and prepare to leave. Someone came to kill the great Qin Imperial Preceptor. Some were optimistic about the outcome, but it was also a chance to witness the power of Shen Fei, the Imperial Preceptor. After all, seeing is believing. There were many legends about Shen Fei's prowess, but most people didn't believe them. As the saying goes, a gentleman doesn't speak of strange things. Limited by their own knowledge, they didn't believe Shen Fei's strength was truly formidable, instead believing it was exaggerated, like a supernova in a pirate story arguing about defeating the 4 emperors. Only after witnessing Shen Fei's prowess did they realize the rumors were true, but by then it was too late. Go, where do you want to go? Shen Fei said calmly, and several flashes of swordlight flashed through the forest, leaving several bodies at the scene. This is a misunderstanding. Screams, angry roars, and pleas for mercy echoed throughout the forest and along the mountain path. Sadly, no matter what these people said, Shen Fei showed no mercy. Anyone else would have had no way of dealing with those observing from afar, but with Shen Fei's observation haki, no one within a radius of several kilometers could escape his detection. Bai Feng, this isn't the place for you. Remember, there won't be a next time. Naturally, the people from Liasha were present in such a scene, but Wei Zhuang and the others didn't show up. Only Bai Feng arrived. In the darkness, dressed in white, standing atop the treetops, she looked quite dashing. But if she were spotted, it wasn't dashing at all, it was just silly. Besides Bai Feng, another person who acted similarly was Dao Zhu of the Maoist school. These masters of Qingguang seemed to enjoy standing on high ground, and Mo Yang and Jibu seemed to share this habit. For Madame Zhu's sake, I'll spare your life this time. Take care of yourself. After whispering these words into Dao Zhu's ear through Xianlei telepathy, Shen Fei slapped him on the shoulder and pushed him down from the treetop. The sudden sound startled Dao Zhu so much that upon landing, he immediately unleashed his lightning-removing divine steps, creating a clone and fleeing in panic. Good response. Please lead the way. Shen Fei had a reason for letting Dao Zhi go. When he'd patted Dao Zhi on the shoulder, he'd already left him with a flying thunder god mark. The Maoist mechanical city was incredibly well hidden. While searching for it wasn't impossible, it would take time. So, wouldn't it be easier to have Dao Zhi lead the way? Spreading the word that the Qin army was about to attack the Maoist mechanical city would surely attract a significant number of anti-Qin forces. In the original novel, various philosophers, including Zhang Liang, went to support the attack. If Wei Zhuang hadn't deployed the poisonous feather Kai, breaching the mechanical city would have been a far more difficult task. The Yin-Yang family has also taken action. After Shen Fei dispatched the enemy, he arrived inside Shanyang. While the battle continued, the Qin army had a clear advantage. Xinghan, Yushan, and Da Xiao Siming had all taken action. Adding Dai Nai and the others, the attacking forces were nearly completely annihilated. The Shadow Secret Guards were no shortage of exceptional experts. Ying Zheng relied on more than just Gai Nai. After a night of chaos, the next morning, while the atmosphere within Shenyang City had grown more gloomy, it was still as lively as ever. Seeing Shenyang at that moment, it was hard to imagine that the night before had been the scene of a life-and-death struggle. Following this incident, Ying Zheng's forces finally took action. The Dragon and Tiger Cavalry were deployed to the vicinity of Shenyang. The Imperial Dragon and Tiger Cavalry, commanded by the royal family, were no less powerful than the Golden Fire Cavalry and the 100 battle-armored soldiers. Their primary mission was to safeguard Shenyang, and thus, they had not been deployed in the war to overthrow the Six Kingdoms. Following the deployment of the Dragon and Tiger Cavalry, the situation in Shenyang City became significantly safer, but this was only a covert security. Overtly, the various aristocratic families, nobles, and the royal family were busy colluding. Their primary objectives at this point were two: the first, naturally, to prevent the taxation of the nobility, and the second, to prevent the implementation of the prefecture county system. If this proved to be unsuccessful, preventing the taxation would be their primary priority. Time passed, and finally, the day of Qin Shi Huang's ascension to the throne arrived. After the Qin Empire unified China, it was a time of widespread celebration. Among them, some Confucians proposed a general amnesty, allowing the people to feel the first emperor's benevolence. However, this person was soon sent to the heavenly prison. While a general amnesty might sound simple, it actually undermined the Qin dynasty's ideals of rule of law. This phrase, often heard in later generations, existed even during the Warring States period. Such proposals were often proposed for celebratory occasions like the king's enthronement and birthdays. However, this practice fell out of favor in the Qin dynasty after Xiangyang's reforms. While Qin naturally celebrated important occasions like the king's enthronement, these celebrations were never based on a general amnesty. Confucians, citing benevolence and righteousness, never considered the potential for unrest a general amnesty would cause, especially for those convicted of serious crimes or those on death row. The topic of a general amnesty also caused quite a stir in Shenyang City. Under Shen Fei's covert instructions, the Confucianists were refuted to the point of being speechless, with many so-called great Confucian scholars publicly exclaiming in frustration. Similarly, rumors of universal taxation were naturally leaked in advance, allowing the various schools of thought in Shenyang to debate, primarily between Ying Zheng, Shen Fei's agents, and the aristocratic families of the various schools of thought. The result was a 5-word statement that left the Confucians speechless: a harsh government is more ferocious than a tiger. Attack your own shield with your own spear. Confucianism was notorious for its hypocrisy, which is why many people were unable to defeat it. However, that was when Confucianism was the only school of thought that held the key to discourse. Now, the Qin Empire holds the key. Li Si had some objections to the universal taxation, but he had one advantage: he quickly prioritized the issues. Li Si didn't care about the difficulty of the tax. On the contrary, the prestige it would bring would surely immortalize him and completely overpower Han Fei. As a result, Li Si's fighting spirit soared. The first emperor's order: as Ying Zheng ascended the altar for the celestial sacrifice, Li Si produced an imperial edict and began to read it. This was the first decree after Ying Zheng ascended the throne. Besides formally establishing the title of first emperor, it also laid out the laws of the empire, akin to a constitution in later times. Execute the tyrant Ying Zheng. Before Li Si could finish reading the edict, the long-planned anti-Qin forces finally emerged and took action. Many of the civilians observing the ceremony, as well as the Qin troops supposedly responsible for the defense, defected. This action was undoubtedly a long-planned operation, otherwise, it would be impossible for so many enemies to infiltrate the civilian population and the army. This could only be accomplished with the involvement of forces within the empire itself. Just like Shen Fei's curiosity about how Jing Kai, the assassin of Qin Shi Huang, managed to place the dagger on the map, ruling out other possible explanations, there was only one possibility: someone within the empire deliberately did it. Otherwise, as an offering to Ying Zheng, it would have been perfectly fine after several, if not 100, inspections. Similarly, the civilians observing the ceremony and the Qin soldiers guarding the scene needed to be investigated. Protect your majesty. Faced with a sudden rebellion, Zheng Han of the Shadow Secret Guard leaped out, commanding the guards to engage the assassins in a fierce battle. He himself rushed towards Ying Zheng, but was quickly stopped by a soldier in Qin army armor. Though clad in ordinary Qin armor, his martial arts skills rivaled Zhang Han's. As for Ying Zhang's side, many of the guards closest to him defected. After dispatching the other guards, they charged directly at Ying Zhang, making him appear in imminent danger. Guy Nai, who was supposed to be his personal bodyguard, stayed away from the platform due to the coronation ceremony. After the enemy made their move, Guy Nai was also stopped. However, Ying Zhang seemed completely unaware of the danger, coldly observing the incoming enemies without even unsheathing his heavenly question sword. Seeing them about to reach Ying Zhang, and then accomplish a feat unprecedented and unparalleled, killing him, the anti-Qin forces erupted in joy, as did the nobles. Unfortunately, just as the assassins reached the last of the 99 steps, on the verge of reaching Ying Zhang, a thunderous roar echoed from the sky. Countless bolts of lightning descended from the heavens, instantly pulverizing the attackers. The group then noticed the sky had darkened. When they looked up, both sides had simultaneously halted their attacks. In the sky, a black dragon, several hundred meters long, stared down with its enormous eyes. Such a miraculous sight immediately dispelled the desire for further action on both sides. Both men, acting as if by design, confronted each other backstage. Many on the anti-Qin side then turned gloomy. Suddenly, the black dragon in the sky began to move, and a torrent of lightning suddenly pelted the assembled anti-Qin forces. A moment later, the thunder dissipated, leaving no one alive. The black dragon's actions clearly demonstrated its position. "Congratulations, Your Majesty, for receiving divine protection." Li Si was the quickest to react. He immediately put down the imperial edict and knelt on the ground. Following Li Si's kneeling, the others around him followed suit. This is impossible. Seeing this, many members of the noble families, though deeply resigned, could only kneel helplessly. Although many suspected the black dragon was a fake, no one dared to challenge it at this moment. After all, the black dragon might have been created by some strange martial art or sorcery, but the power of the lightning was undeniable. A black dragon, hundreds of meters long, appeared in the sky. Naturally, it wasn't just Ying Zhang and his men who saw it, the entire city of Shenyang saw it. The citizens immediately fell to their knees. This was Shen Fei and Ying Zhang's plan, to have the black dragon appear at the coronation ceremony to support Ying Zhang. How could this happen? Of course, not everyone knelt. Han Fei, Xu Yu, Zhang Lang, Wei Zhuang, and Yan Dan, all from different parts of Shenyang, didn't kneel. But even so, their faces were filled with shock and disbelief. This was exactly what Shen Fei had hoped for. In this era, the appearance of a dragon, especially a black one, arguably catapulted Ying Zhang's prestige within the Qin Empire to its peak. While it wouldn't force an outright surrender from the anti-Qin forces, it would certainly divide at least half of them. Why? On what grounds? Yan Dan's face was filled with resentment at the sight of the black dragon and the kneeling citizens of Shenyang. The dragon's appearance and stance were a crushing blow to the righteous Yan Dan. Chapter 571, Maha's Mechanical City, Part 1. It's no wonder that Yan Dan was so unwilling to give up. Speaking of it, among Ying Zhang, Chang Pingjun, Han Fei, and Yan Dan, Ying Zhang had the worst start. Ying Zhang and Yan Dan had actually known each other for a long time. Yan Dan had known Ying Zhang when he was a hostage in Zhao State. At that time, the status of the two could be said to be worlds apart. Although Ying Zhang was a hostage, to be honest, no one really cared about him. Who would have thought that the hostage who no one cared about at the time would become the king of Qin, the most powerful of the 7 kingdoms of the Warring States period, in a blink of an eye? Not to mention, he would go on to conquer the 6 kingdoms and establish the Great Qin Empire. Yam State, a vassal state that had been passed down for almost 1,000 years, was directly destroyed. Among the 7 kingdoms of the Warring States period, only Yan State was passed down from the establishment of the Zhou dynasty to the present. The other 6 states had experienced huge changes. Although Qi State was also the same, after the Yan family replaced Qi, the royal family had changed. In this respect, Yan Dan was the purest member of the Ji clan, even purer than Yan Lu's bloodline. The Zhou royal family also underwent changes during the Eastern and Western Zhou dynasties. Is this the Yuho realm? The hundreds-meter-long black dragon that soared above Shenyang City was seen not only by the people of Shenyang City, but also by many outside the city, including Donghuang Tai. Ordinary people would consider the sight of a black dragon a myth, a truly astonishing sight. However, Dong Huangtai certainly didn't see it that way. With his abilities, he could create a black dragon. The yin-yang school's illusionary realm technique, of course, wouldn't reach the same dramatic length as Shen Fei's. Shen Fei thoroughly shared his knowledge of the Yuhua realm with Dong Huangtai, Bimingzi, Xiameng, and the others. If Guguzi hadn't been unavailable, he wouldn't have minded sharing it with him. Shen Fei had a clear understanding of his own talent. While not a loser, he was definitely not a genius either. His current achievements were thanks to the resources from various worlds. Perhaps it's possible to merge different systems, such as yin-yang and ninjutsu, or magic and ninjutsu, etc. These aren't problems, but relying on this to reach the Yuhua realm is extremely difficult. Other aspects aside, simply accumulating enough knowledge isn't enough. In this situation, having Dong Huangtai, Bimingzi, and others blaze the trail to the Yuhua realm is a good option. With those who have paved the way, it's much easier for those who follow. Just like the fourth Hokage took over 3 years to create the Rasengan, Jiraiya took about a month or several months, and Naruto took about a week. While the Yuhua realm might be difficult to reach in under one person due to unknown reasons, this shouldn't be a problem in the Qin dynasty. After all, this is a world where Xiaoli, the Tears of the Nine Heavens mysterious lady, can appear. If they succeed, Shen Fei will have another path to explore. Of course, these are Shen Fei's thoughts, unknown to Dong Huangtai and the others. In their minds, they already consider him to be at the Yuhua realm, and Shen Fei naturally won't tell them. Strength and realm aren't always equal. Roger, so powerful, died of illness. There are also worlds where people can blow up planets, only to die of heart attacks. Some even possess enough power to shatter galaxies, but ultimately live no more than 10,000 years. For the average person, 10,000 years is an awful long time. The ancient one only lived for a little over 1,000. However, some, even those with minimal strength, live for tens of thousands of years. For example, in Asgard, the average lifespan is only 5,000 years. The powerful are at least omnipotent, but when it comes to power, let alone those powerful beings, Shen Fei could easily defeat even one of their princes. Who is this prince? It goes without saying, it's Loki. As for Thor, it's hard to say. While Thor may be a bit naive, and later degenerated into a fool on Star-Lord's level, that's due to his intelligence, not his strength. In terms of power, Thor is formidable. Roar. As Dong Huangtai lamented, a black dragon in the sky let out a deafening roar, and countless thunderbolts appeared out of nowhere above Shenyang City. This celestial phenomenon, comparable to the might of heaven, forced many with ulterior motives to abandon their thoughts. As the thunder dissipated, golden light descended from the sky. Within this golden light, something shimmering with dazzling golden light, resembling a rice seed, slowly drifted from the sky towards Yinjiang below. It was Nidalomi, the ultimate longevity item. Having accomplished this, the black dragon soared through the clouds and missed toward the sky above. In the blink of an eye, its massive form vanished from the sky. Long after the black dragon vanished, those kneeling on the ground slowly began to rise. At Yingzhang's signal, Li Si immediately read out the imperial edict from before. This time, there were no unexpected incidents. Even after the ceremony concluded, no one in the Shenyang palace dared to openly object. With a black dragon now revealed, did they really think Yingzhang couldn't even lift a sword? Next, it's time to attack the mechanical city, but first, we need to make a trip to the Nong family. At Yingzhang's coronation ceremony, a black dragon appeared and bestowed divine artifacts. News of this spread like wildfire throughout the Six Kingdoms. While this was certainly fueled by the imperial government, rumors circulated that Qin's unification was a mandate from heaven, unbearable for the warring states. Of course, there wasn't just one version of the story, but regardless, Qin's unification was a natural destiny. With such a multi-pronged approach, the effects were clearly evident. Perhaps due to their distance from Chunyan, the effects hadn't yet been felt. However, in Han, Zhao, and Wei, many defeated soldiers emerged from the mountains and forests to surrender. Unifying the world in such a short period naturally left many problems, including the emergence of numerous bandits and robbers, primarily composed of defeated soldiers from various nations. Shen Fei didn't participate in these matters. That was the responsibility of Luo Wang, the Shadow Secret Guard, and the Six Gates. He had already decided to spend less time in this world after defeating the mechanical city. You've done very well. In Dongjin, Shen Fei met Yanyan, who had become the leader of the chivalrous clan. After the deaths of Tian Guang, Tian Meng, and other high-ranking members of the Nong clan, Tian Yan's situation had been somewhat fraught with difficulties. Some of the Nong clan's 6 elders opposed her becoming the leader of the chivalrous clan, but after a final vote, she was finally elected. The 6 elders had no doubts about Tian Yan. After all, her frail health was well known within the Nong clan. There were 2 reasons for their opposition to her becoming the leader of the chivalrous clan. The first was naturally her status as a woman. While women had led various schools of thought during this era, such as Xiao Meng of the Taoist Xianzong and Gongsun Linglong of the Ming clan, the opposition was not uncommon. But this was only a rare exception. The Taoist Xianzong was inherently detached from the mundane world, so naturally, no one would harbor resentment towards Xiao Meng. As for Gongsun Linglong, that was hereditary, a prestigious family that had declined by this generation, leaving the Gongsun clan to sustain it. Sects ranked lower among the 100 schools of thought could generally be considered aristocratic families. The second reason was naturally Tian Yan's frail health. As the Nong clan's chivalrous leader, without formidable martial arts skills, it would be difficult to gain the support of the people. Even within the Confucian school, the position of leader required formidable martial arts, otherwise, if other schools of thought came to challenge him, it would be embarrassing. However, given the Nong clan's heavy losses, the support of the surviving hall masters, and the presence of Tian Yan's brother, Tian Si, a supremely skilled practitioner, the 6 elders of the Nong clan finally decided to make Tian Yan the chivalrous leader. Originally, Shen Fei had decided to resolve the situation at the mechanical city first, and then address the Nong clan's own affairs. After all, she believed that since Tian Yan had already become the chivalrous leader, the Nong clan would be immune to any problems for the time being. But who had the 6 elders of the Nong family courted such tragedies, having Tian Yan issue the Shen order against Shen Fei? It seemed these 6 old men were planning to emulate their actions against Bai Qi, the Marquis of Wuhan, and do the same to Shen Fei. It must be said, it was a rather naive idea. Come, let me experience the true supreme formation of the Nong family. The Nong family's 24Ds formation was known as the Supreme Formation, not just boasted, but based on actual combat experience. However, this achievement wasn't achieved by Tian Hu or a 1,000-man formation of the Nong family's 24Ds. It was achieved by the 6 elders of the Nong family. The true Ds formation didn't simply rely on coordinated footwork, but instead focused the energy within the formation to increase its lethality, a step beyond the 3 elements of heaven, earth, and man. Only the 6 elders of the Nong family could master this Ds formation, as it required the cultivation of internal energy from the same source. Master, please wait a moment. There's someone you might want to see. Tian Yan didn't take Shen Fei directly to the place where the 6 elders of the Nong clan were cultivating. Instead, he clapped his hands, and someone walked in with him. The 6 elders of the Nong clan had always been in seclusion, not involved in the affairs of the Nong clan. Under these circumstances, it would be too easy for Tian Yan to control the Nong clan. Who is he? Shen Fei asked calmly. Looking at the burly figure being escorted in by 2 Nong clan disciples, bound with heavy iron chains and shackles. Yingbu of the Thunder Leopard Legion, Tian Yan said slowly. Oh, he's quite an important figure. After hearing Tian Yan's words, Shen Fei looked at Yingbu with some surprise. This was the Lin in the wind, fire, forest, and mountain. As Sun Tzu's Art of War says, swift as the wind, slow as the forest, aggressive as fire, still as a mountain, unpredictable as the shadow, and moving like thunder. Tian Yan, how is she? Answer me. Yingbu paid no attention to Shen Fei. Upon entering the room, he immediately and anxiously asked Tian Yan about someone's situation. Could Lord Chunan have misjudged someone? How could this guy be Lin? Looking at Yingbu, Shen Fei couldn't help but shake his head slightly, remembering the 4 men from Fenghou Linshan. Qi Suru Lin, with Yingbu's temper and the Thunder Leopard Corps he led, didn't resemble Qi Suru Lin in any way. Instead, the aggressive fire suited him. Trading fire with Long Ju was a perfect match. How did you capture him? With 2 men already dead from Fenghou Linshan, and the Black Dragon now appearing, Shen Fei no longer had any interest in eliminating Fenghou Linshan. Now that Zhang Limai's Zhang clan had surrendered to the Empire, killing him would be a simple task. While many of the 6 kingdoms were resilient and unyielding, many also took advantage of the situation. The Zhang family was one such example. In the Chu kingdom, The Zhongs were a family of nobles, with generations of family members serving as high-ranking generals in the Tenglong Legion. The Zhong's wind-chasing arc arrows were renowned both within military circles and within the martial arts world. Tianmi captured her, Tianyan explained, recounting the entire story. Yingbu's capture by Tianmi was a self-inflicted trap. Yingbu brought a critically ill little girl to Tianmi for treatment. While Tianmi wasn't a particularly impressive person, and her martial arts skills weren't particularly impressive, her pharmacology expertise was second only to that of the Zhu family within the Nuang family. Her rise to become one of the Nuang family's 6 hall masters wasn't solely due to her beauty, but also to her own abilities. As descendants of the Shen clan, the Nuang family possessed a profound understanding of pharmacology. Nuang family members were immune to all poisons, relying on their deep understanding of medicinal herbs, a method used to combat poison with poison. With Tianmi's martial arts skills, defeating Yingbu would be extremely difficult, even with poison. However, after taking the little girl hostage, Yingbu immediately surrendered. In the original novel, Tianmi would have used the excuse of treating the little girl as an excuse to ask Yingbu to do her bidding, but that was no longer necessary. He surrendered for a little girl. "Have you found out who she is?" Shen Fei asked, looking at Yingbu with a sudden smile. Before his time travel, he had been impressed by Yingbu's decision to give up his armor and stop killing for a little girl. However, when the little girl turned out to be a person of high status, Shen Fei was somewhat disappointed. They said she was an ordinary peasant girl, but now it seems she's more than just a nobody. Tianyan had initially been indifferent to the little girl, but after hearing Shen Fei's question and Yingbu's reaction, she immediately realized he's the leader of the Thunder Leopard Legion. Now that the Chu state has been destroyed, he's not rallying the defeated troops to continue the rebellion against Qin, but instead sticking around with the little girl. Isn't that strange? The Imperial Master knows her identity, Tianyan asked. It's said that Changpingjun has a little girl. I see. Although Shen Fei didn't say it directly, Tianyan immediately realized it. Changpingjun's daughter. No wonder Yingbu was so nervous. What do you want to do? She's innocent. She's still a child who knows nothing. Seeing his biggest secret revealed, Yingbu's expression immediately turned panic. He didn't care about his own life or death, but Changpingjun's daughter was different. It must be said that Changpingjun was a very powerful person. His 2 daughters helped Jibu and Yingbu to stay together. However, even his cleverness could not have imagined one thing: when he was alive, the forces of Chu could work together seamlessly. After his death, things were different. The 3 major armies of the Nuang family and Chu had parted ways after his death. Innocent. There are so many innocent people in this world. Yingbu's words made Tianyan's eyes suddenly cold. She was also an innocent little girl back then, but she ended up becoming the Jingniu she is now. If you want us to let her go, it's not impossible, but you will have to pay the price. Chapter 572, Mahas Mechanical City, Part 2. You want me to betray them? Dream on. You lackeys of Yingzheng, kill me if you dare. Yingbu erupted in curses after hearing Shen Fei's words. Shen Fei's request was simple: the whereabouts of the Xiong clan. Although the Chu state had fallen, the Xiong clan still existed. Xiong Xiaoyu, Fen Zheng, and the others were still alive. Shen Fei hadn't specifically pursued Xiong Xiaoyu. In this life, Xiaoyu had no chance. Not only was the Fenghao forest and mountain incomplete, but even Yuji had disappeared. Shilan, also known as Xiaoyu, would have infiltrated an inn within Shanghai City and infiltrated the Confucian family, but now she no longer needed to do so. In the original novel, Shilan infiltrated Shanghai because the Shushan clan's treasure, the Fusang tree, had been taken to the Mirage by the Yin-Yang family. Yuzuki had also lost contact, but the Qin and Yin-Yang family hadn't attacked Shushan yet. The sacred Fusang tree remained there, and Shilan continued to work there, protecting Yu Yuan. The Qin dynasty held many secrets, including the 7 Azure Dragons, the Laolan Soldier Demon God, and the Yuan Seal of Mount Shu. The Laolan Soldier Demon God was Xiaoli, transformed from the tears of the Queen Mother of the 9 Heavens. Meanwhile, the Yin-Yang school was at work. Through conversations with the Yin-Yang school, Shen Fei gained a deeper understanding of the 7 Azure Dragons. The 7 Azure Dragons were linked to the legendary Conferred God platform. When discussing the Shang and Zhou dynasties, one cannot help but mention the famous Conferred God battle. While each battle differed significantly depending on the world, they all existed. The conferred god battle in under one person was a war between two groups of aliens. Shen Fei had no idea what the conferred god battle was like in the Qin dynasty, a battle the yin-yang school had long pursued. They constructed the Mirage, claiming to be searching for the immortal mountain beyond the sea, but in reality, they were searching for the conferred god platform. It's said that the conferred god platform was built by Zhang Ziya, drawing on insights from the Yellowstone Heavenly Book. This explains why the Mirage appears on the coast of Shanghai City. Zhang Ziya chose Qi as his fiefdom precisely because of the conferred god platform. Indeed, the conferred god platform is located near Qi. Shen Fei isn't entirely sure what its purpose is, as Dong Huangtai hasn't elaborated on the subject. Perhaps only after entering the conferred god platform will one know. This isn't a historical world, after all, but a world of myth and legend. As for the Yuan seal on Mount Shu, it's said that once the seal door is broken, the gate of disaster will open. While Shen Fei is somewhat curious about this, he's not the reckless type like Luffy or Naruto, who would rush forward, knowing the seal might not be good, and yet still touch it. Besides, even if he really wanted to touch it, there's no need to do so now. He could wait until he's stronger and see what's going on. You are truly righteous. Since I'll grant you your request, you can go and die, Shen Fei said this as he waved his right hand. A green bamboo suddenly appeared out of thin air in front of him, and the next moment, it pierced Yingbu's chest. Yingbu was obviously completely unprepared for Shen Fei's direct attack, but even if he wanted to say anything at this point, it was too late. After silently opening his mouth, he immediately fell forward, completely dead. Tianyan looked at Yingbu's body lying on the ground and waved his hand, signaling his men to carry the body away for disposal. Even if it was just a corpse, Yingbu's body would be worth a considerable reward. Master Imperial Master, what should we do with Changping Jun's daughter? We'll talk about that later. Let's deal with those elders first. Shen Fei had no intention of doing anything to Changping Jun's youngest daughter, Liangxin. After all, she was just a little girl. He had even spared Lian Ai, so what about Liangxin? Yes, Tianyan said, leading Shen Fei towards the tomb of the 6 sages of the Yan Emperor. Although the 6 elders of the Nong clan were preparing to emerge from their seclusion, they hadn't yet. They were currently making final adjustments. After all, they only had one chance to assassinate Shen Fei, the great Qin state master. Tianyan, didn't you tell us not to disturb us for a while? Who is he? As the Nong clan's leader, don't you know this is a forbidden area? As Tianyan and Shen Fei emerged from the tomb of the 6 sages, the 6 elders' training ground, one of the elders spoke up. He had been nonchalant at first, but upon seeing Shen Fei, his expression immediately became alert, as he hadn't noticed his presence. Tianyan's pretense of frailty was genuine. Her gait, the sound of her footsteps, and everything else betrayed a weak woman with limited martial arts skills. As this elder spoke, the other 5 elders turned their gazes towards Tianyan. Several of them looked displeased, especially the elder who had spoken earlier. This elder's the Bingzhu, the chief of the 6 elders, in charge of the Nong family's military and killing. He was the previous generation's Chiao Hall master. He has a hot temper and is very similar to the current Chiao Hall master Tianhu. He is also Shen Qi's master. The other 5 elders are Yu Tu, Gu Shen, Yao Wang, Li Shi, and Xianzong, who are in charge of water conservancy, farming, herbs, calendar, and music respectively. It has to be said that the Nong family is powerful for a reason, but unfortunately, the current Nong family has completely lost the spirit of Shen in tasting hundreds of herbs. It is not without reason that many schools of thought, such as the medical school, split from the Nong family. As Shen Qi's master, Bingzhu naturally dislikes the Yan family. This is also the main reason why he doesn't like Yan. Just look at the treatment of Shen Qi and Wu Kuang when they broke into the forbidden area in the original book. You have to know that Yan is now the leader of the Nong family. My name is Shen Fei, the great Qin state master. I heard the Nong clan issued the Shen order targeting me. Why bother? If you want to see me, just ask, Shen Fei said softly with a smile, after examining the 6 elders of the Nong clan. Shen Fei's introduction immediately caused the 6 elders' expressions to change. After staring at Shen Fei for a moment, their gaze shifted to Tianyan. I see. The 6 elders instantly understood why the Nong clan's masters had suffered so many casualties. Action. The next moment, the 6 elders of the Nong clan appeared around Shen Fei and Tianyan. Having cultivated together for years, the six of them had already developed a mutual understanding. Otherwise, they would not have been able to master the non-clan's 24 Earth-Z formations to their highest level. After Shen Fei introduced himself, the six exchanged glances. The appearance of Shen Fei, the great Qin state master, personally before them, within the tomb of the six sages of the Yan Emperor, was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for them. As the six figures stood, ready to deploy the 24 formations of the Earth and Marsh, the soldier master began his movements when an icy, powerful killing intent locked onto him. Simultaneously, a chilling sword light appeared on his left side. HMPH, the soldier master snorted, gathering the powerful key in his right hand into a sword to meet the blade's light. His current position hinged on the success of the 24 formations of the Earth and Marsh, so he couldn't easily move. How is that possible? The clash of sword energy involuntarily caused the soldier master to take 2 steps back. He paused for a moment, a barely perceptible pause, especially after realizing who was attacking him. The attacker wasn't Shen Fei, the great Qin imperial master, but Yan Yan, the frail and sickly chivalrous leader. Jing Ni's sword, the 6 elders of the Nong clan more familiar with the fame of the 8 swords of the King of Yu. Baziao broken palm. Seeing that the soldier master had lost the initiative due to Yan Yan's strength, the Yu disciples beside him immediately struck Yan Yan with a palm strike. Baziao broken palm and spring cold broken palm are the unique skills of the Gonggong Hall. However, one utilizes the pervasiveness of water, while the other harnesses the chilling coldness of ice. Their power isn't necessarily superior, depending primarily on the strength of the wielder. The Nong clan's martial arts are the most numerous and complex of all schools of thought, with distinct mental methods for each of the 4 seasons and 24 solar terms. Tian Yan had intended to pursue the soldier master, but faced with a Baziao broken palm, he was forced to halt his pursuit. Turning back with a single strike of his sword, he shattered it. Earth-Z-24 At this moment, the soldier master and his companions completed the Earth-Z formation they had practiced for over a decade. The 6 energies merged seamlessly, forming an incredibly powerful and constantly rotating wall of energy that trapped Shen Fei and Yan Yan. After 2 experimental strikes, Tian Yan found no way to break the wall and immediately retreated to Shen Fei's side. Observe the words and expressions. Tian Yan, retreating to Shen Fei's side, immediately used her observe the words and expressions pupil technique, while Shen Fei also used condensation at the same time. The DZ-24 formation is extremely powerful, especially the one used by the 6 elders of the Nong clan, which combines the ki of 6 individuals. However, as a formation, it inevitably has weaknesses. While the DZ-24 is exquisite, it is, after all, a magic that manipulates nature and the laws of heaven and earth. Even the ancient Shen couldn't prevent this weakness, let alone the 6 elders. The constantly rotating ki wall has a weakness, the point where the ki of the 6 elders merges. This cannot be concealed. While it can be rotated and reoriented, it is useless against observe the words and expressions and condensation. The 6 elders, upon seeing Yan Yan's observe the words and expressions, immediately discovered the problem. Then, the Lord of Weapons immediately took action, combining the powerful ki of the 6 individuals to form a powerful and enormous ki sword in the sky. The Lord of Weapons practices the domineering sword art and is also the master of the DZ-24 formation. This Tian Yan, you really can't underestimate him, having read the Zhu family's expressions and seen through their various faces, and now facing the DZ-24, Shen Fei's opinion of Yan Yan has risen even higher. With this, even if Yan Yan were trapped in the DZ-24 formation, he would have a chance of escape. One-on-one, the 6 elders of the Nong family wouldn't be able to defeat Yan Yan, even if they'd practiced for over a decade. Martial arts doesn't just get better with age. No, let me do it. Shen Fei waved his hand to stop Yan Yan's attack, then launched a punch forward, unleashing immense force and a resounding roar. Boom! Shen Fei's immense power, upon impacting the ki wall in front of him, shattered it with unwavering force. A resounding roar echoed throughout the 6 sages' tomb, shaking the entire area violently. The surrounding mountain walls and rocks rained down in a continuous stream. Bang, bang, bang. 6 more loud bangs followed. They were from the 6 elders of the Nong family. Because the DZ formation had been broken, the formation was backfired. Combined with Shen Fei's strength, they all spat out large mouthfuls of blood at the same time. Their bodies flew backwards, crashing into the surrounding mountain wall, leaving a huge human-shaped mark on the mountain wall. The power of the blow was so terrifying. This was the thought in Tian Yan's eyes. Although she knew that Shen Fei was very strong, she was still shocked that he could break the Nong family's supreme formation with a single punch. "I'll leave them to you." 2 of the 6 elders of the Nong family died directly from this blow. They happened to be standing in front of Shen Fei and were swept by the fist. One of them was the Bingzhu, and the other 4 were seriously injured. If they did not receive timely and effective treatment, they would soon follow in the footsteps of the Bingzhu and the other 2. Shen Fei didn't use his full strength in this attack. After all, this was the tomb of the 6 sages of the Yan Emperor, and the statue of Shen'en was still outside on the hillside. He might not give face to others, but he held the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors in the highest esteem. The Nong clan is completely defeated. Next is Liangxin. With the defeat of the Nong clan's 6 elders, no one in the entire clan could resist Tian Yan. Cold poison. After examining Liangxin's condition, Shen Fei knew what she was suffering from. The cold had been in her body for too long, penetrating deep into her meridians and bone marrow. For someone in this world, unless he sought help from the Yin-Yang clan, even the Nong clan could alleviate the symptoms, but a complete cure would be extremely difficult. But for Shen Fei, it was easy. Leave her to Lianai. Have her hand over the 7 Kingdoms tunnel map left by Changping Jun. I can guarantee them a peaceful life. Shen Fei nodded to Tian Yan and left. As for what to do if Lianai refused to hand over the 7 Kingdoms tunnel map, he didn't need to tell her. Tian Yan would handle it. If Lianai still wanted to keep the map under such circumstances, she would be asking for trouble. This is the mechanical city. Building such a large and luxurious structure in a place like this, I wonder how much manpower and material resources must have been mobilized. In this respect, the Mahis school is truly extravagant. After leaving Tianyan, Shen Fei quickly used the Flying Thunder God Seal to locate the Mahis mechanical city hidden within the mountains. The Mahis ancestors had to admire their ability to build such a mechanical city so deep in the mountains. Transporting materials into such a remote location was difficult, but the Mahis school possessed the mechanical vermilion bird. Otherwise, access through normal means would have been extremely difficult. Pass the order, the army will march out of the Mahis mechanical city. Shen Fei didn't stay in the Mahis mechanical city for long, nor did he attack it directly. Instead, he went to the nearest city and mobilized nearly 10,000 troops to encircle and suppress the Mahis mechanical city. Of course, this was just a pretext. For Shen Fei, destroying the mechanical city was simple. The reason he mobilized the army so loudly was to let the Mahist and anti-Qin forces know. The Mahist mechanical city was easy to defend but difficult to attack. The Chu state's expedition had failed there before. Such a place could be said to be a perfect stronghold for the anti-Qin forces. In this situation, the Mahist and anti-Qin forces would not allow the mechanical city to be destroyed and would definitely come to support it. This way, they could completely seize this opportunity to wipe out these people in one fell swoop. Chapter 573, Mahis Mechanical City, Part 2. It looks like the Empire is determined to conquer this time. Dao-Zhi crouched atop the tallest tree in the dense forest, watching the dark mass of the Great Qin army ahead. Supported by 10 mechanical white tigers, 10 enormous mechanical snakes, and 10 mechanical redbirds in the air, they cut through mountains and built bridges over rivers, slowly advancing towards the Mahis mechanical city. His expression was unusually solemn. The Great Qin Empire had made no secret of its intention to attack the Mahis mechanical city, and naturally, the Mahist and other anti-Qin forces could not be hidden. From the outset, Dao-Zhi had been assigned to observe the Empire's advance, and the more he observed, the more solemn his expression grew. Dao-Zhi was naturally confident in the Mahis mechanical city's defenses, a confidence rooted in his own mechanical techniques. However, upon seeing the Empire's lineup, Dao-Zhi realized that the Mahis mechanical beasts were no longer the most powerful of the other schools of thought. The Mahist clan's 4 spiritual mechanical beasts, the mechanical white tiger and the mechanical vermilion bird, have become standard equipment in the Empire, far outnumbering the Mahist clan. Even the mechanical vermilion bird, originally intended for transportation, has been heavily armed by the Gongshu clan, equipped with a vast array of powerful crossbows. Precisely because these mechanical vermilion birds constantly patrol the skies, the Mahist mechanical vermilion birds dare not appear before the Empire. Within the Mahist clan, those capable of learning mechanical arts are extremely rare, and those capable of piloting them are equally limited. In the original novel, Master Ban personally pilots the mechanical vermilion birds almost every time they are deployed. Why is this so? Mahist mechanical arts are a closely guarded secret, even within the Mahist clan, and few have access to them. Furthermore, the vast majority of Mahist disciples are impoverished, with few being literate. Under these circumstances, those with a natural talent for mechanical arts, even those capable of piloting mechanical beasts, are few and far between. Combined with the losses suffered in the recent war, the Mahist school is now practically starved of manpower to operate its mechanical beasts. The mechanical white tiger is a bit of a problem, but aside from Master Ban and Yandan, there are few pilots left for the mechanical vermilion bird. Flying an airplane is inherently more challenging than driving a car, a good comparison being made between the mechanical white tiger and the mechanical vermilion bird. In contrast, the situation is different in the Empire. Not to mention the educational initiatives currently underway, the sheer size of the population alone means a talent pool far beyond the reach of the Mahist school. Even more deplorable is the presence of the Gongshu clan. While aristocratic families certainly have their downsides, that doesn't negate their significance. Throughout history, with the exception of the Ming dynasty's founding emperor, who was born a commoner, nearly all other families were born into aristocratic families. The Gongshu clan may not have as many top talents as the Mahist school, but they are unmatched in terms of mid-level talent. This is one of the key factors behind the enduring prosperity of the world. Master Imperial Preceptor, His Majesty, having heard that the Imperial Preceptor intends to attack the Mahist mechanical city, has sent me here to assist. I have brought with me a newly completed weapon. The Empire's attack on the Mahist mechanical city is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the Gongshu clan, and Guangxuzhou naturally wouldn't miss it. Even without Ying Zhang's orders, he would have come personally. The Mahist mechanical city, to some extent, represents the state-of-the-art in Mahist mechanical engineering. The failure of the Chu attack on the Mahist mechanical city was also a loss for the Gongshu clan, who were part of the Chu army back then. Now is the perfect time for them to avenge their defeat. New weapons. Oh, I must see them. Guangxuzhou's words stirred Shen Fei's heart. He immediately stood up and said to the guards beside him, "Go and invite the three from the Yin-Yang sect." Although Shen Fei could solo the Mahist mechanical city dungeon, the Empire had so many experts that it would be a waste to not use them. Luoyang was preoccupied with hunting down the remnants of the Six Kingdoms and couldn't mobilize them at the moment, but the experts from the Yin-Yang sect and the Six Gates would be wasted if they weren't used. The Yin-Yang sect had 4 masters, 2 guardians, and the eldest son Siming. The Six Gates had a portion of the 100 birds, led by Mo Yak, as well as some experts who had defected to the Empire. There were too many wandering masters in the martial arts world, and the Six Gates provided them with a place to stay and advance. Sects that were less advanced among the 100 schools of thought, as well as some local sects, took the initiative to defect to the Empire and join the Six Gates. As expected, Shen Fei said as Guangxuzhou arrived at the training grounds. Looking at the 50 neatly arranged divine mechanical crossbows, he couldn't help but smile. The divine crossbow was modified by the Gongshu family from a siege crossbow. While its power was somewhat reduced, its mobility was greatly enhanced. This was only when using ordinary crossbow bolts. Using the Gongshu family's specially crafted crossbow bolts, known as bomb bolts, it could completely change the course of battle. I can't believe Wang Li possessed such a weapon, yet he still lost. It's true that even the Wang family couldn't produce 3 generations of famous generals in a row. Wang Jian and Wang Ben need no further explanation. Wang Li's fame within the Empire was naturally considerable, but this fame wasn't his own, but rather the work of Wang Jian and Wang Ben. However, Wang Li seemed unaware of this, and his words were extremely arrogant. In this respect, he was far inferior to Meng Tian. The Meng family had existed since the founding of the Qin state, unwaveringly loyal to the King of Qin, with no ulterior motives. In contrast, the Wang family only began to prosper during Wang Jian's time, and Wang Li already had other ideas. The difference between the two was significant, demonstrating that not all long-established aristocratic families are greedy. Of course, Wang Li had other thoughts. It wasn't actually a betrayal of Qin, it was simply a matter of standing between Ying Zhang's sons. Between Fusu and Hu Hai, he sided with Hu Hai. Of course, Wang Li's mindset might have changed now. These are Mr. Gongshu's new weapons. As Shen Fei was examining them, Xing Han appeared with the eldest son, young Siming. As for Yu Shen, she didn't show up. Everyone's here, we can begin, Seeing Xing Han and the others arrive, Shen Fei nodded to young Siming and signaled Gong Shuzhou to hide. Xing Han's eyes revealed that he wasn't too concerned about these weapons. The divine machine crossbow could theoretically damage Xing Han, but that was only theoretical. After all, Xing Han wasn't a target, he couldn't just stand there and let the crossbow fire. As a supreme expert, he knew how to deal with it. "Everyone, please," Gong Shuzhou said, motioning everyone to step back a few steps. He then signaled the well-prepared divine machine crossbow operators to begin loading the explosive bolts. The operators' actions immediately piqued Xing Han's curiosity. He had certainly seen divine crossbows before, but this one was significantly different from his previous encounters. There was no target, instead, the crossbows were aimed at a small hill to the side. Fire, with a command, 50 divine crossbows instantly launched 2-meter-long bolts into the sky. In mid-air, the bolts suddenly disintegrated into a vast array of smaller bolts. As Xing Han and young Master Siming watched curiously, the bolts landed on the hill. Boom, boom, boom. Violent explosions echoed continuously across the hill. Vast clouds of smoke enveloped the entire hill, and the surrounding ground shook slightly with the detonations. This was even though everyone was still some distance away from the hill. The power of the divine crossbow stunned Xing Han for a moment. He hadn't expected the weaponry on display to be so powerful. If he hadn't understood the weaponry, he could have been seriously injured. The range is about 200 meters. At that distance, it would be quite interesting if Mangyan encountered the Macedonian phalanx this time. With a mechanical white tiger, the Macedonian phalanx was already invincible. With the addition of the 100 battles divine crossbow, it could be said that it was completely defeated. Thinking of the Macedonian phalanx's shield formation, treating it as a normal crossbow defense, only to be bombed, Shen Fei couldn't help but smile. "Master Imperial Master, this weapon has just been completed and hasn't been named yet." Shen Fei's smile made Gong Shuzhou think he was very satisfied with it, and Gong Shuzhou couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. No wonder Gong Shuzhou was so confident, because Ying Zheng had also been very pleased with this weapon after seeing it. If this weapon was invented during the war to unify the 6 kingdoms, the war would have made the destruction of the 6 kingdoms much easier. Since it's a modified divine crossbow, then let's call it the 100 battles divine crossbow. Shen Fei didn't want to change the name, and this one wasn't a bad one. Invincible in every battle, the Imperial Master is truly talented. This time, I'll have to trouble you, sir, with the attack on the Mahas Mechanical City. Actual combat is the best test of a weapon. Now that the 100 battles divine mechanical crossbow has appeared, Shen Fei doesn't mind using it against the Mahas Mechanical City. While it's a shame to see such a city, built deep in the mountains and costing so much manpower and resources, destroyed, it's a stronghold of the anti-Qin forces after all. Originally, the 100 battles divine mechanical crossbow wouldn't have appeared so soon, but Shen Fei showed up. Given the butterfly effect, its premature appearance is perfectly normal. While its power appears immense, it poses little threat to a Supreme Master. Caught off guard, they could be seriously injured. Once prepared, its power would undoubtedly diminish. The 100 battles divine mechanical crossbow is primarily intended for warfare. After being modified by the Gongshu family, the divine mechanical crossbow can be disassembled into numerous parts for easier transportation and assembly. This means that the Empire's enemies will undoubtedly have fewer opportunities to rely on the mountainous terrain to stop the Empire. This is dynamite. Xing Han waved his right hand, and an explosive crossbow arrow appeared in his hand. Then he asked Gong Shuzhou. The power of the Beisheng divine machine crossbow made Xing Han take it seriously. Although not many people know about explosives in this era, as the guardian of the Yin-Yang school, Xing Han still knows about it. However, due to the great restrictions on its use and the low power, although dynamite appeared, it was not applied. At most, it was used to make a mechanism to plot against others. For example, in the original book, someone used dynamite to deal with Zhu Jia, Liu Ji, and Dian Qing, but in the end Dian Qing withstood the dynamite and was not hurt at all. Not bad. Thanks to the advice of the state teacher, it was completed. The Gongshu family completed its rise in his own hands, suppressed the Maha school, and avenged the Gongshu family's long-cherished wish. Gong Shuzhou was naturally very grateful to Shen Fei. I dare not take credit for this. Without the Gongshu family's extraordinary mechanical technology, none of this would exist. The emergence of the 100 Wars divine mechanical crossbow, if it continues to develop, will be a significant boost to the Qin Empire's conquest of the world. For example, placing the 100 Wars Divine mechanical crossbow on the Mirage Tower is a promising idea. It's so powerful. It seems the Gongshu family's extraordinary mechanical technology has become even stronger. This is going to be troublesome. While Shen Fei and his companions were testing the power of the 100 Wars Divine mechanical crossbow, in a dense forest surrounding the training ground, S.H.I.E.L.D clearly saw through a telescope the smoke dissipating and the top of a small hill being flattened. As the Imperial Army deployed telescopes on a large scale, anti-Qin forces inevitably obtained them as well, and their technology was quickly deciphered. Master Ben's mastery of mechanical technology was, strictly speaking, slightly superior to Gongshu Zhou's. To him, telescope technology wasn't particularly advanced. The Maoists had a deep understanding of light, and pinhole imaging was directly utilized. Their only limitation was probably production technology. While the Gongshu clan could practically produce telescopes on an assembly line, the Maoist clan relied on slow, manual labor. We must inform the master and the others as soon as possible. S.H.I.E.L.D had originally intended to investigate the strength of the Qin army's attack on the Maoist mechanical city, but after seeing the 100 Wars Divine crossbow, S.H.I.E.L.D's foreboding grew even stronger. Just as S.H.I.E.L.D was about to act, a white figure suddenly and silently appeared beside him, its body as light as a feather, stepping on the tip of a branch. You saw it too. Facing such a powerful empire, S.H.I.E.L.D couldn't investigate alone. If he failed, there wouldn't be anyone to report the situation. So, Bai Feng of Liaxia joined him. I need to return to inform the master and the others. I'll leave this place to you, S.H.I.E.L.D said, and without waiting for Bai Feng to speak, he unleashed his lightning-fast steps and departed. Return immediately. I have urgent information to report to the master. After locating the Suzaku mechanical bird hidden deep in the mountains, S.H.I.E.L.D immediately urged the other party to escort him back to the mechanical city. Because the matter was of grave importance, S.H.I.E.L.D forgoes the use of the mechanical little vermilion bird to transmit intelligence this time. Some things simply cannot be explained in intelligence. This time, we'll make sure they never return, Yan Dan said confidently, looking at the topographical map surrounding the Maoist mechanical city. A large number of anti-Qin forces had gathered within the Maoist mechanical city. Shen Fei's deliberate delay allowed Yan Dan to negotiate smoothly with other anti-Qin forces, and the group then gathered at the Maoist mechanical city. The mechanical city now housed members of a wide range of anti-Qin factions, including Confucianism, Moism, the Taoist sect, the Liaxia clan, and the princes and nobles of the Six Kingdoms. Such a powerful anti-Qin force, coupled with the legends of the Maoist mechanical city, meant that those within the mechanical city were incredibly confident about the impending war. That imperial master is no simple figure. He's undoubtedly instrumental in the Qin's current strength. Zhang Liang spoke of Shen Fei with a solemn tone. Zhang Liang believed that even if Qin unified the Six Kingdoms, it would still be plagued by numerous hidden dangers. This presented an opportunity for all the other states. Han Fei had the same idea back then, but although Qin still had many hidden dangers, they were far worse than he had expected. Zhang Liang had previously returned to Han and found that the vast majority of the civilians there accepted Qin's rule. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 574, Maoist Mechanical City, and if it were the Qin dynasty in the original novel, after conquering Han, it would have been very difficult for the people of Han to surrender quickly. At that time, Qin conquered Han not only for geographical reasons but also for food security. South Korea's grain production had always been high, and unless there was a man-made disaster, such as G-Virus's deliberate mishap, famines were unlikely. Qin's rapid conquest of the 6 states required a vast amount of logistical supplies. Even though Yingzhang had begun stockpiling these supplies long before, the era meant that these reserves were limited. Qin also operated on the principle of fighting to support the war, meaning they would capture a nation and use its supplies to support their army. This made it even harder for the locals to return. However, this time, things were different. Thanks to Shen Fei's intervention, Qin's reserves were exceptionally abundant, and relief offices were established in each state to provide aid to the poor. Under these circumstances, the people naturally wouldn't rebel against Qin out of thin air. After all, who as king was of little concern to them. Honestly, in many remote villages, the people knew nothing about their own kings, knowing only the country's name. Upon discovering this situation, Zhang Liang became anxious, as did the anti-Qin forces. If things continued this way, they would have even less capital to rebel in a few years. Because Han was the first to be occupied, and Shen Fei had previously lived there, he had shown considerable care for the area, such as establishing a school in Xinseng, the second city after Shenyang to do so. Xinu also took extra care of the area. The people of Han were now better off than before, which Han Fei still felt was a source of resentment, though he wasn't completely relieved. The three kingdoms of Han, Zhao, and Wei, due to their proximity to Qin, received more care, and the people lived much better than those of Yan and Chu. The Qin era was so short, and it was impossible to implement many things all at once. As for Qi, having experienced no war, the people remained largely the same as before. However, precisely because of this, Qin's reforms there were slower. While war wasn't always a good thing, it was undoubtedly the most convenient way to reshuffle the deck. Don't worry, the great Qin state master will be doomed this time. I heard the Nong clan has already issued the Shenyang order against him, said Fan Zheng, a member of the Xiong clan from Chu. Shen Fei's dramatic actions had drawn the Xiong clan to the modest mechanical city. Although Shen Fei paid no particular attention to Xiong Xiaoyu, the empire had issued a nationwide wanted order for the young master of the Xiong clan. After all, he was the young master of the Xiong clan. Speaking of which, the Nong clan didn't show up this time. Someone couldn't help but speak up at the mention of the Nong clan. Many of the various schools of thought had come to the empire to eliminate the mechanical city, but no one from the Nong clan had appeared yet. Don't worry. The Nong family suffered heavy losses. The current leader has just taken office and has some matters to attend to, but she's promised to arrive soon. Upon hearing someone question the Nong family, Yan Dan immediately explained. No one doubted his reasoning. When the previous leader took office, the various schools of thought had been informed. And many were surprised to learn that the new leader was a frail, sickly female Guanzhong named Yan Yan. This, however, also revealed the depth of the Nong family's losses. After all, if they hadn't suffered such heavy losses, why would a frail woman like Yan Yan be appointed? Even though Yan Yan was known as the female Guanzhong, many still looked down on her. Master, just as Yan Dan, Zhang Liang, Wei Zhuang, and the others continued to discuss how to respond to the Qin attack, Dao Zhi finally arrived. Seeing Dao Zhi's hasty return, Yan Dan immediately understood that Dao Zhi must have obtained important intelligence, otherwise, he wouldn't have personally returned to the mechanical city. Master, this is terrible. Within the secret chamber of the Mahas mechanical city, Dao Zhi recounted every detail he had gathered regarding the 100 Wars divine crossbow. Yan Dan's brow furrowed immediately after hearing Dao Zhi's report. Yan Dan's character aside, he was a highly capable individual, a master of martial arts and second only to Master Ban in mechanical engineering. Yan Dan's mastery of mechanical engineering was evident in his ability to refine the Maha's supreme weapon, the Fei Gong. The Fei Gong embodied the culmination of Maha's mechanical engineering, its inherent power not being crucial, its ability to transform at will was crucial. Without profound mastery of mechanical engineering, the Fei Gong could not have been created. Thank you for your hard work, but you'll have to make the trip. Keep an eye on these weapons. I'll find a way later. After a brief silence, Yan Dan looked at Dao Zhi with an apologetic look. Dao Zhi had just hurried back, and now he had to rush back again. The situation was extremely dangerous for the Mahist school, and there was no time for Dao Zhi to rest. For the Mahist school, it's not hard work at all. Dao Zhi nodded and immediately left. The threat posed by the 100 Wars divine mechanical crossbow to the Mahas mechanical city was too great. The only solution was to disable the 100 Wars divine mechanical crossbow. Everyone, Dao Zhi just returned with very important information. The Gongshu family has created a batch of extremely powerful weapons using the hegemony mechanical technique. After Dao Zhi left, Yan Dan immediately invited Zhang Liang, Wei Zhuang, Xiaozi, Fan Zheng, and other leaders or representatives of the various schools of thought to his study. Also arriving was the Mahas mechanical technique master. Once they arrived, Yan Dan revealed all the information about the 100 Wars divine mechanical crossbow. This fellow actually created such a weapon. Isn't he afraid of harming the harmony of heaven? Master Ben couldn't help but shout after hearing about the 100 battles divine mechanical crossbow. For the tyrannical kin, they don't care about such things at all. For the sake of the people, we must overthrow the tyranny of kin at all costs. As Master Ben finished speaking, Xiaozi spoke with a righteous expression. Even if these people hadn't seen the 100 battles divine mechanical crossbow, just hearing Yandan's description, they understood its power in war. Especially in a war, encountering such a weapon would be completely defenseless. The others nodded in agreement. Fortunately, Shen Fei wasn't here, otherwise he would have killed them. The 100 battles divine mechanical crossbow was powerful, but compared to the mechanical azure dragon, the difference was worlds apart. The true killer weapon was mastered by the Mahists. Furthermore, war is inherently about using any means necessary. This is a fundamental principle of military strategy, all is fair in war. Now, these people were taking the moral high ground and criticizing the Qin army for being too powerful. In fact, this is what the Mahists have always done. They're all mechanical engineers, so why does the Gongshu family have a reputation for dominance in mechanical engineering? Isn't it Mahist propaganda? Clearly, their mechanical beasts have always been inferior to those of the Mahists. During the Chusong War, everyone focused on the Gongshu family's mechanical engineering, seemingly unnoticed. The Mahists' methods for neutralizing the Gongshu family's mechanical engineering. We must destroy these weapons. After some discussion, the anti-Qin forces reached a decision. It seems the 100 Wars divine mechanical crossbow has been discovered. Mr. Gongshu, is there any problem there? Rest assured, Imperial Master, everything is fine. Besides, we have Lord Xinghan over there. Such a vital weapon as the 100 Wars divine mechanical crossbow was naturally heavily guarded. Positioned at the heart of the military, in this situation, infiltrating and destroying it would be impossible without a military breaking level of skill. Even if they managed to infiltrate, the Empire had experts ready. Many experts from the Yin-Yang school and the Six Gates were guarding the area. There were also mechanical figures, the Gongshu family's secrets, created from human hands. Shen Fei and Xinghan were both imperial preceptors of the Great Qin. If Yu Shen were included, the Empire would have 3 imperial preceptors. A so-called imperial preceptor is a mage who protects the nation. However, due to Shen Fei's performance, his esteem, and his strength from Yingzhang, generally speaking, the imperial preceptor in the Empire refers only to Shen Fei. Xinghan and Yu Shen, on the other hand, simply address him by his given name, adding "Sir, give up. You should know you have no chance." Over the Qin army camp, Moya, perched on the back of a large black bird, smiled as he looked across at Bai Feng, who stood atop a large white bird. With a widespread use of mechanical Suzaku and hot air balloons, the Empire has developed targeted air defenses. Bai Feng's tactic of relying on his mount for an aerial assault was defeated from the start. The Mo family's mechanical city has no chance this time. You'd better escape as soon as possible. Mo Yan naturally had no intention of attacking Bai Feng, he simply wanted to hold him off. Are you so sure you'll win this time? Bai Feng's expression was remarkably calm. The Mahist clan's trump card is nothing more than the unprecedented Azure Dragon mechanism. The Grand Master has come personally this time for this very purpose. Otherwise, do you think a mere Mahist mechanism city would require the Grand Master's personal intervention? The Qin Empire today is not the Chu state of yesteryear. Even without Shen Fei, capturing the Mahist mechanism city is still possible, the only difference is the casualties. It appears the situation is over. I hope you won't come again. The Grand Master may be generous, but that's no reason for you to keep provoking me, Moya said, dropping his mount, Black Feather, without waiting for Bai Feng to speak. The Mahist clan is too petty to think they can stop the army with such a small trick. Clear the way. The Mahist clan had laid numerous traps along the Qin army's route to the mechanism city. Their traps, like wood and stone, were their forte in this situation. The ground and the forest were filled with traps made from locally available materials. In the original novel, Wei Zhuang showed no regard for the lives of the Qin soldiers, risking them to explore the way. However, Shen Fei would not do the same. With so many mechanical beasts, there was no need to sacrifice the lives of his soldiers. The mechanical white tiger, the mechanical snake, and later, the earth-breaking saber and the explosive crossbows brought by Gong Shuzhou, pushed forward towards the Mahist mechanical city. I haven't seen any attacks lately. Are they planning to strike at the last moment? Tian Yan greets the master. You're too polite, Chief Xia. What are these? While Shen Fei was speculating on the anti-Qin force's next move, Tian Yan finally arrived inside the mechanical city. Yan Dan was excited by his arrival, but upon seeing the people he brought with him, he seemed disappointed. Regarding the Shenin order, Yan Dan asked bluntly after a moment's silence. At any other time, Yan Dan would never have been so direct, but with the Qin army imminent, he no longer cared about etiquette. After hearing Yan Dan's words, Tian Yan took in his expression and shook his head inwardly, recalling Shen Fei's earlier remarks. Yan Dan enjoyed a very good reputation in the Yan and Jia regions, but he possessed a fatal weakness, one that completely prevented him from being compared to Ying Zheng, Chang Pingjun, and Han Fei. While seemingly magnanimous, he was actually deeply petty, always seeking to maximize profit at the lowest possible cost. His previous attempt to send Jing Kai to assassinate Ying Zheng and his current inquiries about the Shenin order fully demonstrated his character. Yan Dan lacked the fortitude to engage in direct confrontation, as evidenced by his intention to dispatch his wife, Dong Jinfian, to assassinate the six-fingered Black Knight. Given Yan Dan's status as Crown Prince of Yan and his position within the Maha school, if he had simply declared his support for Yan, even if the six-fingered Black Knight opposed him, many of the Mahas leaders would have supported him. However, he chose not to do so. After becoming a leading figure in the Mahist school, Yan Dan saw no reason to use his strength to directly confront the Qin army. Instead, he hoped to assassinate the Qin army through Jing Kai. This was another failure. In some ways, Yan Dan was the type who prioritized greater success over personal gain and righteousness. Given the current situation in Yan, Yan Dan could easily have relied on his own charisma to eliminate Yan Yi, place the king of Yan under house arrest, and ascend to power himself. However, he hesitated, concerned about his reputation, as such a move would have constituted rebellion. Han Fei, under such circumstances, would have ignored his reputation and taken a gamble. His questioning of Tian Yan regarding the Shenin order further revealed his character. In the current situation, he didn't hope to directly confront the Qin army, but instead relied on the Shenin order for a solution. Rest assured, sir, the 6 elders of the Nuang family have emerged from their confinement and are nearby, seeking an opportunity. Tian Yan's words reassured Yan Dan. Who is it? 3 patrolling Mahas disciples shouted loudly upon seeing a dark figure within the Mahas mechanical city at night. But before they could react, a flash of cold swordlight flashed through their vision. Without even feeling pain, the 3 men fell to the ground, lifeless. As they fell, the shadowy figure lifted its right foot and kicked their bodies to a secluded spot on the rockery to the side. Then, the shadowy figure continued its advance deeper into the mechanical city. Someone sneaked in. How is that possible? The next day, the discovery of the body caused panic within the mechanical city. What a swift sword! The one who struck must be a master swordsman, Xiaozi, Wei Zhuang, and the others' expressions darkened upon seeing the thin, almost thread-like, sword marks on the corpse's neck. Is it Han Guang? No, this scar shows hidden murderous intent. The person who did it must be a top-notch assassin. If I'm not mistaken, it should be Luoyang Xianzi's top-notch assassin. P.S. The web version seems to be unable to be opened, and can only be viewed on mobile phones. Chapter 575, Azure Dragon, Part 1. Among Luoyang's top-tier assassins, only one sword can inflict such a wound. Jing Niu, one of the 8 swords of Yu, each sword inflicts a different wound, and the damage done by the wound itself can easily be determined by the blade itself. The speculations of Wei Zhuang, Xiaozi, and the others sent panic through the assembled members of the various schools of thought. Jing Niu's fame was widely known. He held the highest record among Luoyang's 8 swords. While the 8 swords of Yu and the 6 sword slaves were renowned, their battles were relatively few due to their constant presence at Zhao Gao's side. The other 2, Yanri and Quexi, were equally enigmatic, but their achievements couldn't compare to Jing Niu's. The last defender of the great Zhou dynasty, as well as Wei Wuji, the prince of Xinling of Wei, both perished at Jing Niu's hands. Tian Yan wasn't the type of expert who merely practiced without combat experience. She had been operating in the shadows as Jing Niu. The anti-Qin forces were naturally unaware that Jing Niu had already been around for 2 generations. The identities of Yanri, Jing Niu, and Quexi, 3 of the 8 swords of Yu, were shrouded in mystery, and few knew their true identities. Don't panic, everyone. This is an enemy plot to throw us off balance. Seeing the panic rising in the crowd, Yan Dan immediately stepped forward to reassure them. Panic couldn't be allowed to set in at this moment. We just received intelligence that a disciple had been killed in the outer reaches. The enemy must have infiltrated from outside. The Maoist school will be increasing security throughout the region. Rest assured, everyone, could Jingniu be hiding within the mechanical city? Of course, that was certain, but Yan Dan couldn't admit it at this point. If he did, everyone would likely be insecure, as Jingniu's true identity remained unknown. Everyone would inevitably suspect Jingniu of hiding within other factions. In such a state of panic, there would be no way they could unite against the Empire. That was why Yan Dan immediately claimed it was an invasion from outside. After calming everyone down, Yan Dan gathered Wei Zhuang, Xiaozi, Tian Yan, and the others to discuss countermeasures. While they could conceal Jingniu's actions from the others, they couldn't from Wei Zhuang and the others. They needed to find Jingniu the next time he attacked. Unbeknownst to Yan Dan and the others, as they discussed how to locate Jingniu amidst the crowd, a strange purple mist was slowly seeping from the water's surface, flowing through the entire city. It looks like the city is in grave danger this time, Bai Feng muttered softly, leaning against a window in Lia's area, gazing out at the rockery and flowing water in the garden. Noticing Qi Lian, who stood nearby, remained silent, Bai Feng continued, perhaps this is a good thing. Qi Lian turned and glanced at Bai Feng, also remaining silent. The current Qi Lian was significantly different from the original Qi Lian. While Hong Lian was still Qi Lian, Han Fei remained alive, making him less ruthless. For Qi Lian now, the revival of Korea was of no concern. Her only concern was Wei Zhuang. Wherever Wei Zhuang went, she would go. As for the revival of Korea, Qi Lian was completely unconcerned. Bai Feng, on the other hand, had no interest in Korea's revival either, she was merely following Lia's lead. Something's not right, initially. Bai Feng hadn't cared much when Qi Lian ignored her. After spending so long together, they had come to understand each other somewhat. Qi Lian had no interest unless it involved Wei Zhuang. However, upon noticing the faint purple mist in the garden, Bai Feng immediately became alert. What's wrong? Bai Feng's unusual behavior caught Qi Lian's attention. Following Bai Feng's gaze and catching sight of the faint purple mist outside the window, Qi Lian exclaimed in alarm. Oh no! It's Xiaoyu Qianai, as the Princess of Korea, although she hadn't had much contact with him during her time as Princess Honglian. After the fall of Korea and having changed her name to Qi Lian, she had been diligently cultivating and studying, striving to be at Wei Zhuang's side. Qi Lian had studied poison techniques with Xinu for a period of time, and after becoming Qi Lian, he furthered his studies. Therefore, he immediately recognized the poison Xinu had developed. Zhenyu Jinyi is a poison that requires 1,000 dark nights to refine. Without sunlight, or all efforts will be wasted. To use this poison, simply drop it into water. When exposed to sunlight, it diffuses, spreading a toxic gas known as sun at noon, destroy an entire city. Shen Fei, despite not having much experience with poison himself, obtained the poison and its recipe from Xinu for the sake of learning. After understanding the properties of Zhenyu Jinyi, Shen Fei even suspected it was developed specifically to counter the Maoist mechanical city. While the poison's power was immense, it also had an equally significant weakness: it required a water source. Without water, it couldn't unleash its full potential, and the mechanical city itself was precisely powered by water. This isn't to say that the Zheu Jin Yi wouldn't be effective in a city, but rather that it couldn't unleash its full potential. The water source in cities of this era wasn't flowing, but primarily well water. Even in modern times, the Zheu Jin Yi would have significant limitations. Tap water wouldn't see the sun. Such a restrictive poison, however, presented a perfect opportunity for use in a water-powered mechanical city. Such perfect conditions made Shen Fei reluctant to not use the Zheu Jin Yi, as it would significantly reduce Qin army casualties. To maximize the effectiveness of the Zheu Jin Yi, Shen Fei carefully studied the mechanical city's structure, the speed of the water flow, the timing of sunlight, and other factors. The Maoist mechanical city's structure provided Shen Fei with significant assistance. The Maoist water mechanism's core was located right at its heart, allowing water to flow from there to all locations throughout the city with similar time. Since it was called a city, the Maoist mechanical city was naturally quite large, roughly half the size of the Confucian Xiasheng Xianzhuang, and divided into 3 levels. In this pre-electrical age, the Maoist clan's layout of the mechanical city was truly ingenious. Using various mechanisms, Sunlight permeated the entire interior. This was originally intended for illumination, but now, thanks to S.H.I.E.L.D, the Mahis clan's mechanical city was in its greatest crisis, a crisis that could be resolved without a single blow. Shen Fei had carefully calculated everything before having Yan time the poison injection into the mechanical city's power center. Too early. And the poison might be diluted and washed away by the flowing water. The Mahis clan's mechanical city's water supply was a living source. Too late, and S.H.I.E.L.D might be discovered before he could fully cover the entire mechanical city. Quickly, inform Lord Wei Zhuang. Upon spotting S.H.I.E.L.D, Qi Lian leaped out of the room with his light martial arts skills, perched on a rockery, and after taking in the surroundings, he called out to Bai Feng. Upon hearing Qi Lian's words, Bai Feng immediately unleashed her acrobatics, transforming into a streak of white light and disappearing from Qi Lian's sight. Qi Lian then rushed towards Wei Zhuang, letting Bai Feng go first because she was so much faster. Bai Feng, what happened? Yan Dan, Wei Zhuang, Zhang Liang, and the others, who were discussing how to force Jing Niu out, nearly drew their swords upon discovering someone had forced their way in. Upon realizing it was Bai Feng from Lisha, they all stood up. Something's wrong, Zhiu Jin Yi, Bai Feng quickly explained. Zhiu Jin Yi, this is bad. So this is Jing Niu's true purpose. Yan Dan, Wei Zhuang, Xiao Yaozi, Zhang Liang, Tian Yan, and the others were all incredibly intelligent and immediately reacted. Originally, they had speculated that Jing Niu was hiding in the mechanical city to create panic. Furthermore, due to the timing, the Nong family's group was the prime suspect, as Jing Niu only took action after the Nong family's arrival. Yan Dan and the others were quite capable, suspecting Jing Niu's presence in front of the Nong family's leader. It was no wonder they were so suspicious. Tian Yan's identity was so deceptive that no one would have guessed she was Jing Niu before she was exposed. It seems a little late. Upon learning the truth, Yan Dan, Wei Zhuang, and the others immediately emerged from the room. Outside, they immediately saw the Mo family disciple, who was supposed to be on guard, coughing and collapsing. One reason Shen Fei believed that Zhiu Jin Yi was a poison specifically designed to counter the Mo family's mechanical city was that the Mo family's mechanical city was located atop a separate mountain. Morning fog was a common occurrence in such an environment, allowing Zhiu Jin Yi's poisonous fog to blend in with the normal mist. Although Bai Feng had discovered Zhiu early, it didn't significantly impact Shen Fei's plan. By then, everyone in the mechanical city who should have been poisoned had already been, the only difference being the severity. Cough cough, Tian Yan suddenly coughed forcefully, appearing to be poisoned as well. His acting was truly remarkable. In modern society, he'd definitely be a winner. This is the 100-herb pill. Seeing Tian Yan about to collapse, Yan Dan immediately produced the antidote. Although Niandoan and Duan Murin had left the Mahist school, the Mahist school still used many of the remedies left behind by their former physicians. The 100-herb pill, the world's premier antidote, was priceless in the martial arts world. Ying Zheng, Shen Fei, glancing at the purple haze around him, Yan Dan clenched his hands unconsciously. If he'd previously been confident he could rely on the mechanical city's treacherous terrain to hold his own against a Qin army, now all hope was gone. Excuse me for the trouble, Yan Dan said, and immediately rushed to the mechanical city's central mechanism. Knowing the source of the poison gas was the water supply, the natural step was to cut off the source, meaning to replace the water. While the Mahis mechanical city wasn't initially built to accommodate an attack by Zhiu, it did have a water replacing mechanism in place. Simply opening a valve would increase the flow of water. While it was too late now, it was better than doing nothing. It's too late to create an antidote, Qi Lian said after arriving. After understanding the situation and inspecting the mechanical city's medicinal supplies, he looked at Wei Zhuang and shook his head. With Qi Lian's mastery of poisons, creating an antidote for Zhiu wouldn't be a problem, but the problem was the sheer number of people poisoned. This time, thanks to Shen Fei, the Mahis mechanical city wasn't just filled with Mahis disciples. In the original novel, the mechanical city had already been breached by the time Yan Dan and his companions returned, but this time was different. Inside the mechanical city, besides Mahis disciples, there were also numerous nobles from the 6 kingdoms and members of the 100 schools of thought who had come to support them. Together, they numbered hundreds, and even the weakest were at least third-rate experts in the martial arts world. Due to the terrain, The mechanical city's large-scale support was impossible, so they had to dispatch elite troops. Among them, Xiaozi of the Taoist sect brought approximately 50 of his elite disciples. Even though the poisonous gas had weakened due to the water change, the previous toxic fog was enough to poison even top-tier experts. Even the most elite of masters would need to use internal energy to force the poison out. Only the most advanced masters could truly be immune. Yan Dan's 100 herb pills were limited, so he could only provide targeted relief to the 6 kingdoms. The upper echelons of the 100 schools of thought and the lower disciples were helpless. The same was true for Qilian. Creating an antidote was a long shot. It would take time. At this point, not only Qilian, but even the Anduin and Duan Murong would need time to prepare the antidote. Now, what should we do? Inside Yan Dan's study, Zhang Liang and his companions frowned. The situation had suddenly become so dire that they had never imagined it would be. Even Zhang Liang was at a loss as to what to do next. Most of the men had been poisoned. While their lives were not in immediate danger, their combat effectiveness had been severely reduced, and many were no longer able to fight. For now, we have no choice but to retreat temporarily, Zhang Liang said after some consideration. Fighting was impossible now, so it was better to save the situation while it lasted. It was important to remember that those who had arrived at the mechanical city were the core anti-Qin forces from the 6 kingdoms and the various schools of thought. If all of them were defeated here, the anti-Qin movement would likely be nothing more than a dream. It's probably too late to retreat now. That person must have considered this as well. Do you think he'd pass up such a great opportunity to wipe them out? Wei Zhuang said, glancing around. He left unspoken the thought that Jing Liu might still be hiding here. Furthermore, among the 6 kingdoms and the various schools of thought, there might not be any imperial spies. It's almost certain there are spies among them. Given the sheer power of the empire, this world is full of people who choose their own habitat. What are you afraid of? Let's fight these Qin dogs to the death. Some wanted to retreat, while others wanted to fight to the death. After some discussion, the disagreement ultimately put it on hold and focused on rescuing the poisoned. Let's just run away. What's the point of retreat? But it won't be that easy. For Shen Fei, the complete annihilation of the anti-Qin forces within the mechanical city didn't guarantee peace, but it also meant that any further waves of anti-Qin forces wouldn't be able to stir up any major disturbances. Time was on the Empire's side. As time passed, the people everywhere would only grow more supportive of the Empire, and fewer would be tempted to rebel. Yan Dan, Zhang Liang and others seemed to have not yet considered whether to fight or retreat, but in fact they had already reached a consensus. Everything they did was just to paralyze the Empire's spies. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.